Chapter 499. Inside Changel Palace. Li Mu looked up and down at the little girl floating in the air. Even now he still couldn't understand how the law bell could become a human. He had only heard of plants, animals and insects becoming spirits. He had never heard of a transcendent artifact becoming a spirit. Li Mu looked at her and asked the question he was most concerned about. Can you still become a bell? As soon as she finished speaking, a small clock appeared under the little girl's body. She sat on the clock and blinked her large eyes as she looked at Li Mu. Li Mu relaxed. As long as the law bell was still there, it was fine. If he really lost the bell, not only would he lose a powerful transcendent artifact, but he also wouldn't be able to answer to Lu school. Then he said to the little girl, "Actually, you misunderstood. I'm not your father." The little girl said stubbornly, "Father." Li Mu wanted to correct her, but the Empress waved her hand and said, "It's useless for you to say this to her. Because of you she was able to transform. In her heart you are her father. In fact, this is the case." Li Mu's lips moved, but he didn't say anything else. The Empress's words made sense. Although the law bell had existed for a long time, it was much harder for a transcendent artifact to gain intelligence than a creature that was born with intelligence. She had been influenced a lot by Li Mu. After transforming, she could speak the human language, but her intelligence was only equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. She was born because of Li Mu, so naturally she saw him as her father. The first person she saw was the Empress, so she saw her as her mother. Many animals had similar habits. If the word father was macroscopic, it wasn't just limited to biology. It wasn't wrong to say that Li Mu was her father. After all, it was Li Mu who created her. But no matter what, her mother should be Zhou Xian. Li Mu wanted to explain to her, but she stretched out her arms to the Empress and said, "Mother, hug." The Empress reached out and hugged her. A smile that Li Mu had never seen before appeared on her face. Li Mu swallowed the words he was about to spit out when he saw the overflowing maternal instinct of the Empress. Based on his understanding of the Empress, he was certain that if he dared to ruin the Empress's mood, what awaited him would be an extremely cruel ending. Women of this age were at the age when their maternal instincts were overflowing, especially women of the same age as the Empress. Even if they married later, their children would already be able to run and jump. Although the Empress was still inexperienced, she also had the instincts of a woman. Today he wasn't in the mood to experiment with Dao techniques. With complicated feelings, he said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, how about I bring her back first?" For such a young lady to appear in the imperial palace beside the Empress and even call her mother, if this matter were to spread, the entire imperial court, the entire Shindu, and even the entire Great Zhou would be in an uproar. The Empress clearly knew this as well. She gently kissed the young lady's face and said to her, "Go home with your father first. Mother will come and see you later." As Li Mu carried the young lady out of the imperial palace, he was still pondering over the Empress's words. No matter how he listened to them, they sounded strange. It was as if this young lady was really Li Mu's child. However, Li Mu quickly put this matter to the back of his mind and cast an invisibility spell on the young lady. The outside world had always been saying that he was the Empress of the Demon Kingdom. If the people of the Shindu saw this, who knew what kind of gossip would spread? Changel Palace. After Li Mu left, Zhou Yi summoned Shangguan Li and lightly said, "Have the Assistant Minister of Personnel Zhang Chun and Prince Shou come and see me." After returning to the Li mansion, Li Mu discovered that the courtyard was very lively. Not only was Ting Xin Yinshin at home, even Phantom Princess was there. He removed the invisibility spell on the young lady. Wan, who ran over, was stunned. She asked, "Young master, whose child is this?" Lu Hanyan, Li Qing and the others also looked at Li Mu. Under the gaze of so many people, the young lady seemed to be a little shy. She hugged Li Mu's neck and nervously said, "Father." Wan and Xiaobai were dumbfounded. The other pretty faces in the courtyard also turned pale with fright. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Listen to me. It's not what you think." He had turned the Dao bell into its original form and swore to the heavens in order to gain their trust. In fact, after Lu Hanyan and the others discovered the young lady's true form, there was nothing to be suspicious about. She was clearly a spiritual body. She couldn't have been born by Li Mu or a ghost. The adorable young lady quickly ignited the radiance of motherly love in the girls. They surrounded Li Mu and touched her face and pinched her arms. Xiaobai suddenly asked, "Benefactor, what's her name?" Li Mu was stunned. He hadn't thought about this question. Thus, the girls began to enthusiastically give her a name. Wanwan murmured, "What's her surname? Is it Young Masters Li?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Her surname is Zhong." After all, the Dao Bell was from the Fulu school. It wasn't appropriate for her to take his surname. Even if he was the future sect master, it wasn't appropriate for him to take the sect's assets as his own. The girls all expressed their opinions about the name of the young lady, but no one could convince anyone. Lu Hanyan looked at her pink little face and suddenly said, "Since she's a consciousness created by the Dao Bell, why don't we call her Zhong Yi?" Li Qing agreed. "This name has a good meaning." Xiao Bai also chimed in, Zhong Yi, it sounds very nice." Li Mu shook his head decisively. "This name won't do, definitely not." Lu Hanyan had thought of this name with great difficulty, but Li Mu rejected it for no reason. She said in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you tell me why this name won't do?" Li Mu didn't know how to explain it to her. Just as he was in a dilemma, Een Exen suddenly stepped forward and helped Li Mu out of his predicament. "How about the name Zhongling? Zhonglinger is both her name and her identity." The girls thought for a moment and felt that this name was more suitable. Even Lu Hanyan gave up on her original name. She picked up the little girl and said with a smile, "Ling, let's hear you call me mother." This time she didn't get what she wanted. No matter how she teased her or tempted her with delicious food, the little girl didn't say a word. Wanwan said, "Young miss, she's just been born, so she probably doesn't know how to say mother yet. She'll learn very quickly if you teach her." At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation in the courtyard of the Li residence, and the Empress figure appeared. The little girl stretched out her hands and said happily, "Mother." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan, whose expression had changed and his vision turned black. In the courtyard of the Li residence, the girls were teasing the little girl Zhong Ling. Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and her maid were conducting a joint interrogation of Li Mu. Without waiting for them to ask, Li Mu took the initiative to explain, "She's just a newborn baby. What kind of thoughts can a newborn have? The first person she sees will be her father and mother. Coincidentally, when she was born, Her Majesty and I were in the palace. I definitely didn't teach her this." As the first wife, Lu Hanyan was still angry. Li Qing pulled her wrist and said, "This isn't his fault." Lu Hanyan said unhappily, "Why are you always protecting him?" Li Mu felt gratified that one of the judges had already betrayed him. Since he met Li Qing as the leader, she had always protected him. This kind of feeling was not something that Lu Hanyan could understand. Wanwan also held Lu Hanyan's hand and said, "Miss, I think what the young master said this time is right." Li Qing and Wanwan both stood on Li Mu's side. Even if Lu Hanyan was angry, she couldn't vent it on Li Mu. Li Mu struck while the iron was hot. He grabbed her hand and said, "She's a child. She doesn't know anything. She'll know everything after I teach her." Li Mu pulled her back into the courtyard and said to Zhong Ling, "In the future when you see her you have to call her mother. Do you understand?" Zhong Ling nodded as if she understood. She looked at Lu Hanyan and said in a childish voice, "Second mother." Li Mu's vision darkened again. He no longer hoped that this little brat would be able to improve the harmony of the family. As long as she didn't destroy it, it would be fine. No one would be able to tolerate the first wife becoming the second mother. Li Mu temporarily let the Empress take her away. He could forego the Dao Bell, but he had to coax his wife well. When he walked into Lu Hanyan's room, he just happened to see Illusion Princess fanning the flames in front of Lu Hanyan. She pretended to be considerate of Lu Hanyan and said, "Let me tell you, Zhou Yi has bad intentions towards your husband. You have to be careful. Don't let your husband be snatched away by someone else." Lu Hanyan glanced at her. The Empress might have other intentions, but this fox was definitely not a good fox. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands and Illusion Princess was teleported out. Then the door immediately closed. Illusion Princess stood in the courtyard. She wasn't angry at all. She hummed a song and left. She couldn't win against Zhou Yi, but someone else could. No matter how high her status was or how strong she was in front of someone, she was still an outsider. Li Mu walked to the bedside and sat down next to Lu Hanyan. He said, "Why are you angry with a little girl who just gained intelligence?" Lu Hanyan said, "Why am I not angry? The three of you are like a family. What am I? Second mother?" As his legal wife, she did have a reason to be angry. Li Mu hugged her and comforted her. "It's my fault. I should have considered the possibility that she could transform. I should have considered that she would call people randomly. I should have let her transform at home. Hearing Li Mu say this, Lu Hanyan felt that she was being unreasonable. She shouldn't blame him because of an accident. Li Mu said again, in a moment, I will tell her that she can't call her Majesty Mother anymore. I will have her call you. If she doesn't listen, I will spank her. If she still doesn't listen, I will send her back to Fulu school. Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, why are you arguing with a little girl? Li Mu hugged her and asked, you're not angry anymore? Lu Hanyan turned her head away and didn't say anything. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, aren't you just jealous of Her Majesty? Zhongling calls me father and she calls me mother, but I still call her Her Majesty. We have our own relationships. Lu Hanyan huffed softly and said, we don't have to have our own relationships. If you have the ability, marry Her Majesty and bring her home. What's wrong with letting her be the first wife of the Li family? Li Mu said, we have already gone through the wedding ceremony and are married. No matter when, you will always be the first wife. Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked, you really want to? Li Mu said seriously, I swear I don't want to. These words came from the bottom of his heart. After experiencing the twists and turns of the past 2 days, Li Mu understood that Lu Hanyan and Li Qing being able to get along was already his good fortune. In this family, other than Wan Wan and Xiao Bai, there was no room for another woman. Even if there was room, they would build another courtyard next door. This was for his own sake. Lu Hanyan's tone suddenly softened. Actually, I know that little sister Qing and I are always in seclusion and can't accompany you for a long time. This is unfair to you. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are also too young. If you want, you can have someone who can always accompany you by your side. Besides Her Majesty, I think Tingxin and Yinxin would also be willing. Li Mu sneered in his heart. If Li Qing had said this, he might have believed it a little. Coming from Lu Hanyan's mouth, he couldn't even believe the punctuation marks. If he dared to nod his head now, he would have to sleep alone in the study for the next 3 days. After knowing each other for so many years, how could Li Mu not understand her tricks? Li Mu waved his hand and said, are you joking? I don't want to at all. Tingxin and Yinxin were just looking for me. I'll go over for a moment. After leaving Lu Hanyan's room, Li Mu went to the courtyard where the 2 sisters lived. The 2 sisters were in the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked, Yinxin, Tingxin, are you looking for me for something? Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu reluctantly and said, Father said in the spirit snail today that he wants us to go back to the Eastern Sea. Humans had a new year and the dragon clan had a similar festival. They would worship the dragon god on the 2nd of February every year. This was the most important festival for the dragon clan. Both Tingxin and Yinxin had half of the dragon clan's bloodline. The White Demon King and his wife had already gone to the Eastern Sea in advance. Li Mu said, I'll get someone to send you to the Eastern Sea. Yinxin smiled and said, no need. We'll go by water. There won't be any danger. Li Mu thought for a moment. With their current strength and wealth, even a 5th realm cultivator would have to avoid them. Normally there wouldn't be any danger. However, just in case, Li Mu still gave them 2 realm breaker pills. He refined these pills when he was in the Demon Kingdom. Other than giving them to Phantom Princess's subordinates, Li Mu also kept a few for himself. Tingxin and Yinxin's strength had increased rapidly in the past few months, especially Tingxin. Her cultivation had already surpassed Yinxin. She was only 1 step away from the 5th realm. Needless to say, this was naturally due to the Empress's efforts. As long as she could hug the Empress's thigh, her cultivation path would be smooth. Li Mu used 3 days to help them refine the realm breaker pills. He waited until their cultivation had broken through before sending them away. Before they left, the 2 sisters took the initiative to hug Li Mu. Tingxin even gave Li Mu a spirit snail for communication. Considering her clingy personality, Li Mu was worried that she would call the spirit snail every day to annoy him. He didn't want to accept it at first, but he was also worried that they wouldn't be able to contact him if something happened. Thus he could only reluctantly accept it. Without the 2 sisters, the house was much quieter. Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan went to Great Music Lane. Xiao Bai took Phantom Princess to Tour Shen Du. Other than the 4 maids, only Li Mu and Li Qing were at home. The 2 sat on the swing in the courtyard with their fingers interlocked. Li Mu asked, when are you returning to Mount Baiyun this time? Li Qing said softly, Sister said that we'll wait until after the Lantern Festival. Li Mu was a little silent, but that was all. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were not ordinary women. It was impossible for them to stay at home like ordinary women and help their husband and children. They couldn't give up their cultivation. Li Mu was the same. However, his cultivation method was special. He relied on psychokinesis instead of seclusion. Beside Li Mu, the one who didn't care about cultivation and only wanted to grow flowers and plants was the Empress, who had the highest cultivation. Li Qing felt Li Mu's disappointment and said with some guilt, "Sister, and I know that this is unfair to you. If there was someone who could always be by your side, we wouldn't object. But I heard from sister that you refused?" Li Mu looked at her blankly and asked, "You mean she wasn't joking?" Changel Palace. Zhou Yi hugged Zhongling. The little girl shook her head and looked at her and asked, "Mother, does father not want us anymore?" Zhou Yi kissed her face and said, "He'll be here in a while." Not long after, Li Mu walked into Changel Palace with a look of regret. Zhongling flapped her arms and flew into his arms. Li Mu sighed, looked at the Empress and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "Don't ask me about the trouble you caused." Li Mu thought about it. If he forcefully corrected Zhongling, it might cause irreparable damage to her young heart. No matter what, the child was innocent. So he looked at the Empress and said, "How about this? In the future Ling will call me father and you mother. I'll call you Your Majesty and you can call me Li Mu. How about we call each other?" Chapter 500. The Empress had no reason to reject Li Mu's suggestion. If they didn't go their separate ways, would they get married on the spot just because Zhongling called them father and mother a few times? That was ridiculous. After resolving this awkward matter, Li Mu planned to continue the Dao technique experiment that he had put on hold. He looked at the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, can you use any mystical power or Dao technique?" Zhou Yi didn't ask any questions. She made a few hand seals and a circular shield with flashing runes appeared in front of her. Li Mu had seen this move before. She had used this move to block the Green Wolf King's full-powered attack. When the Empress used this technique, Li Mu was acutely aware of the trajectory of the power of heaven and earth around them. But she was too fast and Li Mu couldn't remember it at all. Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, slow down. Do it again." Zhou Yi dispersed the mystical power and cast the spell again. Li Mu closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. "Do it again." After 5 or 6 times, Li Mu didn't speak again. He didn't recite any mantras, nor did he make any hand seals. But a defensive shield with flashing runes slowly took shape in front of him. Li Mu was overjoyed. His guess was right. The essence of Dao techniques and mystical power was the transformation of the power of heaven and earth. Mantras and hand seals were only the key to opening the door. If he could directly open the door, why would he need the key? But controlling the power of heaven and earth was really inconceivable. Since ancient times no one had done it. Li Mu's ability was more like he had received the approval of heaven and earth. This sounded a little difficult to understand, but if the approval of heaven and earth was connected with the approval of the people, it wasn't hard to understand. In the end, it was because of telekinesis. The power of the human heart was the most mysterious power that Li Mu had come into contact with. This ability was very important in fights of magical powers. It was similar to the 9 words mantra, which only had 1 word and was short but powerful. Of course, it was faster to use the mantra in combination with the handprint. However, if the mantra was too long, it would be faster to directly control the power of heaven and earth. More importantly, this ability was simply a great tool to steal from others. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, there was no divine ability that he couldn't steal. Zhou Yi looked at the sacred art forming in front of Li Mu. He was already used to it. After being shocked so many times, she was already used to it. Li Mu did not hide anything from the Empress and told her everything that had happened. As for other things, Li Mu didn't mind sharing them with the Empress. However, this time, even if he told the Empress the method, she wouldn't be able to learn it. The 4 mantras needed to be practiced with one's own body. It wasn't something that could be learned by simply reciting a few mantras and forming a few hand seals. When he carried Zhongling home, Li Mu solemnly instructed her, "I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, but if you don't want to be sent back to Mount Baiyun, you can't be called second mother or third mother. Just call them both mother." Seeing Zhongling nodding her head as if she understood, Li Mu was slightly relieved. After returning home, Li Mu realized that Li Si and Qin Miaomiao were also here. These 2 days were the days to visit relatives and friends. Li Mu sat down with Li Si and said, "Call old Zhang over later. Let's have a few drinks." Li Si shook his head and said, "I went to old Zhang's house just now. He's not home." Li Mu was puzzled. "It's the new year. Where could he have gone?" Li Si said, "I heard from his wife that he left Chengdu on the first day of the new year. Seems like he went on a business trip somewhere. Prince Shou went with him and will only be back in a month." "When did old Zhang become so diligent?" Li Mu was puzzled. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not care about him. Let's drink." After drinking a few cups, Li Si asked Li Mu, "When are you and the boss going to do it?" Li Si's words reminded Li Mu. Although there were actually 2 mistresses in the house, Li Qing's status was still unknown. When Li Mu walked on the street, the people in Chengdu asked about them many times. Although Li Qing didn't care about these worldly etiquette, Li Mu didn't want her to lack what other women had. This was a good opportunity to hold the wedding. When he was discussing this with Li Qing shook her head and said, "No need. I don't care about these things." Before Li Mu could persuade her, Lu Hanyan said firmly, "No. Although you don't care, we can't let the people in Chengdu gossip. I'll ask Wanwan and Xiaobai to prepare for this." Li Qing didn't insist anymore since the first wife of the Li family had spoken. Because of the previous experience, Li Qing liked to keep things simple. This time a lot of red tape was removed from the ceremony. Li Mu set up a few tables at home and invited a few good friends. The atmosphere at the banquet was festive. At a table in the corner, Mr. Mei looked at the newlyweds in wedding clothes from afar. He turned to Shangguan Li and complained, "It's all your fault for cursing me back then. I'm still unmarried now." Shangguan Li glanced at him and said, "Didn't you curse me back then too?" Across from them, Phantom Princess drank the wine in her cup. She clearly wanted to get drunk, but her body became more and more sober. She glanced at the woman above her. She saw that Zhou Xian, who had changed her appearance, was drinking alone like her. At this moment, the hatred in her heart was no longer there. Instead, there was a trace of sympathy. Beside Phantom Princess, Hu Jiu drank a jar of wine and murmured, "What kind of wine can make the primordial spirit drunk? I don't want to be so sober." Phantom Princess chopped at his neck with her palm and his body softly fell to the ground. Late at night, after the guests left, Li Mu pushed open the door to a room in the inner courtyard. The room was decorated with red silk and lanterns and it looked very festive. A figure with a red cloth over her head sat quietly by the bed. Li Mu waved his sleeves behind him and the door closed automatically. Not long after, the candles in the room went out quietly. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, on the night of Shangyuan, Lu Hanyan and Wanwan came back from the Miaoyin bar. They asked Xiaobai in the yard, "Where is your benefactor?" Xiaobai said bitterly, "He went to the lantern show with Sister Qing." Lu Hanyan snorted and said, "When we got married, I didn't see him so eager. We were together every day and he didn't find it annoying." Before Li Mu reached the door, he heard Lu Hanyan's complaints. He walked in with Li Qing with a few lanterns and said, "I picked these for you. See if you like them." Wanwan and Xiaobai hung the lanterns under the eaves. Li Qing was called to the room by Lu Hanyan. She looked at Li Qing and asked, "We are going back to the sect in 2 days. Have you packed your things?" Li Qing's face reddened. She whispered, "Can we stay for a few more days?" Lu Hanyan seemed to have expected this. She rolled her eyes and said, "I know you can't bear to leave. Just stay for another month." Seeing that Li Qing was still reluctant, Lu Hanyan suddenly looked at her and asked, "Do you think that I only have eyes for cultivation and not this family?" Li Qing looked at her, thought for a moment and said, "Our cultivation is not low now. Sooner or later we will reach the 6th realm. There is no need to rush." Lu Hanyan asked, "Then what about the 7th realm?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "With our talent, the 6th realm should be the end of our cultivation. No matter how much we cultivate in seclusion, we will not be able to break through." Lu Hanyan asked again, "Then what about husband?" Li Qing was momentarily speechless. Li Mu was the future headmaster of Fulu School. He cultivated with the will of the people. The 6th realm would definitely not be the end of his cultivation path. He would definitely reach the 7th realm early and even have the possibility of reaching an even higher realm. Lu Hanyan continued, "If we can't advance to the 7th realm, our lifespan will only be 260 years. My husband's lifespan is at least 160 years longer than ours. Do you want him to watch as our lifespan ends? She looked at Li Qing and said, besides, in these 2 years he has been going to the Yao Kingdom and then to other places. Each time he is gone he will be gone for months. Even if we stay in the divine capital, what use is there? It is better to cultivate in the sect and work hard to raise our cultivation. Only this way will we have a chance to increase our lifespan. A look of understanding appeared on Li Qing's face. She had not thought of this point at all. Lu Hanyan finally took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, most importantly, once our lifespan ends, someone will be able to openly be with him for 60 years or even more. How can I let her succeed so easily? Changel Palace. Zhou Yi, who was leaning against the dragon throne and reading, suddenly raised her head and frowned. Who is talking about us? The Li estate. Li Mu patiently taught Lu Hanyan how to read. Today he was in an extremely good mood. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing had decided to stay for another month. This meant that during this month he did not have to stay alone in an empty room. It seemed that they had already understood that women could not only focus on cultivation, but they could not leave their families behind. Many women were too busy with work and lacked companionship. This caused them to feel empty and lonely, resulting in them having an affair and benefiting old Wang next door. What Lu Hanyan was worried about was clearly the empress next door. In the end, the one who benefited was Li Mu. On odd days he would dual cultivate with Lu Hanyan, and on even days he would dual cultivate with Li Qing. The relationship between husband and wife was harmonious. After another month, it was not impossible for the three of them to cultivate together. Under his careful guidance, Zhongling had already changed a lot. Now, no matter if she saw Lu Hanyan or Li Qing, she would sweetly call them mother. Of course, although she called them mother, in her heart her only real mother was the one in the palace. Every 2 days she would pester Li Mu to bring her into the palace so that the three of them could reunite. Li Mu wrote 2 words on the paper and said to Zhongling, "This is the word Zhong, and this is the word Ling. When these 2 words are connected it will be your name." The little girl earnestly wrote on the paper and murmured, "Zhongling." She learned very quickly. Li Mu was about to teach her a few more words when a certain spirit snail in the demon emperor's space suddenly made a buzzing sound. Hearing this sound, Li Mu's head also buzzed. At such a close distance, the empress could summon him into the palace at any time if there was anything. This spirit snail call must be from Ting Exin. If she had something important to do it would be fine. However, every time she called out to Li Mu, she would either ask Li Mu what he had eaten in the morning, or ask Li Mu what he had done in the afternoon, or what he was going to do at night. Li Mu could receive her call anytime, anywhere, and when he was doing anything. Now, Li Mu would panic whenever he heard the sound of the spirit snail. He was already regretting accepting her spirit snail. However, he still channeled his magic power and asked, "Ting Exin, what's the matter?" Although he was annoyed, Li Mu was still worried that they would encounter some trouble. If he missed it, even if it was only once, it would be too late for him to regret it and he would not be able to explain it to the White Demon King. Ting Xian's voice came from the spirit snail. "Nothing, I just wanted to ask what you are doing now." "I'm teaching Ting Air to read." Li Mu answered and asked, "Have you arrived at the Eastern Sea?" The voice on the other side of the spirit snail sounded a little guilty. "We're almost there." Although the Eastern Sea was thousands of miles away from here with their cultivation, they should have arrived a few days ago. It must be that Ting Exin was having fun on the way and delayed the journey. Li Mu said directly, "Give the spirit snail to your sister." Sister, you only know sister." Bai Ting Exin reluctantly handed the spirit snail to another figure beside her. Li Mu said, "Yinshin, you're the sister. You have to take care of her on a daily basis. Don't always let her do whatever she wants." Bai Yinshin said helplessly, "I know." Li Mu said a few words to Yinshin. Without giving Ting Exin a chance, he put away the spirit snail. At the bottom of a certain body of water in the eastern county of the Great Zhou, Bai Ting Exin frowned and said unhappily, "How am I messing around? Why do you have to scold me every time? No, give me the spirit snail. I want to have a good talk with him." Bai Yinshin put away the spirit snail and said, "All right, don't bother him. Anyone will be annoyed if you disturb others all day long." Bai Ting Exin said, "You don't understand. This way he will think of me every day and won't forget me." Bai Ting Exin said, "You don't understand. There's a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Occasional parting is better than being together all the time. Only when you haven't seen him for a long time will he always think of you and miss you. If you do this every day he will only be annoyed. Bai Ting Exen looked at her in surprise and said, "What you said makes some sense. Where did you learn all this?" Bai Ting Exen said, "Don't worry so much. Let's hurry up. If we delay any longer it will be too late. Father and mother will blame us." The two of them wasted a lot of time on the road. Bai Ting Exan did not say anything more. The two sisters followed the flow of the water and moved quickly underwater. The fishes and shrimps at the bottom of the water sensed the aura emitted from their bodies and retreated from afar. At this moment 10 miles away from them in a deep cave at the bottom of the water, two lantern-sized eyes suddenly opened. A white shadow swam out from the cave. Under the water, the two sisters who were hurrying on their way suddenly stopped. In front of them an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared. Soon a huge body appeared in their eyes. The body was more than 10 feet long and was completely white. Its body was covered with layers of scales. Its body was like a snake but it had 4 claws under its body. There were 2 horns protruding from its head. It was like a snake but not a snake, like a dragon but not a dragon. The two sisters recognized at a glance that it was a Jiao dragon. The suppression of their bloodline caused the magic power in their bodies to start to circulate smoothly. The Jiao dragon arrived in an instant and turned into a handsome man. He sized up the two women and asked, "Beauties, where are you going?" The Jiao dragon's aura was very powerful. They were probably not a match for it even if they joined forces. Bai Ting Exen protected her sister behind her and said, "We are just passing by. We have no intention to disturb you. Please let us go, senior." The man waved his hand and said, "What senior? We are actually about the same age. It is fate that we are passing by. Why don't you two beauties come in and let me do my part as a host?" Bai Ting Exen refused. "Thank you for your kindness, senior. But we have important matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. Please forgive us, senior." She pulled Ting Exen and was about to leave when the man suddenly moved in front of them and said, "Where are you going? I will send you off." "No need. It's fine." The man took a step forward and wanted to grab the two women's hands. Ting Exen took a step back and said, "Are you going to force us to stay, senior?" The man pursed his lips and stopped pretending. He said, "Two beauties sent themselves to me. If I let you go, won't I regret it to death in the future?" Bai Ting Exen's face also darkened. She said, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." The two women drew their swords at the same time. Ting Exen put one hand behind her back and injected magic power into the spirit snail. In the Li residence, Li Mu looked at the spirit snail that began to vibrate again. He was almost certain that Ting Exen was using this as an excuse to argue with him. He wanted to ignore it, but after hesitating for a moment he still picked it up. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly focused. An unfamiliar man's voice came from the other side of the spirit snail. "Beauties, do you really want to fight with me?" Chapter 501. East County of Great Zhou, somewhere along the Li River. The terrain of Great Zhou was complicated. There were many mountains and hills in the northwest, while the counties in the east were mostly plains. The Li River was the river that flowed through the East County and finally merged into the East Sea. The river was wide and the flow was slow. Many fishermen lived by the river. However, at this time the usually quiet Li River was surging with waves. Sometimes huge waves that were dozens of feet high would roll up. Many fish and shrimp carcasses were swept to the shore. The fishermen who were fishing on the river in the distance stopped their boats and pulled to the shore. They looked at the strange phenomenon on the river in horror and stayed far away. Those who saw it had already reported it to the authorities. The nearby cultivators also looked at the river in fear and did not dare to get close. There were obviously powerful water clan fighting under the water. Just a little bit of aura was enough to make them tremble. The East Sea was the world of the water clan. The shore of the East Sea was rich in water. There were also many water demon clans gathered there. They were the most powerful force among the demon clans in the counties. Usually even human cultivators did not dare to provoke them. Under the river, Inxin and Tingxin stood side by side, controlling their flying swords to attack the man in white not far away. The man in white held a long spear and walked slowly in the water as if he was taking a stroll. He waved the weapon in his hand casually and blocked all the attacks from the sisters. After their strength improved, the sisters were full of confidence. Until they met this flood dragon, their confidence was completely shattered. No matter what methods they used, they were easily resolved by the other party. Not only was the flood dragon powerful and immune to poison, his aura was also suppressing them. Obviously, the dragon clan bloodline in his body was thicker than the sisters. The man in white approached the sisters and said, "Beauties, you'd better not resist. I really don't want to hurt you." Bai Yinxin's face darkened and asked, "What do you want?" The man in white smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to spend the night with you two beauties." Bai Tingxin shouted, "Just give up. We have a husband. If my husband finds out about this, he'll peel off your dragon's skin, pull out your dragon tendons and make it into a slingshot to shoot birds." The white-clothed man said indifferently, "I want to see which guy has such good fortune. If he has the guts, tell him to come find me." Bai Tingxin took the spirit snail from her sister and said, "Tell me your name. My husband will be here soon." The man in white snorted and said, "I am Ao Run, the white flood dragon king of Li River." Bai Tingxin said coldly, "Ao Run, you will regret this." Ao Run only smiled and said, "Beauties, why don't you just follow me? No one in the East County will dare to mess with you." The two sisters said at the same time, "Don't even think about it." Ao Run shrugged and didn't force them anymore. He politely extended his hand and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you two beauties go to my cave residence to rest first? When your husband comes, I'll let you know who's the one who's worthy of you following." The two sisters looked at each other. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for this flood dragon. It would be better to temporarily hold him down and wait for reinforcements. Bai Yinxin said, "We can go with you, but before our husband comes, you can't do anything to us." Ao Run snorted and said, "Who do you think I am? If I say I'll wait for him to come, then I'll wait for him to come." "Oh right, what's your husband's cultivation?" Bai Tingxin said, "Our husband is at the 5th level." Ao Run completely relaxed. In this Li River, let alone a 5th realm expert, even a 6th realm expert wouldn't be able to do anything to him. These two beauties would quickly realize that compared to Ao Run, their husbands were nothing. They would then turn around and throw themselves into his arms. Over the years, countless demonesses had fallen for him like this, unable to extricate themselves. Ao Run smiled at the two sisters and extended his hand, "Please." The two sisters maintained their vigilance and followed him all the way to a cave at the bottom of the river several miles away. This cave was rather luxurious. Although it was at the bottom of the river, it wasn't inferior to a human's courtyard at all. It occupied a large area, and there were many rugged strange rocks and huge corals erected inside the cave. It looked very beautiful. Inside the cave there were many women's laughter. When they saw the sisters enter, their faces revealed hostility at the same time. These women were all demons. Some were from the beast race and some were from the water race. One of them, a plump Qingyu, swam over and said with dissatisfaction, "My king, why did you bring back 2 more snakes?" Ao Run hugged her in his arms and said, "Don't worry. Even with these 2 beauties I won't forget you, Qing." Feeling Ao Run's hand caressing her sensitive parts, Qingyu twisted her body and said delicately, "I am my king, you're so naughty. Let's go to the room." Seeing the 2 demons leave, the 2 sisters felt a chill in their hearts. Ting Exen even tightened her grip on the spirit snail, hoping that Li Mu would come quickly. Shendu, a stream of light streaked across the sky and sped toward the east. The cultivators in Shendu were all shocked by the speed of that unknown existence. It was a speed that cultivators below the upper 3 realms couldn't possibly have. In the sky above Zhong County, on a small and exquisite flying boat, Zhong Ling sat on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu looked worried as he rushed toward the East County at full speed. With his cultivation, if he flew or used a high-level divine travel talisman, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the East County. Therefore he specially asked the Empress for a flying artifact. Although this flying boat was very small and could only accommodate 1 person, it was very fast. If it was powered by a supreme-grade spirit jade, it could match the full speed of a 7th realm cultivator. A 7th realm cultivator could travel 1,000 miles in a second. Hearing that Ting Exen was in trouble, the Empress was furious. She wanted to go personally, but Li Mu stopped her. There were no 6th realm demons in the Great Zhou. He could deal with a mere flood dragon alone. More than 2 hours later. East County, County Office. A stream of light streaked across the sky and landed in the East County office. The constables in the county office were shocked. They all drew their weapons and surrounded a figure. They shouted, "Who is so bold to barge into the county office?" Li Mu said in a deep voice, "Where is the county governor of the East County?" His voice was like a bell. The magic power in the constables' bodies surged when they heard it. At this moment, 3 figures hurriedly walked out of the county office. The person walking in front was a middle-aged man. When he saw Li Mu, his expression changed. He walked forward and cupped his hands. "Lin Ting, the county governor of the East County, greets Lord Li." The county governor had to participate in the imperial court every year. Not long ago, County Governor Lin had seen Li Mu. Although the county governor and county lieutenant of the East County had never seen Li Mu before, they could guess the identity of this young man from County Governor Lin's attitude towards him. They immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and asked, "Do you know that there's a flood dragon called Ao Run in the Li River?" Lin Ting said, "Lord Li, everyone in the East County and the demon realm knows of Ao Run's name. His original form is a white flood dragon and his strength is at the peak of the 5th realm. With his flood dragon body he can even fight against a 6th realm demon in the water. The county office once tried to recruit him into the demon division, but he rejected it. Because he's too powerful, the county office didn't dare to force him." Li Mu asked directly, "Do you know where his cave residence is?" Lin Ting said, "Yes." Li Mu said straightforwardly, "Gather the experts of the East County Office, Demon Division and Consecration Department. Follow me to the Flood Dragon's cave residence." Lin Ting still didn't know what had happened, but he knew that Ao Run was in big trouble. Who was Lord Li? With his own strength he had stirred up the entire demon kingdom. He was a legend who dared to fight against a 7th realm demon and won. Obviously he wanted to find trouble with Ao Run. No matter how arrogant this flood dragon was, he was going to be in trouble this time. Under Lin Ting's call, in just 15 minutes, dozens of cultivators above the 4th realm gathered in the East County Magistrate's office, the Minister's office and the Demon's office. They rushed to the Li River in a mighty manner. In the underwater cave residence at the Li River, Ao Run looked at the 2 beauties standing not far away. Each of his hands was hugging a female demon. The black carp demon drank a cup of fine wine and used her tongue to feed Ao Run. Ao Run's face was filled with enjoyment. Just as he was intoxicated by the service of the female demons beside him, a thunderous voice came from the water above. "Ao Run, get out here." Ao Run spat out a mouthful of wine. The female demons were also shocked. Ao Run's name had spread throughout the East County. Who wasn't afraid of him? In the East County, no one dared to be so presumptuous on the Li River. Hearing this familiar voice, Listening Heart revealed a look of pleasant surprise and shock. They knew that Li Mu would come, but they didn't know that he would come so quickly. It had only been more than 2 hours since they were captured. In more than 2 hours he had actually crossed thousands of miles from the divine capital to the middle county. Ao Run looked at them and realized the identity of the person who had come. He snorted and said, "It seems that your husband is in the East County. He actually came so quickly. Just wait and see how he will crawl under my feet." Li Mu and dozens of cultivators of the East County floated above the Li River. Suddenly a figure broke out of the water. Ao Run flew out of the water and was shocked when he saw the formation above the Li River. He looked at the county chief of the East County and said warily, "Lin, what do you want to do?" Although he was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant enough to challenge all the cultivators in the East County. County Chief Lin did not speak. With that lord present, he had no right to speak first. Li Mu looked at the man in white and asked, "You are Ao Run. Where are Ing Exin and Ting Exin?" Ao Run looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "You are the husband of those 2 beauties?" Li Mu was stunned at first, but he soon realized that it must be Ting Xian's doing. He did not deliberately explain and said coldly, "Let them out." Ao Run twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Then let's see if you have the ability. Let's have a fight. If you can beat me, I will let them out. If you lose, the 2 beauties will belong to me." He glanced at Lin Ting and the others and calmly said, "If you want to gang up on me with your numbers, I'll take these 2 beauties and leave. Let's see if I can fly faster or if you can catch up faster." The wind followed the dragon. The speed of the dragon race was second to none. The flood dragon had some bloodline of the real dragon. If he wanted to escape, even a 6th realm human would not be able to catch up with him. Li Mu was not afraid of him in terms of speed, but he did not want to bother. He asked, "How do we compete?" Ao Run puffed out his chest and said, "Don't say that I am bullying you. I will compete with you on the ground. There are no restrictions on magic power and magic treasures. If you win, you can take the beauties away. If you lose, the beauties will belong to me. Everyone here is a witness." Li Mu looked at the flood dragon in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "Okay." Under Lin Ting's signal, the strong cultivators of the East County government, the Demon Division and the Minister Division retreated to the side. They were also looking forward to seeing if the legendary figure of the Great Zhou could defeat this flood dragon. On the river surface, Ao Run roared and attacked first. Countless water arrows shot out from the Li River and headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu's body floated in the air. He calmly formed a seal with his hands. A circular transparent shield with flashing runes floated in front of him. The dense water arrows hit the shield and collapsed into splashes of water. At the same time, countless lightning bolts suddenly exploded beside Ao Run. He was completely submerged in the dense lightning net. Soon the lightning net dispersed. Ao Run's clothes were tattered and burned in many places. However, his body was not injured at all. Li Mu thought to himself. The Dragon Clan was indeed the Dragon Clan. Even if it was a flood dragon, its body was probably as strong as a sixth realm monster like the Heavenly Wolf King. It might even be stronger. Such a body was simply the best material for refining corpses. If he could use it to refine corpses, Li Mu immediately suppressed this thought in his heart. He was definitely influenced by Qin Shi and the others. Whenever he saw a strong cultivator, his first reaction was to think of a way to refine their corpses. Ao Run was caught off guard by the lightning. He was in a sorry state. This attack did not cause much damage, but it was extremely humiliating. Seeing himself like a beggar, anger surged in Ao Run's heart. As his hand seals changed, a dark cloud quickly gathered above Li Mu's head. Lin Ting was worried that Li Mu would underestimate Ao Run. He hurriedly warned, "Be careful, Lord Li. This is Ao Run's Call the Wind and Summon the Rain technique. It's very powerful. Do not underestimate it." Above Li Mu's head, bean-sized raindrops were swept up by the wind and fell pitter-patter. Li Mu's body flashed with white light. The immortal robe formed a barrier around him. When the raindrops fell on the barrier, countless dents formed on it. Li Mu's gaze towards Ao Run changed slightly. This Ao Run was indeed something. This immortal robe could withstand a sixth realm attack. It was already very impressive that Ao Run's mystique could create so many dents. If this technique landed directly on Li Mu's body with his current physical strength, he would not be able to withstand it at all. This Call the Wind and Summon the Rain mystique had probably entered the realm of Dao techniques. However, this technique did not last long and the rain soon stopped. Ao Run's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you actually have such a powerful defensive magic treasure." Li Mu's aura suddenly weakened. His face was pale, but he still snorted. He said, "If you can use this mystique a second time, I may not be able to withstand it. But do you have the ability to use it a second time?" Ao Run's eyes flashed. Although this technique consumed a lot of spiritual power, it was not unbearable for him to use it a second or third time. He laughed coldly and said, "You will know soon." As his voice fell, the dark clouds above Li Mu's head gathered again. The wind carried the raindrops down. Li Mu channeled his spiritual power to resist it while feeling the changes in the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, that moment was too short. He could only experience it twice. He could not grasp it. He was still a little short. The moment this rain disappeared, Li Mu's body fell a few feet. He forced himself to stop. Ao Run could see that this person was like a lamp without oil. He did not hesitate to use his mystique again. The third rain suddenly fell. The corners of Li Mu's mouth curled up. This time it was finally not bad at all. Ao Run looked forward to seeing that person defeated by him. But just as the raindrops fell, the white light on his body shone brightly. He easily resisted the third attack. Ao Run was stunned for a moment. He said angrily, "You tricked me." He was tricked into using a mystique that consumed a lot of spiritual power 3 times in a row. More than half of the spiritual power in his body had been used up, but the person opposite him was still at his peak. He was already a little uncertain in his heart. However, in the next moment, something that made him even more frightened happened. Above his head, dark clouds suddenly rolled up. The next moment heavy rain poured down. The raindrops fell on his body, bringing heart-wrenching pain. Ao Run looked at the young man opposite him. He was extremely frightened. He actually used his mystique. This scene shocked him too much. Ao Run had long lost his will to fight. Without hesitation he dove into the water. Li Mu cast a water-repelling spell and chased after him. However, in the next moment, a white shadow attacked him. Li Mu instinctively dodged, but in the water his speed was greatly reduced. The flood dragon's tail slammed into his chest. Bang! After a dull thud, Li Mu was sent flying out of the water. His chest was in pain. The blood in his body was in turmoil. He had already suffered light injuries. Lin Ting hurriedly flew over and said, "Lord Li, I forgot to tell you. Do not fight with Ao Run in the water. Our strength is greatly reduced in the water. However, this flood dragon is the king of the water. Even a 6th-level cultivator would find it difficult to gain an advantage in the water." Li Mu looked coldly at the water. He asked, "Ao Run, didn't you say that this competition would be on land?" Under the water, Ao Run's mocking voice sounded. "That was just now. I'm going back on my words now. What can you do to me?" Li Mu asked with a dark face. "Ao, are you a sore loser?" Ao Run provoked. "Come down if you can." Li Mu looked at the calm river surface. He released the bell spirit and had her cover this section of the river. Everyone, including Ao Run, was covered by the bell. Then he turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Draw the water. Chapter 502. Ao Run hid in the underwater cave, and there was endless fear in the depths of his eyes. Summoning the wind and summoning the rain was the magical power of the dragons, and it had never been taught to outsiders. How did this person learn it? What frightened him the most was not that this human knew the magical power of the dragons. His intuition told him that this person had learned it from him. Without using any incantations or gestures, this person could perfectly replicate this great magical power after watching him perform it 3 times. This incredible ability made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This was too strange. Driven by this fear, he did not want the beauties anymore, nor did he want the demonesses he had taken in before. He just wanted to escape along the waterway. However, just as this thought arose in his mind, the river water around the cave suddenly became shallow. At first, the cave was more than 30 meters below the surface of the river. Soon it became 15 meters, then 20 meters. In a few breaths, the eaves of the cave were out of the water. After a few more breaths, the river water around the cave was sucked dry, leaving only a wet mark under Ao Run's feet. At some point, a transparent giant bell fell into the Li River and covered the entire cave. The river water flowed past the 2 sides of the giant bell, and the cave that was covered by the bell became a vacuum. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Xian and Xen. Seeing that the 2 women were safe and sound, Li Mu was finally relieved. Xen hugged Li Mu's arm with one hand and pointed at Ao Run with the other. She cried, "We were already at the East Sea, but he stopped us and forced us to marry him." "Boo-hoo," Li Mu patted her hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll avenge you." Ao Run had no fighting spirit at all. His body shook and turned into a white flood dragon. He wanted to break through the bell and escape. However, with a buzz he was bounced back by the bell wall. Li Mu flew up and the Dao bell suddenly shrank. The powerhouses of the East County and the 2 sisters passed through the bell and appeared outside. Only Li Mu and Ao Run were left inside the bell. Li Mu stretched out his hand and a whip appeared in his hand. Swoosh! With a flick of his wrist, a whip shadow tore through the air towards Ao Run. Ao Run was extremely confident in his own body. He didn't pay any attention to it. He was thinking of a way to escape from the bell and allowed the whip to land on his body. His body did not feel much pain, but when the golden whip shadow landed on his body, the shadow of a flood dragon was knocked out of Ao Run's body. That was his demon soul. The flood dragon was startled for a moment, then fear appeared in its eyes. Just as it was about to return to its body, it suddenly felt extreme danger. It glanced over and saw a small illusory sword condense above the head of the person opposite it. His intuition told him that this small sword would take his life. The flood dragon's spirit floated in the air. Without hesitation, it bent its lower body as if it was kneeling. It nodded its head repeatedly and said in fear, "Spare me, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. Please spare my life. Li Mu didn't make a move right away. He was considering whether it was better to keep a flood dragon as a servant or to refine its corpse. The disciples of the corpse sect had refined demons and humans, but they had never refined a flood dragon. Qin Shi and the others would definitely be interested in this project. Ao Run had already sensed that the human opposite him had bad intentions. He immediately said, Master, you are not good at fighting in the water. In the future I can fight in your place. I am very fast. You can also use me as a mount. You won't have to worry about traveling. It had to be said that this flood dragon had a strong desire to live. In 2 simple sentences he had clearly stated his value. Li Mu was indeed not good at fighting in the water. Not only him but all humans and demons on land were not good at fighting in the water. The water was the world of the water. Fighting in the water with the water was a very unwise choice. One couldn't always think of drawing water first. As for mounts, under normal circumstances, Li Mu's speed was not as fast as that of a flood dragon. Although the teleport talisman could greatly increase speed, the higher the level of the Fulu, the more expensive the talisman material needed. It was okay to use it once or twice, but Li Mu couldn't afford to use the Fulu every time. The spirit boat that the Empress lent him was fast. Could be called the Ferrari of spirit boats. However, it belonged to the Empress. It was also precious to 7th level cultivators. It was the Empress' personal flying tool. The Empress only had one. Li Mu could borrow it in an emergency, but he couldn't just take it for himself. With a flood dragon as a mount he wouldn't need to use any spiritual stones or mana. Li Mu had to admit that he was tempted by this flood dragon. He looked at Ao Run and said, Hand over a part of your soul. Ao Run was overjoyed when he heard this. He separated a small flood dragon soul from his demon soul's forehead and slowly flew to Li Mu. To a cultivator, it was extremely easy to kill someone with a strand of hair, a drop of essence blood or a fragment of soul. Since Li Mu possessed a fragment of the flood dragon's soul, he had the power to kill him. Ao Run's demon soul returned to his body. He knelt on one knee and saluted Li Mu, Greetings, Master. He was very unwilling but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that this young man wanted to kill him. If he hesitated for a moment and didn't show his value in time, what awaited him would be the destruction of his body and soul. Death or slavery, he wasn't stupid. He knew which was the right choice. After subduing this flood dragon, Li Mu walked to the 2 sisters on the shore and said, Use the spirit snail to inform your father and have him come to pick you up. Li Mu was full of resentment towards the White Demon King. He took his wife everywhere but his 2 daughters were not his own. The snake tribe indeed valued beauty over family. Since the matter here was over, Li Mu asked County Chief Lin to dismiss the strong cultivators of the North County. These people thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that they were just watching the show. The flood dragon that shocked the East County was actually no match for that lord. No wonder even the county chief was so respectful to him. The demon officials of the East County Demon Division bowed to Li Mu before leaving. They were originally just mountain spirits and wild monsters. They should thank the young man in front of them the most for their current status and identity. Li Mu planned to wait here for 2 days until the White Demon King came personally to pick up the 2 sisters. A day later, a man in white strode into the East County's government office. The 2 sisters went forward and said happily, Father. The White Demon King looked at them with a smile. He looked at Li Mu and said, Brother Li, long time no see. Li Mu said calmly, I'm afraid the White Demon King has recognized the wrong brother. The White Demon King laughed and said, Although the way you address me has changed, our friendship has not changed. Thank you for taking care of Yinxin and Tingxin during this period. Li Mu waved his hand and said, There's no need to say these words. The White Demon King looked at Ao Run who was standing behind Li Mu and asked, This is the little flood dragon? While Ao Run was feeling nervous, a huge fist smashed into his face. Crackling sounds kept coming from the government office. From the moment the White Demon King stepped in, Li Mu realized that his cultivation had broken through to the 6th realm. He was originally at the peak of the 5th realm and was not weaker than Chujiang of Gojoseon. He must have encountered something in the past 2 years. Ao Run could not fight back at all under the White Demon King's attack. Soon he could only lie on the ground, motionless like a dead pig. The White Demon King kicked him a few more times and said fiercely, You dare to have crooked thoughts about my daughter. If it was me 2 years ago, I would have skinned you, pulled out your tendons and made a slingshot to shoot birds. After the White Demon King vented his anger, he smiled at Li Mu and said, "Long time no see. Brother Li, why don't you come to the Eastern Sea with me? Let me take care of you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need. I still have things to do in the divine capital." He had been enjoying the happiness of having a wife. If Tingxin and Yinxin were not in trouble, he would not have left the divine capital. Now that the White Demon King was here, he just wanted to go back and cultivate happily with his wives. The White Demon King said regretfully, "If that's the case, I won't force you. In the future, when you come to the Eastern Sea as a guest, just let Yinxin and Tingxin know." Li Mu nodded and said, "We'll talk about it in the future." After saying goodbye to the two reluctant sisters, Li Mu stepped on the road back to the divine capital. Before he left, he gave Ao Run some time to say goodbye to the female demons at home. "I'll be back. You have to wait for me. I love you." Li Mu thought that as soon as Ao Run left, the female demons in his cave would scatter like birds and beasts. However, to Li Mu's surprise, the female demons beside the dragon were not hypocritical to him. They didn't seem to have been snatched back by him. When Ao Run left, each and every one of them looked at him with tears in their eyes. Li Mu learned from County Chief Lin that Ao Run was a pervert. It was famous in the Eastern County. Many female demons liked to follow him. Following a dragon was very beneficial to their cultivation. There were many married women among them. Ao Run did not reject any of them. Although this caused quite a bit of conflict, it was at most an ethical problem. Otherwise, the Northern County government would have reported it to the Imperial Court and asked the Department of Worship to send people to quell the chaos. In the sky above the Eastern County, Ao Run transformed into a dragon. Li Mu stood on the dragon's head. He looked down and saw the mountains below quickly retreating. As expected of a dragon. With a level 5 cultivation, his speed was comparable to a level 6 human. A true dragon's flying speed should be even faster. Ao Run carried Li Mu and flew in the sky. He sighed in his heart. To think that he, a demon king, would one day become a human's mount in order to save his life. If the other dragons knew about this, what would they think of him? At a certain moment, he opened his dragon mouth and said in human language, "Master, how did you learn my dragon's superpower?" This was what he still had doubts about. If he knew how to summon the wind and summon the rain, it would be fine. But if he learned it on the spot, it would be too terrifying. He had never heard of anyone who could do such a thing. Li Mu said calmly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Ao Run immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. Li Mu rode the dragon and swaggered through the sky. Along the way, no matter if it was a human or a demon, they were all shocked when they saw this scene. The dragon clan was rarely seen. Even if it was just a flood dragon, just the aura it emitted was enough to make some low-level monsters lie on the ground and tremble. The sharp-eyed cultivators even noticed that there was a figure standing on the head of the flood dragon. There's actually someone on the dragon's head. Who's riding on the dragon? Could this flood dragon be his mount? It was too far. Although they couldn't see the person's face clearly, everyone's eyes immediately became respectful. Dragons were just born and had the strength of a level 4 human. They were the top race on the continent. What kind of powerhouse could have a dragon as a mount? At this moment, the peerless powerhouse standing on the dragon's head was thinking about a question. If there were more than 3 women in Li Mu's house, there would be tension. There were so many demonesses in Ao Run's house, but they could still get along well. This didn't make sense at all. Li Mu pondered for a moment and said, "I have a question for you." Ao Run was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to show off. He immediately said, "Master, please ask." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "There are so many demonesses in your cave abode. Are they usually so harmonious?" Although Ao Run didn't know why his master was interested in this question, he still answered honestly, "Occasionally they'll be jealous, but they're still considered harmonious?" Li Mu continued asking, "Why are they so harmonious?" Ao Run said, "Maybe it's because they love me." Li Mu said disdainfully, "They're just being forced by you and don't dare to resist." Ao Run, who had always been submissive and didn't dare to disobey Li Mu, actually retorted, "Master, you're wrong. Although I like beauties, I have a bottom line. If they really don't want to follow me, I won't make things difficult for them. I've already let 2 of them go before." Li Mu asked, "What about the others?" Ao Run said proudly, "As for the others, after seeing my overbearing aura, they don't want their husbands anymore. They want to follow me no matter what. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for being too charming and deeply attracting them, Li Mu said. That's immoral. Ao Run continued to refute. No, 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 this is the morality of you humans. In the demon race, only the strong are respected. Only the strong are worthy of having more demonesses. Different races had different ideas. Li Mu didn't intend to change Ao Run's mind. But speaking of this topic, Ao Run seemed to be energized. He said disdainfully, to be honest, I look down on some humans. In my cave abode there are more than a dozen beauties around me all day and they're all very harmonious and harmonious. Some humans only have 3 to 5 women at home and they're jealous of each other everywhere. They're forming cliques and making the atmosphere in their homes foul. Master, don't you think this kind of person is ridiculous? Li Mu stood on his head and said, stop for a moment. Ao Run stopped and asked, Master, do you have any other orders? Li Mu said indifferently, you're so strong. You must be very unwilling to be my subordinate. I'll give you a chance. Challenge me again. If you win, I'll give you back your freedom. Ao Run shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 I'm willing to be your subordinate. Li Mu said coldly, cut the crap. Do whatever I tell you to do. Chapter 503. Divine Capital. Li Residence. In the morning, when Li Mu walked out of Li Qing's room, Wan Wan and Xiao Bai had already returned from grocery shopping. They were washing vegetables at the kitchen door while discussing a strange incident that had been spreading among the people of Divine Capital. A few days ago, more than one person in Zhou County had seen a divine dragon flying across the sky while working in the fields. Divine Capital was inland, so there weren't many opportunities to see the water tribe. Dragons had always only appeared in rumors. Once the news of a divine dragon appearing in Zhou County spread, it caused widespread discussion among the people. The people had never seen a true dragon before, so naturally they couldn't tell the difference between a flood dragon and a true dragon. Li Mu didn't bring the flood dragon back to Divine Capital. Instead, he placed it in a river in Zhou County so that it could cultivate and wait for Li Mu's orders. For the peace of the place, Li Mu also set 2 rules for it. First, it wasn't allowed to appear in front of people and disturb the people. Second, in the next 10 years, it could only solve its physiological problems with its hands. It wasn't allowed to seduce married women, nor was it allowed to abduct ignorant women. Whether it was a human or a demon, Li Mu would cut off its tools if he was caught. After 10 years, Li Mu would have reached Realm 6 and wouldn't need the flood dragon anymore. He could set it free. Today was the day that Phantom Princess and the others returned to the Yao Nation. Li Mu personally led the officials of Honglu Temple to send them out of the city. Phantom Princess originally wanted Li Mu to escort her back to Thousand Fox Nation, but Li Mu heartlessly refused. Although her identity was very special, and the Yao Nation and Diabolism saw her as a thorn in their side, the Queen of Thousand Fox Nation today was no longer the Phantom Princess of the past. Li Mu had given her almost all the wealth that he had inherited from Emperor Bai. Now even if she fought with the Empress, she might not be at a disadvantage. She didn't need anyone to protect her. This trip to Divine Capital was a huge blow to Phantom Princess. If she didn't leave Qianhu Kingdom, she wouldn't be able to imagine the difference between the Queen of Qianhu Kingdom and the Empress of Great Zhou. Compared to the Divine Capital of Great Zhou, her Qianhu city was at most a barren mountain village. Unless she could unify the Yao Nation, become the Queen of the 10,000 Demons, and raise her cultivation to the 7th level, then she would have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Zhou Yi. At the city gate, Illusion Princess looked at the flying ship floating in the air and said to Li Mu, I'm leaving. Li Mu's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, goodbye. When she was in Shendu, she was trying her best to sow discord between him and the Empress in front of Lu Hanyan. Once she left, Li Mu's family would at least be more harmonious. Li Mu had been looking forward to this for a long time. Phantom Princess caught the smile on his face and snorted, Are you happy that I'm leaving? Li Mu waved his hand and said, Of course not, ha. Seeing the flying ship turn into a stream of light and fly away, Li Mu rubbed his waist, which was still aching, and returned to the palace to report. In Chang'e Palace, Zhou Yi hugged Zhong Ling and asked calmly, Did that fox leave? Li Mu, yes. Zhou Yi pressed her face against Zhong Ling's face and said with a smile, Ling, mother will take you to a fun place. The little girl said, Daddy will go too. Li Mu followed behind the mother and daughter and walked out of Chang'e Palace. Perhaps the Empress had really reached the age of being a mother. She doted on Zhongling so much that even Li Mu felt that he had been left out. However, he didn't need to be jealous of his own daughter. He enjoyed the feeling of a happy family of 3. When he was free in the future, he would have 2 more children with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Then his life would be complete. In the palace, the officials and palace maids were already used to this scene. Everyone knew that Lord Li's daughter had taken Her Majesty as her godmother. Her Majesty doted on her very much and often summoned her to the palace. She ordered the imperial chefs to make all kinds of delicious food for her and took her to play in the palace. Everyone in the palace already knew this cute little girl. As for where Lord Li's daughter came from, there were many different opinions. Some said that he had her with Madame Li when he was young, and it was only now that it was made public. Others said that she was the child of Lord Li and the Demon Kingdom Queen and was only recently sent back. The officials with some cultivation could naturally see that Lord Li's daughter wasn't human, nor was she a demon. She was a spirit, and it was very likely that she was the child of Lord Li and a ghost. It wasn't strange for something like this to happen to him. Everyone knew that Lord Li was neither friend nor foe. He was upright and plain-spoken and devoted to the people and the country. However, he was lustful and surrounded by beauties. Not only did he have rumors with Her Majesty, but it was also said that he had a good relationship with the Demon Kingdom Queen. This actually proved that Her Majesty doted on him. Since ancient times, there had been many princesses who were children of important ministers, but it was very rare for them to directly recognize their relatives. In the palace, Zhou Yi led Zhongling into the ancestral temple and Li Mu followed. This wasn't his first time here. Compared to last time, the ancestral temple had changed a lot. The furnishings and decorations were still the same. 36 small cauldrons were connected to a large cauldron, and a golden dragon was swimming in the large cauldron. However, the golden light on each small cauldron was much more dazzling than the last time Li Mu saw them. The most dazzling cauldron was naturally the one in the middle that belonged to the central commandery. The people of the divine capital had the strongest psychokinesis, and it was comparable to the combined power of several other cauldrons. When Li Mu came last time, the cauldrons of psychokinesis in the various commanderies were far from this bright. This meant that in the past 2 years, the psychokinesis of the people of the various commanderies had greatly increased. On the one hand, the abolition of the silver punishment law and the punishment of the corrupt officials had made the people trust the imperial court more. On the other hand, after the demon division was established in the various commanderies, the demons in the Great Zhou also contributed a lot of psychokinesis. In addition to the small cauldrons being brighter, the golden dragon on the large cauldron was also fatter than the last time Li Mu saw it. At this moment, it was happily swimming in the cauldron. 3 elders wearing 4-clawed dragon robes were guarding here. They were the experts of the Shao royal clan. Ever since the Zhou clan stole the emperor's aura, the Shao clan had sent 3 clan experts to guard the ancestral temple to prevent the emperor's aura from being stolen again. These 3 people were almost all of the top combat power of the Shao royal clan. When the 3 elders saw the empress bring Li Mu and Zhongling in, they only looked up and closed their eyes again. Zhongling reached out to grab the golden dragon. Li Mu hurriedly said, "You can't touch it." Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said indifferently, "Why can't you touch it?" She looked at the golden dragon and said, "Come here." The golden dragon trembled as it flew over. Zhongling caught it and played with it. It was originally a formless object, but Zhongling was also a spiritual body. She easily caught it in her hand and played with it wantonly. Zhongling played with the spirit of psychokinesis for a while and lost interest. Although they were both spiritual bodies, she relied on the origin power of heaven and earth. This dragon was condensed from psychokinesis and could not be absorbed by her for cultivation. So she quickly let go of the dragon. After the golden dragon regained its freedom, it immediately entered the cauldron and did not dare to poke its head out. Zhongling clearly did not know that this was the most important place in the Great Zhou. She only felt that this place was claustrophobic and boring, since she made a fuss about leaving. After the family of 3 left, the ancestral temple regained its silence. 2 of the 3 people sitting cross-legged in the corner cultivating with their eyes closed slowly opened their eyes. The elder on the left frowned slightly and muttered, "What does she mean by this? Why did she suddenly adopt a daughter?" The elder on the right said indifferently, "What's there to guess? As long as she doesn't pass the throne to the Zhou family, Whatever she does has nothing to do with us. Watch this emperor's qi carefully. According to the current rate of psychokinesis gathering, this new emperor's qi will mature in 5 years or 10 years. At that time, as long as we get ahead of the Zhou family, we can settle the situation in one fell swoop. After he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with emotion. He said, "She has only been on the throne for 5 years. Who would have thought that in the history of the Great Zhou, the emperor who condensed emperor's qi the fastest was actually her?" The elder on the left glanced at him and asked in return, "Isn't this a big deal? Why don't you think about how she got the throne? If she gave this emperor's qi to her adopted daughter, what can we do?" The elder on the right shook his head and said, "That's impossible. You also know that the girl is just a spiritual body. Her origins are unknown. She can't accept the emperor's qi. The officials and the people of the Great Zhou will not accept her as the emperor. If Zhou Yi really wants to do that, the 4 great academies will not sit by and do nothing." The elder on the left looked at him and said indifferently, "That girl is impossible, but what about the others? What if she likes this feeling and decides to give birth to one herself? At that time, will the people still object? Will the 4 great academies still object?" As soon as he said this, even the elder in the middle who had his eyes closed all this time suddenly opened his eyes. In these 2 years, the situation in the divine capital had undergone earth-shaking changes. The old and new parties that had once controlled the entire imperial court had long lost most of their right to speak in the imperial court. Many officials, led by Zhang Chun, had begun to stand firmly on the empress side. 2 years ago, the 4 great academies had clearly supported the old and new parties. In these 2 years, their attitudes had become more and more unpredictable. The reason was that previously, everyone had thought that the Great Zhou would be destroyed by a female emperor. However, the reality was the opposite. The Great Zhou was now the strongest and most united in the past 50 years. The 4 great academies no longer had a reason to interfere with the empress's selection of an heir. With the empress's current popular support and the power she held, as long as her decision was not too out of line, the people and the 4 great academies would not object. It was not out of line for her to give birth to a child and pass the throne to him in the future. When the 3 of them thought of this possibility, they suddenly realized that at some point in time, the Shao clan had completely lost control of the Great Zhou. They looked at the emperor's qi in the big cauldron, their eyes burning with passion. The Shao clan's loss of power could no longer be reversed. This emperor's qi might be their last hope. After a long silence, the elder in the middle slowly said, "We must not sit by and watch this happen. Inform King Ping and let them prepare early." Chang'an Palace. After leaving the ancestral shrine, Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li took Zhong Ling to the imperial garden to play. Only Li Mu and the empress were left in the main hall. In fact, a long time ago, Li Mu had been thinking about a problem. Who was the empress planning to pass the supreme position of the Great Zhou to? He had asked Mr. Mei in a roundabout way before. Mr. Mei had warned him not to guess the empress's intentions. This was not a question he could ask. At that time, Li Mu and the empress were not very close. Now he felt that he could ask. Li Mu's tone was calm. He asked casually, "Your Majesty, have you thought about who to give the emperor's qi in the ancestral shrine?" Zhou Yi said, "To the Shao clan." When she said this, she did not hesitate. It was obvious that she had already planned this. This was the same as Li Mu's guess. If she did not want to pass the throne to the Shao clan, she would not have allowed the 3 elders of the Shao clan to guard the ancestral shrine. This meant that the empress had already made this decision when she first ascended the throne. Based on Li Mu's understanding of her, she must have felt that the Zhou clan did not have the right to the throne. The Shao clan had ruled the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. The idea that the Shao clan was the royal family was deeply ingrained. It was reasonable to give the Shao clan the title. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "What do you think?" Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, I will listen to you." He used to think that it was better for the empress to give birth to her own child than to pass the throne to an outsider. However, seeing how much the empress doted on her child, she probably could not bear to let her own child suffer. However, the world that they had fought so hard to conquer was given to the Shao clan for nothing. Although he had already guessed this after receiving confirmation from the empress, Li Mu still relaxed about the court matters. He was no longer as energetic as before. He did not even care about the matter of Xingua's provocation in the border county and the decrease of the psychokinesis in the south county. He left it all to the secretariat to deal with. For 3 consecutive days, Li Mu was late and left early. Today he still left early and got off work early. When he returned home he took a wedding invitation from Wan Wan. Li Si and Qin Miao Miao had given birth to a pair of twins. Tonight they invited him to their house for a drink. Li Mu naturally would not refuse and brought Zhong Ling over tonight. At Li Si's house, Li Mu saw Zhang Chun, whom he had not seen for a long time. He had just returned from a business trip. Li Mu did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Zhang Chun was intentionally avoiding him tonight. After the banquet ended, Li Mu waited outside the door. When he saw Zhang Chun walk out he asked, "Old Zhang, did I offend you?" Zhang Chun shook his head repeatedly. "No, how could it be?" Li Mu asked. "Then why are you avoiding me?" Zhang Chun said flatly, "No, why would I avoid you for no reason?" Li Mu thought that he was thinking too much. He pointed at Zhang Chun and said to the little girl in his arms, "Ling, this is Uncle Zhang." Zhang Chun smiled awkwardly at Zhong Ling. Li Mu asked in confusion, "Why aren't you curious? Who gave birth to this child with me?" Zhang Chun shook his head. "I'm not curious. I'm not interested in this matter at all. I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll go back first." Li Mu looked at his back in surprise. It had only been a month since they last met, but he had changed so much. He was completely unlike the gossipy Zhang Chun that Li Mu knew. The streets of the fairies' capital were bustling as usual. All kinds of news and topics of conversation gathered here. Today the commoners were most interested in the private affairs of the Li residence. The sudden appearance of a child by Lord Li's side caused a heated discussion in the fairies' capital. It even overshadowed the matter of the illegitimate child during the reign of the previous emperor. There were differing opinions about who Lord Li had given birth to this child with. Some said that it was Lady Li's, while others said it was the Demon Kingdom's queen. No one knew when it started, but there were rumors that the child was Lord Li's and His Majesty's. In the past, the commoners naturally did not dare to talk about His Majesty. However, after the self-discipline law was reformed, the Great Zhou no longer convicted people based on words. The commoners' topics of conversation became bolder and bolder. At a temporary tea stall on the street, the waiter selling tea whispered to the customers, "Hey, have you heard? Lord Li and His Majesty gave birth to a daughter." One of the customers heard this and said happily, "Is that true?" The waiter was stunned and asked in surprise, "This is something that goes against ethics. Why do you seem so happy?" The customer said without hesitation, "Of course. Like father, like son. The child of Lord Li and His Majesty will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. If she can inherit His Majesty's position, our children and grandchildren will also be able to live good lives." When the customers heard this, they all responded in unison. "Is that true? There's such a good thing? If it's true, then that's great. This is the best news I've heard this year, no, in the past few years." The waiter at the tea stall looked at the crowd in a daze. He had thought that this matter would be criticized and discussed by the common people. He had never imagined that the common people would actually have such a reaction. It was as if they were happier than if they had given birth to a child themselves. Li Mu had also heard the rumors circulating in the marketplace. The common people usually did not have the guts to criticize the empress. There had to be someone pushing this matter behind the scenes. As for who was pushing it, Li Mu did not need to think to know. It was either the Xiao clan or the Zhou clan. Their goal was undoubtedly to use the pressure of public opinion to cut off the possibility of the empress passing the throne to someone else in advance. Unexpectedly, the common people's support for the coupling of Li Mu and the empress was so high. In just 2 days, there were already many people calling for the empress to make him empress. The person behind the scenes had gone for wool and come home shorn. More importantly, with the empress's bearing, no one knew the consequences of offending her better than Li Mu. He walked into Changle Palace and saw that the empress's expression was extremely ugly. Zhou Yi saw Li Mu walk in and said in a low voice, "I've changed my mind." Li Mu was puzzled. "Changed your mind about what?" Zhou Yi said coldly, "I don't want to give that imperial aura to the Xiao clan anymore." Li Mu said in a daze, "Your Majesty wants to pass it to the Zhou clan?" Zhou Yi said, "No." Li Mu thought for a moment and said in astonishment, "Could it be that Your Majesty really wants to give birth to a child?" Before Zhou Yi could speak, Zhong Ling, who was in Li Mu's arms, clapped her hands and said happily, "Good, good, I already have a younger brother or sister to play with me." Father, mother, you can have another one. Chapter 504. Li Mu looked at the innocent Zhong Ling and explained, Ling, be a good girl. Don't mess around. Father and mother gave birth to you differently from giving birth to a younger brother or sister. The little girl blinked curiously and asked, what's the difference? Perhaps she was envious of other children who had siblings to accompany them, but how was Li Mu supposed to explain to her that she was actually born from heaven and earth and not the product of his and the Empress's hard work? Zhong Ling's intelligence grew very quickly, but she obviously couldn't understand this. Li Mu and the Empress looked at each other. Li Mu looked embarrassed. The Empress held Zhong Ling's face and smiled. Ling, don't worry. You will have a younger brother or sister in the future. After receiving the Empress's promise, Zhong Ling happily ran off to play. In Changel Palace, Li Mu saw the Empress looking at him. He said decisively, Your Majesty, please give up on this idea. My wife and I have no plans to have children. Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing would be busy with political affairs in the next few years. Even if they had children, they wouldn't have much time to accompany them. This wasn't good for the child's growth, so they planned to have another child in a few years. Zhong Ling's appearance was at most an accident. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu indifferently. Linger is my daughter. Why should another woman give birth to her younger brother or sister? Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, Does your Majesty want to have one yourself? Zhou Yi asked, Are you willing to watch as the world that you and I worked so hard to build is given to someone else? Li Mu didn't hesitate and said decisively, No. He had spent a lot of effort to build the Great Zhou to what it was today. How could he be willing to give it to someone else? Everyone in Shen Du knew what kind of people the Shao clan was. If this world fell into their hands again, the foundation that Li Mu had built for the Empress over the past few years would be completely destroyed by them. The geographical location of Great Zhou wasn't considered good. To the east were the water tribes, to the south were the various countries with evil intentions, to the west was Yudu with evil intentions, and to the north was the demon country eyeing them covetously. There were threats in all directions, and once Great Zhou was defeated to a certain extent, the four barbarians would definitely rise up and attack. This was also an important reason why the central dynasty of Zhou province never lasted long. There were strong enemies spying on all sides. Once there were 3 generations of incapable rulers, the neighbors would not give the central imperial court a chance. When external pressure began to be exerted, the already loose internal structure would be easily crushed. The key question was, if the Empress wanted to have a child herself, how would she do it and with whom? Considering the voices of the masses, this candidate would naturally be Li Mu. However, this wasn't in Li Mu's life plans. Zhou Yi looked at him and said, The Great Zhou being where it is today is mostly due to your efforts. Who the Emperor's aura is given to is not only my business but also yours. Li Mu didn't know what she was thinking, so he could only say, Your subject will listen to everything your Majesty says. Zhou Yi thought deeply for a moment and said, I plan to give it to our child. Li Mu shook his head and said, Your Majesty also knows about Linger's identity. Not only the court officials, but even the people won't be able to accept that the Emperor of Great Zhou isn't human. This will cause the Great Zhou to lose the foundation of the people's hearts. Although Li Mu thought that he had gained the recognition of the people, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted in Great Zhou. This was a place that had been ruled by humans since ancient times. It was absolutely impossible for a foreign race to rule over it. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, I'm not talking about Ling. Li Mu was even more confused and asked, Other than Ling, do we have other children? Zhou Yi said, Not now, but that doesn't mean we won't have any in the future. Li Mu stared at the Empress in a daze, hundreds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Was this a hint? No, this was no longer a hint. This was a blatant declaration, and it couldn't even be considered a declaration. This was a confession. The Empress finally couldn't help but reveal her feelings to him. Zhou Yi continued, As long as we take your bloodline and merge it with mine, we can have a child with both of our bloodlines. This way I won't have to pass the throne to an outsider, and Ling will have a younger brother or sister. Li Mu suddenly understood and said, So that's what your Majesty means. Zhou Yi looked at him and asked in return, What do you think it means? Do you want to be my Empress? Li Mu didn't obey the Empress this time. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I can't accept this method. I hope that my child will be like all the other children in the world, born from his mother's 10 months of pregnancy, and not through this method. If he asks us the same question as Ling in the future, how should we answer? Zhou Yi's chest heaved up and down. After taking a deep breath, she said, "You're blaming me. Do you think I don't want to? If you appeared earlier, if you were more determined and not fascinated by other people's beauty, how could things be like this?" She flung her sleeves and said angrily, "Mei Wei, Ollie, accompany me to the Imperial Garden to relax." Mr. Mei and Shangguanli had just walked in with Zhongling when they walked out with the Empress. The little girl walked to Li Mu's side and tugged at his sleeve. She whispered, "Father, mother is angry. Go and comfort her." Li Mu could hear the strong resentment in the Empress's words. But everything had to be first come, first served. If he was late, he would be late forever. If he had met the Empress first, then he would have been second only to one person in the Great Zhou. He would have been the father of the world and respected by all the people. But he had met Lu Hanyan and Li Qing first, so he was destined to be unable to enter the harem. If Li Mu was given another chance, he still wouldn't change his choice. He squatted down and held the little girl's face. He said, "Your mother is still angry with me. Go and comfort her for me." Zhongling nodded seriously and chased in the direction of the Imperial Garden. The court had just ended, but Li Mu had no interest in going to the Secretariat. After walking out of Changle Palace, he left the palace directly. However, just as he walked out of the palace gate, a figure blocked his way. Li Mu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and raised his eyebrows. He asked, "Your Highness King Ping, what's the matter?" King Ping glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. No matter what the surname of the Great Zhou's royal family is, it won't be Li." Li Mu looked at King Ping and asked, "Were you the ones who spread the rumors in Fairy's capital?" King Ping didn't answer directly. He said coldly, "Stealing the country won't happen a second time in the Great Zhou. If the Xiao family behaved themselves, the Empress would still belong to them when the Emperor's qi condensed in 10 years or 5 years. They would win the many years of battle with the Zhou family without a fight. However, the premise was that they didn't provoke the Empress." Li Mu sighed softly. He looked at King Ping and asked, "Do you know how pigs die?" King Ping frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Mu couldn't be bothered to answer him and left directly. Although King Ping didn't like Li Mu, it was undeniable that he was very resourceful. This kind of person wouldn't throw such a question at him for no reason. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. One person's ability was limited. For this reason, he gathered the core members of the Xiao family and discussed it together. Did Li Mu say this? There's no head or tail. How do we explain it? The word pig is definitely not as simple as it seems. Is there a reference? Is he secretly cursing the Xiao family? He must know that we were the ones who secretly incited the rumors about him and the Empress. While they were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded from the corner. King Shou stood up and asked in disbelief, "You guys spread rumors about Li Mu and Her Majesty in the streets. This kind of thing can't be hidden from Her Majesty." King Ping said, "So what if she knows?" This was meant for him and the Empress to hear. They're neither emperors nor subjects. Aren't they afraid of being criticized by the world? If they really give birth to a child, the Great Zhou will be laughed at for thousands of years. King Ding said regretfully, "It's a pity that those ignorant people are mostly in favor of this." King Shou sat back down and covered his face with both hands. He didn't know what to say. After a long while, his voice came from between his fingers. "If there's an answer to this question, then the pigs must have died of stupidity. They were so stupid that they threw away the cooked duck." King Ping frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" King Shou leaned back in his chair and said tiredly, "It's obvious that the Empress has no intention of taking the throne. Since she took the throne, she put Li Mu in an important position to fend off foreign forces and unite the people. She planned to leave as soon as possible after condensing the Emperor's qi. She allowed the 3 uncles to stay in the ancestral temple because she wanted to return the throne to the Xiao family. Why do you have to do it again? What do you know?" King Ping glared at him and said, "The Zhou family spent hundreds of years to successfully steal the country. How can she return the throne so easily? I think she wants to give birth to a child herself and change the surname of the Great Zhou's royal family. If she really wanted to pass the throne to the Xiao family, she wouldn't change her mind because of such a small matter. That depends on whether Her Majesty is generous or petty. It's very possible that the throne that originally belonged to the Xiao family was lost because of this small matter. King Shou thought of his experience in the past month and sighed softly. He said, "Obviously Her Majesty isn't a generous person." King Ping frowned and looked at him. "You're not her. How do you know what she's thinking?" King Shou covered his face again and said, "I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense. You guys continue, I'll take my leave first." He stood up and walked to the door. His footsteps paused as he said, "Get someone to tidy up the 3 royal uncles' residences. I guess they should be back soon." Not long after King Shou left King Ping's residence, 3 elders descended from the sky. Everyone walked out of the room. King Ping was shocked. "Royal uncles, weren't you guarding the ancestral shrine? Why did you come out?" The 3 elders' faces were gloomy. The elder in the middle said, "That woman chased us out. She's really coveting the emperor's energy." King Ping stood on the spot in a daze. His face was full of regret as he muttered, "He guessed it right." The elder asked, "Guessed what?" King Ping's face was solemn. He shook his head and said, "Nothing. Royal uncles, what should we do now?" King Ping naturally could not hide such a big matter. The 3 elders soon found out the reason why they were chased out of the ancestral shrine. The 3 of them could be heard cursing from King Ping's residence. "I'm so pissed. You've messed this up. You're as stupid as a pig. You should apologize to the previous kings." Li Mu's residence. When Li Mu stepped into the house, Lu Hanyan asked in surprise, "Why have you been coming back so early these few days?" In the past, Li Mu was willing to work for the Empress no matter how hard or tiring it was. However, these few days he was working for the future Xiao clan. Li Mu was naturally not as motivated. He took out the 2 bouquets of flowers he bought on the street from his back. He passed one to Lu Hanyan and the other to Li Qing. He smiled and said, "Nothing is more important than accompanying you too." Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have returned to the sect a long time ago. Although the reason why the peak masters could advance to the 6th realm so early was related to their talent and the sect's resources, the most important thing was still their hard work and cultivation. Li Mu used all kinds of excuses to force them to stay. He could not let them stay at home while he stayed in the palace all day. He held the 2 girls' hands and said, "I'll take a long leave from Her Majesty later. I won't go out every day." Although the 2 girls were happy to hear this, Lu Hanyan, who liked to let her imagination run wild, thought of a fact. She couldn't help but become melancholic again. She said melancholically, "Although we can be together now in 100 years, whether it's me, Sister Qing, Xiao Bai or Wan Wan, we won't be able to accompany you anymore. Why don't you find someone who is more powerful and talented than us? Someone who can accompany you for the rest of your life." Women were really strange creatures. She was clearly only in her 20s, in the most beautiful years of her life, but in her heart she was thinking about things 100 years later. Li Mu pretended to be thinking. After thinking for a long time he said, "Why do I have to find someone who is more powerful and talented than you two? When the time comes I can still choose a young and beautiful girl who is 17 or 18 years old." Lu Hanyan was stunned. Then her slender hand rested on Li Mu's waist. Gritting her teeth she said, "I'll let you be young and beautiful, I'll let you be young and beautiful." Li Mu held her restless hand and said, "If I don't find someone young and beautiful in such a short time, where do you want me to find someone who is more powerful and talented than you two, and who is also willing to be with me?" In the courtyard of the Li residence, there was a fluctuation in the space. Zhou Yi appeared with Zhong Ling in her arms. She put Zhong Ling down and prepared to return to the palace. She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her. She asked faintly, "Why are you all looking at me?" Lu Hanyan stood up and said, "Your Majesty is here to send Ling'er off?" Zhou Yi nodded slightly and said, "I'll leave Ling'er to you. I'm going back to the palace." Lu Hanyan looked at her and suddenly said, "It's almost time to eat. Your Majesty, eat with us before you leave. Ling'er should want you to stay." Zhong Ling was stunned for a moment. Then she hugged Zhou Yi's leg and said happily, "Mother, stay for dinner. Aunt May and Aunt Li will come too." Although the Empress might not listen to Lu Hanyan, she would fulfill all of her daughter's wishes. Therefore not only did she stay, but she also asked Shangguan Li and Mr. May to come as well. When it was time to eat, Lu Hanyan took the initiative to pick up a piece of fish for the Empress. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, try this. I made it myself." Li Mu almost had a fish bone stuck in his throat. When Lu Hanyan and the Empress appeared together, the atmosphere was extremely cold. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like falling into an ice cave. Lu Hanyan actually took the initiative to pick up food for the Empress. Li Mu's first reaction was that Lu Hanyan was crazy. In the face of Lu Hanyan's kindness, Zhou Yi quickly responded. She tasted a piece of fish and said, "When I first met you, I only knew that your zither skills were unparalleled. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good as well. You're almost as good as the chefs in the palace." Mr. Mei and Shangguanli looked at each other. Shangguanli remembered very clearly that when the Empress was still the crown princess, the three of them went to listen to Lu Hanyan play. Shangguanli praised her zither skills and the Empress's comment was, "It's just so." Lu Hanyan also said, "When I first met you, Your Majesty, I was amazed that there was such a beauty in the Immortal's capital. It made me feel ashamed of myself." Wanwan, who was eating with her head down, looked up at Shangguanli and quickly lowered her head again. If she remembered correctly when she praised that sister's beauty, Shangguanli said, "It's just so." Lu Hanyan and the Empress actually started praising each other. Li Mu saw this and his chopsticks fell to the ground. He pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that this was not a dream. Chapter 505. When Lu Hanyan and the Empress began to compliment each other, the meal was especially harmonious. Li Mu was actually able to see the two of them get along well in his lifetime. It could be said that he had fulfilled one of his greatest regrets. Lu Hanyan took the initiative to befriend the Empress, and because of Zhongling, the Empress came to the house more frequently. From once every 3 days, once every 2 days to twice a day now. Li Mu didn't go to the secretariat these 2 days. He only went to the Department of Consecration to inspect. Feeling an aura outside the door, Li Mu walked to the door and opened it. Ao Run stood at the door with his head lowered. He respectfully said, "Master." Li Mu asked indifferently, "Is it done?" Ao Run immediately said, "Master, the one causing trouble in the river is a green fish demon. I have already followed your orders and captured it and handed it over to the local Yao division." A few days ago, the Department of Consecration received a request for help from a certain county's Yao division. There was a water demon causing trouble in the county's waters. Because the officials of the Yao division were all land demons and couldn't swim well, the water demon escaped several times. They then asked for help from the Department of Consecration. There were no water demon elites in the Department of Consecration, so Li Mu gave Ao Run an order to deal with it. This time he came to report to Li Mu. Li Mu said, "If you are done, go back and cultivate." Ao Run bowed and said, "Yes." Lu Hanyan asked in the courtyard, "Is there a guest?" Li Mu said, "No, it's the mount I took in." Lu Hanyan didn't know the details. She only knew that Li Mu took in a dragon as a mount. She had never seen it before, so she said, "It's time to eat. Let him eat before he leaves." Since she had already spoken, Li Mu couldn't refute. He glanced at Ao Run and said indifferently, "Come in." Ao Run lowered his head and walked into the courtyard, not daring to look around. The Empress held Zhongling's hand and walked over. The little girl flew into Li Mu's arms and asked, "Father, Mother, when are we going out to play?" When Ao Run saw this, he immediately said to the Empress, "I pay respects to Matriarch." Li Mu kicked him in the butt and glared at him. He looked at Lu Hanyan and Li Qing at the table and said, "Those two are the mistresses. This is His Majesty." It wasn't easy for his family to be harmonious for the past 2 days. If it was destroyed by this stupid flood dragon, Li Mu would definitely peel off his flood dragon skin, pull out his flood dragon tendons and chop up his flood dragon meat to feed the dogs. Ao Run looked at Zhongling, then looked at Li Mu and the Empress. His eyes swept over Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Confusion appeared in his eyes. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Master, the relationship in your family is a bit messy. Let me sort it out." When it was time to eat, Li Mu gave Ao Run a bowl and casually picked some food and asked him to squat in the corner to eat. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, "That's not good." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You don't know. He looks like a dog, but he's actually not a good person. In the demon realm, he goes around seducing married women. After that, he shows off in front of their husbands. He has more than a dozen wives and concubines at home, but he's still dishonest all day long." Taking a bite of rice, Ao Run tried to defend himself. "Master, I've said it before, in our demon realm, strength is everything. Even if someone steals their wife, they can only blame themselves for being too weak. Besides, they're willing to follow me. I didn't force them. In fact, I look down on some humans the most. They're obviously very strong, but they don't even dare to steal the person they like. What's the point of cultivating then? As for their husbands, they're not strong enough to take care of their wives, so they can only blame themselves for being too weak. Li Mu suddenly stood up and grabbed the back of Ao Run's neck. He coldly said, "Stop eating, I'll take you to see something good." On this day, the people of the capital saw lightning flashing in the sky. A flood dragon was rolling in the clouds and howling. Then its body was charred black and fell into a lake in Zhongjun. Since then, the lake was renamed Fallen Dragon Lake. The people didn't dare to go near it anymore. When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan and the Empress were chatting happily as if nothing had happened. This is actually very strange. After all, although they've met before, they've only spoken less than 5 sentences in total. The Empress has her pride, she won't easily lower herself. Lu Hanyan also has Lu Hanyan's pride. If she doesn't like someone, no matter how noble their status is, she will absolutely ignore them. However, she was the one who took the initiative. Although Lu Hanyan didn't say it explicitly, how could Li Mu not know what it means? With her arrogant personality, she's willing to take the initiative to flatter the Empress. As a wife, she's already thinking about Li Mu in 100 years. Combined with what she said to Li Mu just now, it's obvious that in her eyes, the Empress is more talented than them and has a longer lifespan. She's the best candidate to be with Li Mu until his lifespan ends. After the Empress returned to the palace, Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu. After spending so much time together, Li Mu already understood the meaning of her gaze and action. He followed her into the room. Lu Hanyan sat on the edge of the bed and patted the side of her body. Li Mu walked over and sat beside her. Lu Hanyan asked, "Can you tell what Her Majesty thinks of you?" Li Mu asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Lu Hanyan pinched her waist and said, "There are no outsiders here. What's the point of pretending in front of me?" Deeply affected by Lu Hanyan's tricks, Li Mu had long since stopped taking the initiative to fall into them. He asked, "What do you mean? Speak clearly. If you don't say it, how will I know what you mean?" After Lu Hanyan calmed down, she slowly said, "Her Majesty is still so young, but she's already a 7th realm elite. I don't believe you can't see Her Majesty's feelings for you. If you're thinking of waiting until my sister and I reach the end of our lifespans before you can be together with Her Majesty, I advise you to express your feelings to her as soon as possible. Do you want her to wait 100 years for you?" Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Are you not afraid that you'll regret it when you reach the 7th realm?" Lu Hanyan thought carefully, then suddenly waved her hand and said, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Walking out of the room, Li Mu lightly slapped himself because he blamed himself for being talkative. When he walked into the courtyard, his heart sank. Whether it was Lu Hanyan being sentimental or preparing for a rainy day, there would come a day when Li Mu would have to face this problem. He had no doubts about reaching the 7th realm. The legacy of the Fulu school, the telekinesis of the people of Great Zhou, and the telekinesis of the Yao of Thousand Fox Kingdom would allow him to step into this realm in 20 years or even less. But what about Lu Hanyan and Li Qing? What about Wanwan and Xiaobai? There was a common understanding in the cultivation world. Transcendence was 10% effort and 90% legacy. An individual's talent and cultivation effort were actually not the decisive factors in whether or not one could reach the 7th realm. The Empress had transcended because of the imperial qi. Hyun Jinko and Yuzenzi had achieved this because of the legacy of the Fulu school. The Blue Wolf King and the 10,000 Illusions God Lord had also gathered the power of the Yao nation and bitterly cultivated for dozens of years to reach their current cultivation. Li Mu was confident that he could advance. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing only had a sliver of hope even though they had the Fulu school behind them. Xiaobai and Wanwan didn't even have a sliver of hope. Li Mu was proficient in the techniques of both the human and Yao races, and he had also completely comprehended the heavenly tomes of the Pill Cauldron sect. But there was no way for them to easily cross this natural chasm like he had. Unless he used the demonic Dao's blood and soul sacrifice method, similar to the Thousand Illusions' venerable master. But he wouldn't even consider this method. Li Mu thought carefully for an entire day. The only method he could think of was to establish a nation. The fastest shortcut to cultivation was to use the willpower of living beings. The easiest way to gather the willpower of living beings was to do what the Great Zhou and the Yong Kingdom did. They would build a national temple among the commoners and use the power of the nation to nurture the imperial qi. The Yong kingdom's 5 generations of wise monarchs had worked hard to develop the country. In less than 100 years, they had nurtured 3 strands of imperial qi and created 3 seventh realm experts for the imperial family. Li Mu believed that he could do the same. But if he did, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Great Show. He would be letting down the Empress. Li Mu walked through the imperial palace with a heavy heart. When he passed by the secretariat, a figure suddenly ran out. Lu Yi grabbed Li Mu's sleeve and asked, "Where are you going, Lord Li?" Li Mu didn't answer. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is something the matter, Lord Lu?" Lu Yi hurriedly said, "It's not that I have matters to attend to. It's that the secretariat has matters to attend to. Recently, there has been an endless stream of major and minor matters in court. My colleagues in the secretariat are too busy. I would like to ask, when will Lord Li return to the Yamen?" When Li Mu was in the secretariat, Lu Yi didn't think much of it. When Li Mu wasn't present, all the heavy responsibilities were placed on his shoulders. Only now did Lu Yi realize how difficult everything was. Big and small matters required him to coordinate and plan. If he could control the various ministries and departments, it would be fine. But with his prestige and strength, he couldn't control the people below him. The imperial qi in the ancestral shrine hadn't been decided yet. He also didn't know who he was making wedding clothes for. Influenced by Lu Hanyan's plans for a rainy day, Li Mu's mind was no longer on state affairs. Waving his hand, he said, "Lord Lu, just pretend that I'm not part of the secretariat. I'll take my leave first. See you later." Finished speaking, he didn't even look at Lu Yi and directly left. Lu Yi looked at his back with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Could it be that his wife had heard the rumors about him and the Empress and quarreled with him? Lu Yi shook his head. He couldn't blame his wife. When the people heard the rumors, they didn't condemn it. Instead, they called for the Empress to make Lord Li Empress and let them have a real child. If he was Lord Li's wife, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Changel Palace. When Li Mu walked into the main hall, he saw the Empress sitting on the dragon throne. She seemed to be thinking about something. Li Mu didn't disturb her. He was thinking about how to talk to her later. Although he couldn't let Lu Hanyan and the others enter the 7th level, he could still let them enter the 6th level early. The Heavenly Book of the Danding sect had a recipe for breaking through to the creation realm. This pill was at the saint level. As long as there were enough materials, Li Mu could make it. He planned to ask the Empress for a long vacation to gather the materials for this pill. Lu Hanyan's tolerance and generosity made Li Mu feel even more sorry for her. He planned to let them enter the 6th level as soon as possible to prevent her from thinking too much. Zhou Yi was deep in thought for a long time, as if she had made a decision. She looked at Li Mu and said, "I." Li Mu also raised his head and said, "I, you first. Your Majesty, you first." Their gazes met. Zhou Yi nodded and said, "I've decided who to give the next imperial qi to." Li Mu asked, "Who?" Zhou Yi said, "Give it to Lu Hanyan." Li Mu thought he heard wrong and asked in shock, "Who?" Zhou Yi said, "Give it to your wife." Li Mu came back to his senses after a long time. He asked, "Just because she said you were beautiful?" "Of course not." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "I've thought about it. I've been on the throne for 5 years. If I don't lose the hearts of the people in the Great Show, another imperial qi will mature in 5 years at most. At that time, if I continue to be the Empress of the Great Show, this imperial qi can be used to create another 7th level cultivator for the Great Show. If the hearts of the people can grow like they have in the past 2 years, then the next imperial qi will mature in less than 10 years. Within 100 years, at least 10 imperial qis can be condensed. Your contribution in condensing the imperial qi is the greatest. At that time, I'll give 1 to your second madam, 1 to Wanwan, 1 to Xiaobai, 1 to Mei Wei, 1 to Ali, and 1 to Ting Exin. There will still be a few left." The Empress's words stunned Li Mu for a long time. Then he suddenly saw the light. If he wanted to condense imperial qi, he didn't need to build a country. Right before him was a huge empire with the largest population and the most united hearts. With the size of the Great Show, it used to take at least 20 years to condense 1 imperial qi, and as long as 50 years. If a wise ruler, the time would be shortened, and if a fatuous one, the time would be extended. Li Mu was confident that he could shorten the time needed to condense imperial qi to less than 10 years. As long as the Great Zhou was in the hands of the Empress, She had the absolute right to decide what to do with the imperial qi. The empress was still the same empress. If others treated her well, she would return the favor tenfold. Lu Hanyan had only given her a piece of fish and praised her for her beauty, and the empress had directly gifted her with an imperial aura. This was probably the most expensive fish in history. With this, Li Mu's greatest wish was fulfilled. The advancement of imperial qi was the power of the entire country. With the millions of people in the Great Zhou, wouldn't it be easy to create a 7th-level cultivator in 10 years? The 7th-level cultivator created this way would be as powerful as the empress. In front of them, the Blue Wolf King and Heaven Lord of Illusions would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs. This was a good thing for everyone except the empress. She could have left this cage very soon and gone to a place where no one could find her to grow flowers and plants. Now she would be trapped here for the rest of her life. She would be the one suffering and Li Mu would be the one benefiting. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "What do you think?" Li Mu was silent for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, are you really willing to stay in the Immortal's capital for the rest of your life?" Zhou Yi said calmly, "That depends on you. If you don't help me, I don't want to be the empress for even a day. If you help me, so what if I'm the empress for the rest of my life?" Li Mu puffed out his chest and said seriously, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty. I won't hesitate to die for you." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "I don't need you to go through fire and water. Just help me look at the memorials every day and deal with the affairs of the state." Li Mu took a deep breath and looked up into her eyes. He said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou Yi asked, "What did you want to say just now?" Li Mu didn't say anything. He just stretched out his arms and hugged the empress tightly. Zhou Yi's face turned red. Her hands hung in the air behind Li Mu's back. She didn't know what to do. Li Mu quickly let go of her. He turned around and strode out of Chang'e Palace. Imperial Secretariat. Lu Yi picked up a memorial with a worried expression. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Li Mu walked into the office and said loudly, "Let me do it." Several hours later, Li Mu hurried out of the Imperial Secretariat before the palace doors closed. The feeling of working for himself and working for others was completely different. Before Li Mu looked at each memorial, he would tell himself that he was working so hard not for the Great Zhou court, but for the people of the Great Zhou. For the will of the people, for the gathering of imperial qi, for the sake of being together with the person he loved. This way, not only would he not feel annoyed, he would even want to look at a few more memorials. When he returned home, the light in Li Qing's room had already been extinguished. However, the light in Lu Hanyan's room was still lit. Li Mu pushed open the door and walked in. He found that Li Qing was also in Lu Hanyan's room. Li Mu looked at them and said, "It's good that you're all not asleep. I have something important to tell you." Among the cultivators in the world, the most relaxed were the imperial families of the various countries. They did not need to cultivate at all. Just by relying on the inheritance of the imperial family, they could reach the highest realm that others could not reach in their entire lives. From today onwards, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing would no longer need to return to Mount Baiyun to cultivate in seclusion. The husband and wife would no longer need to be separated for a long time. Li Mu could already imagine how happy they would be when they learned of this. Lu Hanyan said, "We also have something to tell you." This kind of important news naturally had to be the finale. Li Mu said, "Then you guys go first." Li Qing lowered her head slightly. Lu Hanyan's expression was somewhat guilty. She said, "We're going back to Mount Baiyun tomorrow. Tonight, let's cultivate together." Li Mu was stunned. Lu Hanyan asked, "What did you say was important?" Li Mu came back to his senses and shook his head. He said, "I suddenly feel that this matter is not that important. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning." He waved his sleeve and the lights in the room went out. In the morning, Li Mu hugged two soft bodies. Because yesterday was the last night, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing did not want to monopolize Li Mu. After a difficult choice, they decided to cultivate together. Lu Hanyan nestled in Li Mu's arms. She thought of what happened last night and asked Li Mu, "What was the important thing you wanted to say yesterday?" Li Mu put on his clothes and got out of bed. He walked to the door and said, "You praised His Majesty yesterday. His Majesty is very happy and wants to reward you with something." Lu Hanyan asked, "What is it?" Li Mu said, "Emperor Qi from the ancestral temple. His Majesty has decided to give it to you and Qingqing. Xiao Bai and Wanwan also have a share." So you don't have to go back to Mount Baiyun. You don't have to cultivate so hard in the future, Lu Hanyan said in shock. Really? Li Mu said, why would I lie to you about something like this? Lu Hanyan and Li Qing looked at each other. In the next moment 2 pillows flew from the bed toward Li Mu. Li Mu walked out of the room first. The pillows flew back to the bed. Lu Hanyan's face turned red. Li Qing buried her entire body in the blanket. Chapter 506. After discovering that the 3 members of the previous generation of the Shao family had been expelled from the ancestral temple, Li Mu knew that the Empress was serious. Therefore, in the long days to come, Li Mu needed to do one thing. He needed to help the Empress govern the Great Zhou and ensure that the Great Zhou was stable internally, that there were no strong enemies outside, and that the faith of the people could be maintained or continue to grow. This was not for anyone else but for himself, for the people he loved. In the secretariat, Lu Yi asked someone to send a pile of memorials to Li Mu's office. She leaned against the chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The familiar Lord Li had finally returned. In the office, Li Mu sat behind the table and looked at the 2 memorials in front of him. He frowned and slowly tapped the table with his index finger. In the past, the greatest threat facing the Great Zhou was the Demon Nation. They had no time to care about anything else. Whether it was the Xin nation stirring up a fight at the border of the 2 nations during the chaos or the greatly reduced faith of the people in the South County, they did not attract much attention from the imperial court. Now that the chaos of the Demon Nation had temporarily subsided, the imperial court and the Qianhu nation were inseparable. These 2 matters needed to be brought to the forefront. These seemed to be 2 matters, but in fact it was only one. Ever since the last time the tribute was paid and the Great Zhou fell out, the Xin nation had been restless. They banned the merchants of the Great Zhou from entering and destroyed the goods of the Great Zhou. The anti-Zhou sentiment in the country was serious, and they repeatedly disturbed the border. The South County bordered the Xin nation, and the faith of the people was greatly affected. Li Mu first asked the Empress to go to the ancestral temple to check on the faith cauldron in the South County. However, the Empress had taken Lu Hanyan, Li Qing and Zhong Ling to a spring outing outside the city. She was not in the Changle Palace, so Li Mu could do as he saw fit. She did not bring Mr. Mei and Shangguanli with her on this trip. Therefore, Li Mu asked them to accompany him to the ancestral temple. The ancestral temple was an important place in the Great Zhou. It was where the emperor's qi was nurtured. It was related to the future of a country. The Shao family lost the throne because they did not take good care of the emperor's qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Mu could not go there alone. Li Mu still had not told them that the Empress planned to give each of them a wisp of imperial qi in the future. Zhou was just like that. When a person achieved the Tao, everyone around them would ascend to the heavens as well. She wanted nothing more than to give all the good things to those around her. In the ancestral temple, the 3 elders were no longer there. Even the cattail hassock on the ground had been thrown away. The golden dragon swam in the cauldron at the center of the ancestral temple. Li Mu looked at the 36 small cauldrons. There were differences in the brightness of the small cauldrons, but other than the one in Shendu, the differences in the other cauldrons were not too great. Li Mu walked forward and saw the word Nan on the cauldron. After coming to the ancestral temple, Li Mu confirmed that something had indeed happened in Nan County. He then went to the Department of Worship and sent a few Fifth Realm worshippers to Nan County to investigate the matter. When he left the palace and returned home, Lu Hanyan and the Empress had already returned from their trip. He had dealt with too many reports in the past 2 days. He leaned against the stone chair in the courtyard to rest. Fully relaxed, he quickly fell asleep. Wanwan was helping Lu Hanyan wash the vegetables. She looked back at Li Mu and said, "Young master must have dreamt of something good. Miss, look at how happy he is." Lu Hanyan remembered what happened last night. She could not help but blush. She said, "He must be thinking of something improper again." Zhou Yi walked to Li Mu and sat down. She secretly formed a seal with her hands hidden in her sleeves. In his 2 lifetimes, Li Mu had never been as happy as he had been the night before. As a result, he even had a dream about it. When he woke up, he opened his eyes and saw the Empress sitting across from him. Her face was covered in a layer of light pink. Li Mu was confused. He asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Zhou Yi stood up and said, "No, nothing." Li Mu watched her leave as if she was running away. He was speechless. "She's so weird. because of his careful actions last night, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing did not let Li Mu into the room tonight. He slept alone in the study and thought about cultivation. The last trip to the East County made him realize one of his weaknesses. With his cultivation improved, he was not afraid of ordinary sixth realm cultivators no matter on land or in the air. However, in the water, the strength he could exert was greatly reduced. It would take a lot of effort to deal with AO run. This was not Li Mu's weakness. Human beings were not as good at fighting in the water as the Water Clan. Apart from a few amphibious demon races, only the Dragon Clan could be good at fighting on land and in the water. When the Department of Offerings encountered trouble from the Water Clan, there was nothing they could do except to pump the water. Although he had AO Run, the Tool Dragon, at his disposal, it was not realistic to let him deal with it every time. Li Mu searched his mind and found a kind of medicine pill called the water-repelling pill. Although it was called a medicine pill, it was actually a magic treasure. It was refined with the essence and blood of the Water Clan. If mortals held it in their mouths, they would not drown. If cultivators carried it with them, it would have a certain water-repelling effect and reduce the weakening of their strength when fighting in the water. With the water-repelling pill, human cultivators could exert 70 to 80% of their strength in the water. It was said that if one could swallow a Dragon Clan's inner core, they would have the abilities of the Water Clan in the water. Not only would their mana not be weakened, but it would also increase greatly. They could even suppress low-level Water Clan. It was the most ideal water-repelling magic treasure. However, it was rare to see a Dragon Clan on the mainland, let alone obtain a Dragon Clan's inner core. He got some essence and blood from AO Run to refine some water-repelling pills and distributed them to the officials of each county. The next time the Water Clan caused trouble, they would be able to deal with it themselves and would not have to ask for help from Fairy's capital. This was what the Empress should do. In the future, Li Mu would have to worry about her. This time he did not plan to ask AO Run to come over. This evil dragon was too talkative. It was better to ask him personally. If he was talkative and revealed Tingxin's joke, Li Mu would have to spend a lot of effort to explain it to them. At a lake in Zhou County, Li Mu floated above the lake. AO Run's begging voice came from the bottom of the lake. "Master, I'm wrong. I won't talk anymore. Don't worry. I won't tell mistress that you have 2 snakes outside." Li Mu said lightly, "I'm not here to settle the score with you. Give me some of your essence and blood. I have a use for it." AO Run hesitated for a moment and said, "The second one is fine. The first one, can you wait until tomorrow?" "I don't have it today." Li Mu extracted a bucket of flood dragon blood from AO Run's body and casually tossed 2 pills to the pale-faced AO Run. Then he flew back to Luoyang. There were still some materials needed to refine the water-repelling pill. Li Mu spent a few days to collect them. It was already 10 days later when he refined the water-repelling pill. He came to the Department of Offerings and gave dozens of blood-red pills to the offerings in charge. He said, "Distribute these water-repelling pills to the 36 counties. In the future, if there are any problems related to the Water Clan, you don't have to ask for help from Fairy's capital." After leaving behind the water-repelling pills, Li Mu asked him, "How's the matter in South County?" Speaking of South County, the offerings looked helpless and said, "My lord, the Xin Kingdom hates our great Zhou very much." Although they didn't do anything officially, the cultivators of the Xin Kingdom kept causing trouble at the border of South County. Yesterday, the Department of Offerings received news that the colleagues we sent to South County to investigate were all injured by the cultivators of the Xin Kingdom. Li Mu frowned and asked, "Isn't there a garrison in South County? Are they just going to watch the people of the Xin Kingdom invade the border?" The offerings said, "My lord, you might not know this, but the Imperial Court has placed most of its troops outside the Demon Kingdom and the Ghost Realm. Among the 4 armies of Zhenbei, Pingxi, Annan, and Dingdong, the Southern Army and the Eastern Army are the weakest. Moreover, the shameless people of the Xin Kingdom don't invade in large numbers. They usually sneak past the border of South County in 1 or 2 groups. The Southern Army can't guard against them." After leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu went to the Ancestral Temple and found that the psychic power sent by the Psychic Power Cauldron in South County didn't increase. Instead, it was dimmer. The people of the Xin Kingdom could use anything, but he couldn't use his psychic power. Whether or not he could have a few 7th realm wives in the future and live off them in peace depended on the psychic power of the people of the 36 counties. If a few 5th realm offerings were injured in South County, The result would be the same if they sent others. The countries of the Zhou continent had a tacit understanding. In order to prevent the war from escalating and both sides being injured, the border conflicts were limited to those below the sixth realm. Once the two high offerings interfered, it meant that the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom had officially started a war. War would only bring slaughter and death. This went against the national policy of peaceful coexistence that the Great Zhou had always pursued. Even if they won, it might cause the 2 years of hard work of Li Mu and the Empress to go down the drain. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't take this step. Sometimes having a low cultivation wasn't a bad thing. The two high offerings couldn't make a move, so Li Mu planned to take a look himself. After reporting his itinerary to the Empress, Lu Hanyan and the others, Li Mu summoned Ao Run and immediately set off. Among the 4 counties, the South County was the closest to the divine capital. With Ao Run's maximum speed, they arrived in less than 3 days. South County. The South County of the Great Zhou bordered the Xin Kingdom. Since the establishment of the Xin Kingdom, there had been an army stationed here. It was called the Anan Army. When the Anan Army was at its peak in the face of the provocation of the Xin Kingdom, they once invaded the hinterland of the Xin Kingdom and almost broke into the Xin Kingdom's capital. Since then, the Xin Kingdom was unable to recover from the setback and didn't dare to invade the Great Zhou anymore. After the south was settled, the imperial court began to transfer the powerful cultivators of the Anan army to the northwest. Now the once strongest Anan army had become the weakest of the 4 armies. The border of the South County was extremely long. Unlike the Northern Army, the Anan army stationed in the South County had 10 people as sentries. They were scattered all over the border, guarding the border of the Great Zhou. In recent days, because the Xin Kingdom kept invading the border, the Southern Army's sentries clashed with the Xin Kingdom cultivators many times. However, both sides were able to control themselves and only suffered injuries. The South Lake was a large lake on the border between the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom. In the past 100 years, the two countries had never let go of the dispute over the ownership of the lake. There were many conflicts. Later, in order to settle the dispute, the two countries reached an agreement. With the small island in the center of the South Lake as the boundary, to the north of the small island was the Great Zhou. To the south of the small island was the territory of the Xin Kingdom. There was a formation that forbade flying above the South Lake. Cultivators could not fly. The soldiers and civilians of the two countries were not allowed to cross the boundary of the small island. However, at this moment, the light of spells flashed frequently on the northern shore of the South Lake. 10 Southern Army soldiers were fighting a bitter battle with more than 20 Xin Kingdom cultivators. This was the northern shore of the South Lake, the territory of the Great Zhou. Clearly, the Xin Kingdom cultivators had crossed the border to provoke them. They had the advantage in numbers and the Southern Army soldiers were retreating. A young soldier grew timid and could not help but say, "They have more people. We are no match for them. Why don't we retreat first and call for reinforcements?" Another older man said with a resolute expression, "This is the territory of the Great Zhou. Behind us are the people of the Great Zhou. We cannot retreat a single step." The young soldier took a deep breath. Looking at the people around him who were fighting bitterly, his expression gradually became resolute. His hand seals changed even faster. However, although their opponents were not very strong, they had far more people. Soon they were all heavily injured. The Xin Kingdom cultivators all had mocking expressions and mocked them. "This is the Great Zhou's strongest Southern Army? What strongest? Even the weakest soldiers of the Xin Kingdom are stronger than them. How did they enter the Xin Kingdom in the past? Did they make it up?" The 10 soldiers of the Great Zhou were humiliated and angry, but they could not resist. Just as they were about to fight to the death, a stream of light appeared in the sky behind them and rushed toward the southern lake. There were 2 powerful auras in the stream of light. These 2 auras came from the direction of the Great Zhou. The people of the Southern Army were delighted and said excitedly, "The reinforcements are here." However, the expressions of the cultivators of the Xin Kingdom changed. These 2 auras were extremely powerful and they could not defeat them. They jumped into the southern lake behind them and fled in the direction of the Xin Kingdom. The stream of light was extremely fast. The people of the Southern Army looked at the stream of light with anticipation. Their expressions gradually changed from surprise to shock. As the stream of light approached, they saw clearly that it was a flood dragon. The flood dragon was completely white and there was a figure standing on its head. A young man rode the flood dragon and landed on the northern shore of the southern lake. A middle-aged man quickly walked forward and cupped his fists respectfully. "Greetings, Senior. May I ask if Senior is sent by the imperial court to reinforce the southern county?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I'm from the Department of Worship. What happened here?" The middle-aged man pointed at the southern lake behind him and gritted his teeth. "Sir, the cultivators of the Xin Kingdom forced their way across our borders and provoked our garrison. Before Senior came they had just escaped." Li Mu felt the auras in the southern lake. He glanced at Ao Run and said, "Catch them." Ao Run jumped into the lake without hesitation. The man was about to stop him but it was too late. Under the surface of the lake, two white figures were faintly discernible. Huge waves rolled up on the surface of the lake. Li Mu actually discovered another powerful aura at the bottom of the lake. Just from the aura alone his strength was above Ao Run. The middle-aged man said in a panic, "Sir, let your mount come up quickly. There's a huge dragon from the Xin Kingdom at the bottom of the southern lake. It's very powerful." There was no need for him to remind him. In the next moment, Ao Run let out a painful roar and broke out of the water. He stood beside Li Mu in a sorry state. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and said to Li Mu through gritted teeth, "Master, there's a dragon in the lake. I can't beat it. Let's draw the water. We can't spoil it." Chapter 507. They could drain the water when dealing with Ao Run, but this was the border between the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom. Draining the lake would cause a territorial dispute between the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom. At that time the Xin Kingdom would bite back and the Great Zhou would be the one who took the initiative to provoke them. At that time, the grievances of the people and soldiers in the South County would be in vain. Li Mu glanced at Ao Run and said, "Find a way to force her out." Ao Run's face turned bitter and said, "Master, that's a real dragon. I'm no match for her." Li Mu said lightly, "If you can force her out, I'll give you a month's leave when we go back this time. You can go back to the East County. Oh Ying Ping Ping Hong Hong Tsui Hua, wait for me at home." A deafening roar came from the north shore of the South Lake. Ao Run turned into a flood dragon and rushed into the lake. Huge waves began to surge in the lake again and from time to time, there were bursts of dragon roars. Li Mu stood on the shore and asked the middle-aged man, "What's going on with this dragon?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "My lord, the South Lake was originally a separate island between the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom. However, a few months ago, a giant dragon suddenly came here. When our soldiers approached the shore of the lake, they would be attacked by it. The people of the Xin Kingdom took the opportunity to occupy the island in the middle of the lake and control the entire South Lake. They repeatedly went ashore to provoke us and injured many of our sentries." As soon as Li Mu learned the situation from the sentinel, there was a cry from the lake. Ao Run flew out of the lake again holding his stomach. A wound on his lower abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with fear, "That was close. Damn, you were so ruthless. My baby was almost gone." He was worried that Li Mu would blame him for failing to complete the task, so he immediately said, "Master, don't be angry. I still have a way to force her out." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Speak." Ao Run said, "We can pee in this lake. If one person can't do it, we can call 100 people, 1,000 people. I don't believe she can still stay in the water." Before he could finish his words, a thick water column shot out from the lake and hit Ao Run, sending him flying 1,000 feet away. Ao Run flew back quickly. He pointed at the lake and said angrily, "Come up here if you have the ability." What answered him was another water column. State affairs were no small matter. This dragon had disgraced the dignity of the Great Zhou. Li Mu said to Ao Run in a deep voice, "Give me your Flood Dragon Core." The Flood Dragon Core was very important to him. Without it, his strength would be reduced by at least half. But since his master had spoken, Ao Run didn't dare to refuse. He carefully spat out a pigeon egg-sized ball and worriedly said to Li Mu, "Master, it's very important to me. You have to take care of it." Li Mu grabbed the pill. Looking at his rough appearance, Ao Run's heart was bleeding. Li Mu put the pill into his sleeve and jumped into the southern lake. This time he didn't feel any rejection from the lake. Instead he felt a sense of affinity. Although Ao Run's monster core couldn't increase his strength in the water, it wouldn't suppress him either. As soon as Li Mu entered the water, he saw a dragon tail sweeping towards him. It was too late to dodge. He stretched out his arms, but he was still pushed back dozens of feet. His arms were numb. A white dragon was dozens of feet away, staring at Li Mu with lantern-sized eyes. Li Mu wasn't stupid enough to compete with a dragon in terms of physical strength. With a thought, a golden beam of light flew out from his body. The Dao Bell rapidly expanded in the water and enveloped Li Mu. However, it didn't protect him like before. The bell flowed like water and attached itself to Li Mu's body. Moments later, the Dao Bell disappeared. Li Mu's body didn't seem to have changed, but his skin had darkened slightly. After the bell's spirit absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy and transformed into a human, it could separate itself from the bell. The Dao Bell also had some uses that Li Mu hadn't expected. The dragon tail attacked again. Li Mu stood in place and allowed the dragon tail to land on his body. Kacha! Li Mu's body didn't move at all, but a sound came from the dragon tail. Li Mu heard a cry of pain in the water. He didn't give the dragon a chance. He stretched out his arms and hugged the dragon tail. He used his Herculean art and rapidly rose up. Above the southern lake there was a huge splash. A white dragon that was more than 100 feet long flew out of the water. Li Mu hugged its tail. After it flew out of the water, it turned its body and slammed its huge dragon head into Li Mu. Facing the dragon head that was as large as his body, Li Mu also slammed his head into it. Bang! There was a loud crash in the void, and the figures of the man and the dragon were both sent flying. However, the white dragon was suspended in the air, motionless as if it was stunned by the crash, while the figure of the man continued to fly towards it. By the lakeside, Ao Run's body trembled. This collision hurt even him. To be able to gain the upper hand against a dragon with his body, he realized that his master had held back. Then he became happy. He hugged his arms and shouted, "Beat him up! Beat him up!" He would be happy to see either the female dragon or the man get beaten up. He even hoped that the female dragon would be more ruthless and help him vent his anger. Beside Ao Run, the 10 southern soldiers on the lakeside were also dumbfounded. This was an adult dragon. Although its cultivation was at the 5th realm, it could not be tamed unless one was at the 6th realm. Wasn't this lord from the worship department a little too powerful to be able to contend against a dragon with just his body of flesh and blood? In the sky, Li Mu's fist had arrived. The dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flame. This was dragon breath, one of the most powerful flames in the world. Its power was even greater than the true Samadhi fire. It was one of the dragon's racial talents. In the face of this dragon breath, Li Mu raised his hand. A transparent barrier formed in front of him and blocked the dragon breath completely. The dragon roared at the sky again. Dark clouds quickly gathered above Li Mu's head and a strong wind blew. The rain borrowed the wind's momentum and swept towards him. Li Mu stood in the rain and looked at the dragon indifferently. In the next moment, dark clouds also gathered above the dragon's head. The sky full of water hit its body. The dragon roared in pain and swayed its body, continuing to charge towards Li Mu. "Freeze!" Li Mu pointed with his finger. The huge dragon's body stopped in the air for a moment and quickly broke free. At this moment Li Mu spoke again, "Formation." This time the dragon's body completely stopped in the air. Li Mu's figure flashed and he was already riding on the dragon's body. Green light appeared on his fist and he fiercely smashed the dragon's body. The dragon let out a dragon's roar and its body twisted non-stop. Li Mu tightly grabbed the mane on its back, and his punches landed on the dragon's body, causing the dragon to roar continuously. Ao Run looked up at this scene and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He muttered, "He even hit a woman. Too ruthless." This was the first time the soldiers of South County had seen someone beat up a true dragon like this. One of them muttered, "Are the consecrated masters of the worship department already so powerful? Even a true dragon is being chased and beaten by him. He's still so young." The middle-aged man looked at the figure beating up the dragon in the air, and a light suddenly appeared in his mind. He said excitedly, I know who he is." Bang! Li Mu's full-strength punch smashed the dragon from the sky to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to splash up. He rushed down and rode on the dragon again. He grabbed its mane and punched the dragon's body. Suddenly the dragon's body under him changed. In the next moment, Li Mu found that he was riding on top of a white-clothed girl. One of his hands was grabbing her hair, while the other hand was clenched into a fist and punched her chest. Puff! The girl grunted. Even though Li Mu had restrained most of his strength, she still grunted and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Li Mu let go of her hair and got down from her body. He asked in a deep voice, "Evil creature, do you know what the punishment is for colluding with the Xin Kingdom to invade Great Zhou?" The girl closed her eyes and turned her head away. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you want to kill me, do as you please." Ao Run was worried that Li Mu would really kill the dragon. He quickly ran over and said, "Master, you can't kill her. You mustn't kill her. The dragon race can't give birth to a child for 100 years. If you kill a dragon, the dragon race will fight us to the death." The heavens were fair. The dragon race was born with great strength, but it was extremely difficult to reproduce. Almost every dragon couple was infertile, which caused the dragon race's population to be very small. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have unified the ancestral province long ago. Li Mu looked down at the dragon girl and asked, "What's your name? Why are you opposing the Great Zhou?" The girl still didn't speak. Li Mu didn't immediately force her. He first tied her up with the immortal binding chains. At this time, the southern army soldiers had already approached. The middle-aged man looked at Li Mu and suddenly asked, "If I may be so bold, may I know your name?" Li Mu looked at the crowd and smiled. He said, "Great Zhou's consecration department, Li Mu." As soon as he said this, the 10 people knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. The middle-aged man said excitedly, "Zhou Xian of the Southern Army's 7th Army 2nd Century Squad, greets Lord Li." Li Mu personally helped him up. He looked at the crowd and said, "You've all worked hard." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up straight. He said solemnly, "It's my duty." Li Mu patted him on the shoulder and took out a few bottles of healing pills. He distributed them to everyone and returned the Jiao Dan to Ao Run. He said, "Catch those guys at the bottom of the lake." The cultivation of the 20 or so people from the Xin Kingdom was only at the 4th realm. They were quickly captured by Ao Run. Their cultivation was sealed and they were tied up on the shore. At first, these people were very stubborn. However, after Ao Run's torture and interrogation, they immediately confessed. They were the border guards of the Xin Kingdom. They were ordered by the Xin Kingdom's imperial court to deliberately cross the border and provoke a conflict between the two countries. A few months ago there was a huge change in the Yao Kingdom. The northern part of the Great Zhou was in danger. The Xin Kingdom wanted to take advantage of the situation and occupy the Great Zhou's southern county while the Yao Kingdom invaded the Great Zhou. At that time, the Great Zhou would have to deal with the powerful enemy, the Yao Kingdom, and would be unable to mobilize troops. Unexpectedly, the chaos of the Yao Kingdom was quelled so quickly and their plan fell through. Li Mu asked them to temporarily detain these people from the Xin Kingdom. He learned about the current situation of the southern county from Zhou Xian. Great Zhou did not have many troops in the southern county. The entire southern army only had about 10,000 people. It was different from the northern army, which had a large number of troops. The border between the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom stretched for thousands of miles. The southern army had built countless outposts on the border defense line. Each outpost was guarded by a small team of 10 people. Even so, the outposts on the southern border were sparse. There were often people from the Xin Kingdom who secretly crossed the border and caused trouble in the Great Zhou. In recent months, the Great Zhou had no time to care about the Xin Kingdom. The Xin Kingdom was even more unscrupulous. The people of the southern county were deeply disturbed. Naturally, the faith of the people was extremely low. It was impossible to completely change this situation. The border between the two countries was too long. No matter how many troops Great Zhou had stationed on the southern border, it could not completely eliminate this phenomenon. The imperial court could not waste too many troops here. The simplest way was, of course, to completely scare the Xin Kingdom just like 100 years ago. However, the Great Zhou could not take the initiative to start a war. Li Mu rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a bell rang from Zhou Xian's waist. Zhou Xian heard the bell and took out a string of bells from his waist. One of them vibrated and made a crisp sound. His expression changed and he said, "It's the 5th team asking for help. They're in danger." Li Mu asked, "Where is the 5th team?" Zhou Xian pointed in a certain direction and said, "To the east, 25 miles away. I'll go take a look first." "Follow me," Li Mu said. Then he turned into a stream of light and sped toward the east. 25 miles away, 10 sentries of the Southern Army were surrounding a bald man. The man was dressed differently from the people of the Great Show. Although it was said to be a siege, the man was actually fighting against 10 people with ease. With his Realm 5 cultivation, he could completely trample on these small cultivators who were only at the second and third realms. And what he enjoyed was the process of trampling on them. Ever since the Xin Kingdom and the Great Zhou fell out, the people of the country wanted to go to war with the Great Zhou. Even if there was a conflict with the Great Zhou border army, the imperial court would not blame them. The weapons of the Southern Army sentries slashed the bald man's body, creating a series of sparks. The bald man casually hit the dantian of a young sentinel with his palm. His cultivation was completely destroyed and his aura immediately withered. In a few breaths, this person had destroyed the cultivation of 6 sentinels. Just as he raised his hand again, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the west. There was a powerful aura coming over at a high speed. He casually destroyed the sentinel in front of him and said indifferently, "The experts of the Southern Army are here. I won't play with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly retreated in the direction of the border. As long as he crossed that boundary marker, he would be in the territory of the Xin Kingdom. That stone marker was a place that the Great Zhou border army could not cross. Thinking of this, he sped up again. But in the next moment he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A flying sword chased after him at an unbelievable speed. It pierced through his back and nailed his body to the boundary marker. His primordial spirit left his body and fled to the other side with a terrified expression. However, even though he had already stepped into the territory of the Xin Kingdom, a small illusory sword chased after him and pierced through his primordial spirit. His terrified primordial spirit was still in the air when it started to slowly dissipate. All of this happened very quickly. Several Southern Army sentinels looked at this scene in shock. After a long time, their expressions changed from shock to joy. Behind them, Ao Run rushed over with his group. He looked at the bald man who was nailed to the ground and his nascent soul that had yet to dissipate. He gulped with difficulty. At this moment he deeply understood that the reason he was still standing here in one piece was all because he had a loose tongue back then. Li Mu's gaze swept over everyone. When it swept over the dragon girl, she trembled and immediately said, "My name is Ao Qingxin. My home is in the Southern Sea. I sneaked out. I didn't want to go against you, but someone stole my inner core and forced me to work for them." Chapter 508. Li Mu did not have time to pay attention to the dragon. He quickly walked to the sentries and used his magic power to check their bodies. When he withdrew his hand, Li Mu's face was gloomy. Out of the 10 sentries, 7 of them had their cultivation crippled, and 3 of them were seriously injured. Li Mu first used the Buddhist light to stabilize the injuries of the 3 seriously injured, and then gave them a few bottles of healing pills. The 7 sentries whose dantians were destroyed were even more troublesome to treat. Li Mu needed to refine a cauldron of heaven-level pills to rebuild their dantians. Fortunately, his storage space was very rich. Most of them were given to him by Huanji. It was only a matter of time before they recovered their cultivation. He had just arrived in the South County and had witnessed 2 border conflicts with his own eyes. It was enough to see how arrogant the border guards of the Xin Kingdom were. An hour later, Li Mu arrived at the main camp of the South Army under the lead of Zhou Xian and the others. The South Army had a total of 10 armies. The other 9 armies were led by the First Army. Here Li Mu met the commander of the First Army of the South Army. This was a burly man. His cultivation was only at the 5th realm. When he saw Li Mu, he bowed to him and said, "Lord Li, I've heard a lot about you." Li Mu went straight to the point and said, "I'll skip the pleasantries. In the past few months, the people of the South County have been too weak. I'm here for this matter." Speaking of this, the commander of the South Army slammed his fist on the table and said, "These animals don't dare to fight us head-on, so they go around disturbing the people. Every time we arrive, it's already too late. The people are suffering because of them. Their whereabouts are unknown. In the past few months, the South Army has only caught a dozen of them. For this, several of our soldiers have also died." Li Mu asked, "Where are they?" Commander Zhang said, "In the prison." At this moment, a deputy general hurried into the tent and said, "General, people from the Xin Kingdom have come again. They're causing trouble outside and asking us to release their people." Commander Zhang said angrily, King bullshit. If we let them go, would our soldiers have died for nothing? There was a commotion outside the tent, and a dark-skinned man in strange clothes barged in. He spoke in a non-standard Great Zhou dialect and said loudly, "You have no right to punish the people of Great Zhou. Even if they committed crimes in your country, they must be handed over to Great Zhou for punishment. This is the law set by your late emperor." Commander Zhang whispered into Li Mu's ear, "Although this is the rule set by the previous emperor, we can't let this person go. Our soldiers can't die in vain. The Xin nation must pay the price." Li Mu walked in front of the Xin person, looked at him and lightly said, "The late emperor has been dead for 5 years. Now this rule has been changed. The Great Zhou is the celestial empire. If a foreigner commits a crime in the Great Zhou, his crime will be increased by 1 level." That Xingua man frowned and said, "Who are you? Do you think you can change a country's laws just because you say so?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but it's true." He looked at Commander Zhang and said, "Bring the Xin nation prisoners here." Commander Zhang clasped his fist and ordered his men, "Bring them here." They walked out. Outside the Southern Army camp, there was a row of tombstones. Commander Zhang explained to Li Mu, "These are the soldiers of the Southern Army who sacrificed themselves over the years. I could only bury their bodies here." These tombstones were engraved with names and dates of birth. Li Mu looked at them. Judging from the dates of birth and death, some of the soldiers were only 18 or 19 years old when they sacrificed themselves. 13 Xin nation prisoners were brought out. Seeing dozens of their people standing outside, they thought they could go back. They smiled and were about to walk over, but they were held back by the Southern Army soldiers behind them. Li Mu looked back and said, "Bring them here." The 13 people kept resisting and struggling, but in the end they were brought over and stood in front of these tombstones. Li Mu said indifferently, "Make them kneel." The 13 people stood straight and none of them knelt. Li Mu looked at them and an invisible aura came out of his body. The 13 people suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies double, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They gritted their teeth and wanted to continue standing, but their backs bent. As the pressure on their heads increased, their knees also bent. In the end, there were only a dozen bang sounds and all of them knelt on the ground. If they didn't kneel, that force would crush their bones. Seeing this, the Xin nation emissary led more than 10 attendants forward. Li Mu turned to look at them and his aura swept out. The emissary and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were locked in place by a terrifying aura. They stood in place, not daring to move, and sweat poured down their foreheads like rain. Commander Zhang, who was standing beside Li Mu, also felt this aura. He was extremely shocked. The legendary Lord Li was even more powerful than he had imagined. There was silence in front of the tent. Li Mu looked down at the first person kneeling and asked, "What crime did he commit?" A deputy general walked forward and said, "This person raped several women in the South Commandery." Li Mu took out the saber at the deputy general's waist. Using his finger as a pen, he drew a rune on the saber. Then he said, "In the Great Zhou, raping a woman is punished with 3 to 10 years in prison. If the circumstances are serious, you can be sentenced to death. You raped several women, so it's not too much to sentence you to death, right?" Under the pressure of that powerful aura, the Xin nation cultivator couldn't speak at all. If he opened his mouth, he would be crushed by this aura. He couldn't speak and he didn't have the chance to speak. Li Mu raised his saber and a head rolled down. Hot blood rolled down from the headless body, dyeing the ground in front of him red. There were runes engraved on the saber. With one slash, the soul would scatter and the body would die. Even the primordial spirit and soul would not be left behind. Commander Zhang's eyelids twitched. Soon there was only joy left in his eyes. He also wanted to do the same, but he didn't have Lord Li's courage. The Xin nation envoy's face was ashen. However, under the pressure of that aura, he couldn't take a step forward. It was even difficult for him to open his mouth. Ao Run's face was pale. He secretly hid behind Ao Qingxin. Ao Qingxin dared to show her toughness at the beginning because she thought that no human would dare to kill a dragon. However, she didn't dare to take the risk now. Since just now, this seemingly gentle man had already killed 2 people in a row. He was so straightforward. He was simply an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Perhaps he really dared to kill a dragon. Ao Qingxin couldn't gamble with her life. She didn't dare to gamble with her life. At this moment she only regretted. If she had known that the outside world was so terrifying, she would have agreed to her father's proposal. So what if she married that guy in the East Sea that she didn't like? It was better than running away from the marriage. After running away for half a year, her inner core was gone. Now she couldn't even keep her life. Tears flashed in her eyes. She said regretfully, "Father, I was wrong. Please come and save me." Li Mu cut down the first person, then looked at the second person kneeling and asked, "What crime did he commit?" The deputy general took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "He maliciously attacked our sentry. One of our sentry was sacrificed because of this person. Death penalty." Li Mu waved his saber again. Another headless body fell down. This person slaughtered several people in the border county and collected their souls for cultivation. Death penalty. This person, death penalty. As the 13 headless bodies fell to the ground, the surroundings of the military tent were silent. Whether it was the soldiers of the Southern Army or the emissary of the Shin country, they all held their breaths. It was so quiet that they could hear their own breathing and heartbeat. Soon the young man from the Great Zhou spoke again. His voice wasn't loud, but it sent chills down the spines of the dozen or so people from the Shin country. From today onwards, if the guards of the Shin country cross the border without permission, their cultivation will be destroyed and they will be sent back. If they attack the outposts of the Great Zhou, if they provoke the soldiers of the Great Zhou, they will be killed without mercy. If they cause chaos in the Great Zhou, they will be killed without mercy. If they are found by the lake, they will be drowned in the lake. If they are found in the mountains, they will be hanged on a tree. No one will be spared. He withdrew his aura. The emissary of the Shin country and his entourage fell to the ground, their legs weak. Li Mu glanced at them and said to Commander Zhang, "Deport them out of the country and place the corpses of these 13 people on the border." The border between the Great Zhou and the Shin country was long. The sparse outposts couldn't stop the people of the Shin country. Only by using iron-blooded methods and killing them until they were scared could they put an end to the chaos in the South County. Since he started cultivating, Li Mu rarely had the desire to kill. However, when he looked at the tombstones in front of the big tent of the Southern Army and the soldiers of the Great Zhou who had sacrificed themselves, his killing intent rose like never before. He didn't know when it started, but he had already regarded himself as a part of the Great Zhou. He stood in front of the 13 headless corpses and turned around. His gaze happened to look at the pale Ao Run and Ao Qingxin. Under Li Mu's emotionless gaze, the flood dragon and the dragon trembled at the same time. Ao Qingxin trembled and hurriedly said, "No, don't kill me. I can guard the lake for you and I can also be your mount. Don't you want to have a dragon as your mount?" These words didn't move Li Mu, but Ao Run shivered. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his soul was almost scared out of his body. If his master took this dragon as his mount, he would have nothing to do with it. In terms of strength, he was not as strong as this female dragon. In terms of status, he was a flood dragon and the other party was a dragon. He was also inferior to a dragon. In terms of gender, his master was so lecherous. Whether it was day or night, he would definitely prefer to ride a female dragon instead of a male flood dragon. In this way, he would have no value at all. He knelt on the ground with a plop, hugging Li Mu's leg. With snot and tears he cried, "Master, don't do this. I've worked hard even if I didn't make any contributions. You can't forget the old flood dragon when you have a new one. You can ride this female dragon. I'll guard the lake. Don't kill me." Li Mu kicked him away and said angrily, "Who said I'm going to kill you?" After kicking Ao Run away, he looked at Ao Qingxin and said indifferently, "Although you were forced, this can't erase your crime. I'll punish you to be my mount for 3 years. Are you willing?" Ao Qingxin said without any hesitation, "Yes, I'm willing to be your mount." Although the dragon race had the dignity of the dragon race, life was always the most important thing. It was only being ridden by this terrifying man for 3 years. 3 years would pass very quickly. At that time she would immediately fly into the sea. She wouldn't even want her inner core and would never come out again. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't be my mount. Your master is someone else. You'll know when the time comes." He had once promised to catch a dragon for the Empress to play with as a mount. This little female dragon was just right. With the Empress's personality, she would probably be tired of playing with it after 3 years. At that time he would give her back her freedom. It could be considered that he had fulfilled another promise to the Empress. Hearing that she wasn't going to be his mount, Xianxia felt a little comforted in her heart. She hoped that her master wasn't a man. It would be best if she was a beautiful young lady. Li Mu looked at the row of tombstones again. Looking at the unfamiliar names on them, he said to Commander Zhang, I want to build a tombstone for these heroes and engrave their names on it for future generations to revere. Commander Zhang nodded and said, I'll arrange it. But where should we put this tombstone? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, put it at the border where the people of the Xin Kingdom enter. Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom had been trading for many years. There was a checkpoint at the border of the South County. When the merchants of the Great Zhou left the border, the people of the Xin Kingdom entered. They had to pass through a small city. On this day, a huge stone tombstone flew through the air and landed in front of this small city located at the border of the Great Zhou and the Xin Kingdom. The stone tombstone was about 10 feet tall. There were mysterious patterns carved on it. There were also small words secretly carved on the tombstone. Under the stone tombstone, there were more than a dozen corpses of the people of the Xin Kingdom kneeling. The Xin Kingdom's guards had already gathered in front of the border because more than a dozen of their own people had been killed. When they saw this scene, they were even more furious. Damn the people of the Zhou Kingdom. How dare they humiliate the soldiers of the Xin Kingdom? Our imperial court is too weak. If we send troops to the Great Zhou, our Xin Kingdom will soon become the most powerful country in the Zhou continent. The emperor of the Zhou Kingdom is actually a woman. How can a country with a woman as the emperor be the most powerful country in the Zhou continent? This title clearly belongs to our Xin Kingdom. They actually humiliated our soldiers like this. I swear I will kill 10 people of the Zhou Kingdom to avenge them. But the Zhou Kingdom said that if we cross the border, our cultivation will be crippled. If we violate the laws of the Zhou Kingdom, we will be killed without mercy. You coward. This is for the glory of the Xin Kingdom. So what if you die? Two figures stood within the borders of the Great Zhou. All kinds of unbearable words entered their ears. Commander Zhang said, I don't know where these people of the Xin Kingdom get their confidence from. If it wasn't for the fact that war is a waste of manpower and resources, our dynasty has always maintained peace. The Great Zhou Iron Cavalry would have already trampled the Xin Kingdom. Li Mu looked at the furious people of the Xin Kingdom and said lightly, looks like this won't scare them. Commander Zhang said, I have dealt with them for many years. They are just like this. Not only are they blindly confident, but they are also stubborn. Li Mu thought for a while and said, looks like just beheading them isn't enough. If even beheading them wasn't enough, what could be more terrifying than beheading them? Commander Zhang asked doubtfully, what else does Lord Li plan to do? Li Mu took out the corpse sex sound transmission magic tool and channeled his mana. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia's respectful voice came from the other side. What orders does Grand Elder have? Li Mu said lightly, bring 2 elders and come to the southern county of the Great Zhou to find me. Chapter 509. It would take Xianxia and the others at least 7 days to get here from Qianhu country. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Mu refined most of the spiritual herbs in his storage space into pills and distributed them to the injured soldiers of the Southern Army. They helped the soldiers of the Southern Army who had their cultivation crippled rebuild their dantian. Although the guards of the Xin country were stubborn, they could see more than a dozen corpses on the border as long as they looked up. It was impossible for them not to be afraid. In recent days, the number of provocations from the people of the Xin country across the border had decreased by more than half. However, there was still a portion of people who were not frightened by Li Mu. Instead, they became even more aggressive and attacked more than a dozen outposts together. When the reinforcements arrived, most of the time, there were only injured soldiers of the Southern Army. The people of the Xin country had long fled. Li Mu asked Ao Run and Ao Qingxin to patrol the border for a few days, but they only caught 3 people. There was no way to stop this phenomenon. It was easy to be a thief but hard to guard against a thief. No one knew where their next target would be. The only thing they could do was to kill them one by one. They would kill until they were completely afraid and would naturally stop. A few days later, Li Mu met Qianxia, Han Shisan and Sun Qi in the tent. These 3 were the 3 strongest elders of the corpse sect. They were also quite accomplished in the path of refining corpses. The 3 of them knelt on one knee and bowed to Li Mu with cupped fists. They said loudly, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Li Mu gestured for them to stand up and asked, "How is the situation of the demon country now?" Qianxia said, Ever since the last battle, the Tianlang country has been holed up in their territory and hasn't made any moves. The Qianhu country is absorbing the surrounding demons. Li Mu asked again, what has Phantom Princess been doing recently? Qin Shi said, ever since Her Majesty returned from the Great Show, she has been in seclusion. After asking them a few questions, Li Mu said again, I called you here this time because I have a mission for you. Follow me. Li Mu brought the three of them to the Southern Army's Martyrs Monument. At the same time, he asked Commander Zhang to bring the 3 guards of the Xin Kingdom who had attacked the Southern Army's outpost and injured the Southern Army's outpost. The stone stele was erected near the border between the 2 countries. The river was the boundary between the 2 countries. On one side was the Great Zhou and on the other side was the Xin Kingdom. Both countries had a large number of troops stationed on both sides of the river. When Li Mu and his people gathered on the north bank, the Xin Kingdom's guards on the other side could not help but watch. What do these Zhou people want to do? What do they want to do to Raj Ka and Sharma? No, those Zhou people raised their blades at them. Could it be that he wants to kill them? On the north bank, a deputy general said loudly in the official language of the Xin nation, these 3 people crossed the border and attacked our Southern Army's outpost. They injured our soldiers and should be executed according to the law. Take this as a warning and don't repeat their mistakes. Execute them. Swish, swish, swish. The executioner waved his blade and the 3 Xin Kingdom's guards were beheaded. Blood sprayed on the ground below the monument. Since the time of the previous emperor of the Great Zhou, the Xin Kingdom had enjoyed many privileges in the Great Zhou. One of the most important privileges was that the Great Zhou had no right to punish the Xin Kingdom's citizens. No matter what crimes the Xin Kingdom's soldiers and civilians committed in the Great Zhou, they would be handed over to the Xin Kingdom's imperial court for punishment. The Xin Kingdom naturally would not punish its own citizens. In the past it would only put on a show and release them. But just now they had seen with their own eyes that their friends and compatriots were executed by the Zhou Kingdom. Not only did this not frighten them, it made them even angrier. We will settle this score with you sooner or later. Raj Ka and Sharma will not die in vain. We will avenge you. Just you wait. I will drag 10 times the number of Zhou Kingdom's citizens to accompany you in death. A large number of Xin Kingdom's soldiers looked across the river. Their voices were filled with grief and indignation. Then another scene occurred across the river that they could not understand. They did not know when it started, but a gray fog suddenly enveloped the corpses of Raj, Ka and Sharma. Moreover, it continued to spread. After being killed by the Zhou Kingdom's people, the dozen or so corpses of the Xin Kingdom's guards who were kneeling in front of the monument were also enveloped by the gray fog. The gray fog was deathly silent. The noisy Xin Kingdom's guards on the other side of the river also slowly quieted down. The gray fog gave them a strange feeling from the bottom of their hearts. A terrifying atmosphere spread among the Xin Kingdom's army. Ao Run looked at the gray fog from afar and felt extremely uncomfortable. He carefully asked Li Mu, Master, what are they doing? Li Mu lightly said, refining corpses. Ao Run took a deep breath. These Xin Kingdom's people were too pitiful. Even after death they could not rest in peace and were even refined into zombies. Although he did not sympathize with these people who had no bottom line compared to him, he still could not help but feel fear from the bottom of his heart. What made him even more afraid was that the way his master looked at those corpses just now was very familiar to him. After Ao Run carefully recalled, his body could not help but tremble. Wasn't that the way his master looked at him when he first captured him? Could it be that at that time his master also intended to refine him into a corpse? Thinking of this, Ao Run felt a lingering fear. If it was not for his quick-wittedness at that time, perhaps he would have already become an obedient flood dragon corpse. A sense of fear spread throughout his body. Ao Run's legs went soft and he directly knelt down. Li Mu looked at him and asked, What are you doing? Ao Run swallowed a mouthful of saliva and knelt on the ground. He conveniently said, Master, are your legs sore? Let me help you massage them. Ao Qingxin also hurriedly ran over and stood behind Li Mu. He said, Let me help you massage your shoulders. The longer she stayed by this man's side, the more terrifying things she saw. In the past she thought that death would be the end of everything. She did not expect that death was not the end. She could not imagine that after death the corpses would still have to suffer such torture. Beside Commander Zhang, a secretary's throat moved. He asked, General, they are already dead. Is it too inhumane for us to do this? Commander Zhang looked at him and coldly asked, Humanity? What is humanity? Humanity is our soldiers, our people. Do we have to endlessly suffer the harassment of the Shin Kingdom's people? Let me tell you what humanity is. Humanity is to do our best to protect the people of our great Zhou. Anyone who dares to offend our great Zhou will have to pay a painful price. Even if they die, their corpses will continue to atone for their crimes. The secretary swallowed a mouthful of saliva and lowered his head. He did not ask any more questions. 2 hours later, on the south bank, hundreds of Shin Kingdom's guards waited anxiously. The gray fog on the other side of the bank finally dissipated. In the gray fog, besides the 3 great Zhou people, there were also a dozen figures standing in neat rows. Their bodies exuded a strange aura. When the Shin Kingdom's guards saw these people, their expressions changed greatly. Is that Sharma? He was clearly dead. How did he come back to life? Raj and Kadi are also inside. What happened to them? Ganesh Siddhar. The dead have all come back to life. What did the great Zhou people do to them? Is that Lord Bharat? He was a 5th realm expert 3 years ago. He actually died at the hands of the great Zhou people. It's too scary. They are already dead, but they can't rest in peace. At this time, the expressions of the Shin Kingdom's guards had changed from anger to fear. Their friends and companions could not rest in peace after their deaths. They had become such terrifying existences. This was even more frightening than the war with the great Zhou. Qin Shi and the other 2 shook the bells in their hands. The zombies refined from the corpses of the Shin Kingdom's prisoners hopped away with them. What was going on during these 2 hours was only the initial sacrificial refining. Only after all the sacrificial refining was completed would the zombies be able to unleash their strongest strength. Li Mu looked at the reactions of the Shin Kingdom's people on the other side of the bank and turned to leave. He wanted to refine those people into zombies in front of them. He wanted them to see clearly that the consequences of invading the Great Zhou were even more terrifying than death. In the tent, Li Mu said to Commander Zhang, "Have the army's secretary write an official document and have the South County's local government post it everywhere in the city. In the future, every time an invader is killed, everyone must be informed." 7 days later, the sentries of the South Army's various outposts reported that the Shin Kingdom's people did not make any more movements. There were also no disturbances in the counties. This series of thunderous methods finally completely suppressed the Shin Kingdom's people. Li Mu asked the Empress through the spirit conch. In the ancestral temple, the psychic power cauldron in the South County shone brightly again. Although it had not returned to normal, it was only a matter of time. After severely punishing the people of the Shin Kingdom, the psychic power of the people of the South County would greatly increase. As long as the stability of the South County could be maintained, the matter of the psychic power could be resolved. Although he had only been in the South County for less than half a month and had already resolved these 2 problems, Li Mu did not plan to go back just like that. He could not swallow the anger of the Shin Kingdom. Great Zhou did not have any other thoughts about the Shin Kingdom. Firstly, Great Zhou's territory was large enough and did not have much interest in occupying the Shin Kingdom. Otherwise, the Shin Kingdom would have been incorporated into Great Zhou's territory 100 years ago. Secondly, the Yong Kingdom, the Jing Kingdom, the Liang Kingdom and the other kingdoms had similar cultures with Great Zhou. They shared a common language, and it was difficult to distinguish the citizens of each country from their appearance. However, the Shin Kingdom was different. The appearance of the people of the Shin Kingdom was very different from that of the other countries, and their cultural customs were also very different. To the countries of Zhuzhou, they were a foreign race. Great Zhou only wanted to protect its own territory and had no interest in occupying the land of a foreign race. However, since the establishment of Great Zhou, the Shin Kingdom had been tirelessly testing the boundaries of death. Whenever Great Zhou was in trouble, the Shin Kingdom would take advantage of the situation and disturb the psychic power of the people of the South County. Although it would not cause much harm to Great Zhou, it was disgusting enough. Li Mu could not lead troops to attack the Shin Kingdom. After all, although the Shin Kingdom's strength was not as strong as Great Zhou's, it was not a pushover. Although Great Zhou could win, it would also give other people with bad intentions an opportunity to take advantage of. Once there were enemies in many places, no matter how powerful an empire was, it could be worn down. However, Li Mu could not swallow this anger. This matter needed to be considered at length. There was still one more thing to do. Li Mu sat in the tent and said, Cheng Xen, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in. Cheng Xen stood in the tent nervously, waiting for Li Mu's orders. Li Mu looked up at her and asked, "You said that your Naiden was stolen by someone in the Shin Kingdom?" Cheng Xen immediately raised her right hand and said, "I swear that what I said is true." Li Mu did not doubt her words. There was no doubt about the strength of the dragon race. If her Naiden was still there, Li Mu might not have been able to take her down so easily. Giving the Empress a dragon without a Naiden would show that he did not take her seriously. Before giving it to the Empress, he needed to find her Naiden first. Li Mu asked, "Who stole your Naiden? Where's he now? How strong is he?" Cheng Xen looked up at Li Mu and was stunned for a moment. Then she said, "I don't know where he is now, but I can sense the location of the Naiden. His strength should be at the 6th realm of you humans." Li Mu walked to her side and said calmly, "Take me to him." Shin Kingdom, Southern Bang. Cheng Xen sat on a flying boat in the sky. It was hard to describe what she was feeling. Although she had fallen into the hands of a human again, this human did not do anything to her. Instead, he took her to find her Naiden. This made her, who thought that she had fallen into the claws of a demon, feel quite disappointed. Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat. He did not turn his head and asked, "How far is it?" Cheng Xen pointed ahead and said, "It's just ahead. I can sense that we are getting closer and closer to the Naiden." Li Mu accelerated the flying boat. When they reached the sky above a certain plane, the flying boat suddenly stopped and rapidly descended. Outside a certain village in the dense grass, a woman's screams and cries for help could be heard. The 5 men laughed obscenely and violently tore off her clothes. The woman's heart-wrenching voice was filled with despair. Finally, it alerted a family at the entrance of the village. A man ran out and stood outside the bushes. He shouted, "What are you doing?" The 5 men looked back at him and pointed at the woman on the grass. The man looked at her exposed skin and a lustful light flashed in his eyes. He took off his long robe and slowly walked in. When the woman saw this, her eyes were filled with despair. However, just as the 6 men were about to tear off the last layer of her clothes, their bodies suddenly left the ground and slowly floated in the air. A young man and woman slowly landed on the ground. Li Mu reached out and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. The clothing automatically flew over and covered the woman. The woman hurriedly used the clothing to cover her body. Li Mu looked at the 6 men. They felt a sharp pain between their legs and then fainted. Cheng Xen stood behind Li Mu and secretly sized him up. She realized that she could not see through this man. The Great Zhou and the Shin Kingdom were clearly enemies. The people of the Shin Kingdom had done so many terrible things in the Great Zhou. He killed the people of the Shin Kingdom cleanly without even blinking. Yet he was willing to save this woman from the Shin Kingdom. She did not know what he was thinking. "Alicia, Alicia." A man's voice came from afar. The woman used the clothing Li Mu gave her to wrap her body and ran into the distance. Soon she came back with another man. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Mu and Cheng Xen in gratitude. Before coming to the Shin Kingdom, Li Mu had already learned the language of the Shin Kingdom through the jade slip that Commander Zhang gave him. For cultivators like them, there was no language barrier at all. Li Mu did not say anything in the face of their gratitude. He took Cheng Xen and flew back into the sky. He killed the people of the Shin Kingdom for the sake of the soldiers and innocent people of the Great Zhou. He saved this woman from the Shin Kingdom only because of his own conscience. However, before he left, he took another look at the young man. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 5:10. On the flying boat, Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. He said to Li Mu, "That person is very strange." Li Mu asked casually, "What did you see?" Xianxia said, "Spiritual qi. He has gathered a lot of spiritual qi." Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat and looked down. Under the influence of Old Wang, he had read a lot of books. Of course, what he saw was not only spiritual qi. For a person who had never cultivated before to have such dense spiritual qi around him, it could only mean that he had a special physique. It was very likely that he was a rare innate spiritual body. As the name implied, he could use his body to attract spiritual qi. This was a physique more suitable for cultivation than the 5 elements physique, pure yin and pure yang. Hyun Jinko was an innate spiritual body. With this talent and the inheritance of his sect, he was able to become the headmaster of the Fulu school. If that young man from the Shin Kingdom was born in the Great Zhou, he would definitely be a genius that all the major sects would fight over. Unfortunately, he was born in the Shin Kingdom. Looking at his clothes, he should be the lowest of the low. The Shin Kingdom's royal family divided the people into 4 classes. The cultivators of the sects and the royal family were the first class, the nobles were the first class, and the merchants were the first class. The common people were the lowest class. The common people could not receive education and could not cultivate. No matter how talented they were, it was futile. Li Mu had already realized that although talent could make cultivation twice the result with half the effort, the decisive factors were one's hard work, two's luck, and of course the most important was the inheritance. A person with an innate spiritual body cultivating for 100 years was not as good as a person with mediocre talent receiving a strand of emperor's qi. After all, a person's 100 years of hard work could not compare to the years of hard work of hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou. On the path of cultivation, most of the so-called top geniuses would eventually become ordinary people. He quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. At this time, Xianxia suddenly pointed to a short mountain in front of them and said excitedly, "I feel it. My inner core is there." Li Mu stood on the flying boat and looked at the short mountain in the distance. At the top of the hill there was a magnificent temple. A row of stone steps extended from the top of the hill to the foot of the hill. On the stone steps there were many people slowly climbing up. Every few steps they would kneel down and kowtow. From their bodies, there was a faint aura of telekinesis. Within the Shin Kingdom, sects flourished. This was the origin of Buddhism, and countless sects flourished here. Even the Shin Kingdom's royal family used sects to control the Shin Kingdom. Although the Shin Kingdom was not as big as the Great Zhou, it had a large population and was very suitable for the development of sections. This was obviously the location of a sect. Before Li Mu and Xianxia could get close, a figure suddenly flew out from the temple. It was a tall and sturdy man with bulging muscles. He didn't have any hair on his head and held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He frowned at Xianxia and asked, "Evil dragon, what are you doing here instead of guarding the lake?" Xianxia stood on the flying boat, turned around and looked at Li Mu, then summoned up his courage and said, "Give me back my inner core." The bald man sneered and said, "If you want the inner core, come and get it yourself." Xianxia looked at Li Mu again. Li Mu said indifferently, "If he wants you to get it, go get it yourself. Don't worry, I will watch over you from the side." When she had her Naiden, she wasn't this baldy's opponent. Now that she had lost her Naiden, she couldn't beat him. But at this moment she didn't have any other choice. She could only summon 2 pitchforks and bite the bullet to attack the baldy. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the shrunken Dao bell floated in his palm and kept spinning. "Go." Li Mu waved his hand and the Dao bell suddenly flew to Xianxia and merged with her body. Xianxia only felt that something had happened to her body, but the bald man's staff was already smashing towards her. She could only raise her pitchforks to block. Clang! The staff and pitchforks collided and there was a deafening sound. Xianxia's body floated in the air, but the bald man was bounced back with his staff. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then she spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath without hesitation. The bald man hurriedly responded. He waved his sleeves and hid his body behind his wide monk's robes. But this treasured robe was still burned with 2 big holes. He was shocked and angry and his hands formed a seal. At this moment the young man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Formation." As soon as he said this, his body was suddenly bound by the power of heaven and earth. He couldn't move and the spell he was about to cast was also interrupted. Although he immediately used his spiritual power to break free, the dragon girl didn't let go of this opportunity. A pitchfork pierced towards his head. A golden light burst out from the top of his head and bounced the pitchfork away, but he was also injured. Blood flowed down from the top of his head, blurring his vision. Ever since he stepped into the 6th level he hadn't been injured for a long time. At this moment his anger wasn't on the dragon girl but on the man behind her. If this person hadn't been causing trouble at the side, he would have taken down the dragon girl long ago. He formed a seal with one hand and pushed a palm towards Li Mu. In the void in front of the two, an illusory palm print suddenly appeared and pressed down on Li Mu. At the same time the space Li Mu was in seemed to be completely sealed. Palm prints appeared in all directions around him, sealing off all his escape routes. When the palm prints arrived, Li Mu's body suddenly disappeared. The many palm prints resisted and melted, and Li Mu's body appeared again. As long as the opponent wasn't at the 7th level or the peak of the 6th level, he could escape into the Demon Emperor's space at any time to avoid the enemy's attack. The bald man's attack didn't hurt Li Mu, and Zhou Xian was already charging over with her pitchforks. While he was dealing with the dragon, there were thunderous roars above his head, strong winds blowing and thousands of swords shooting out. He was in a sorry state and his treasured robes were already riddled with holes. The young man's spell was strange and he didn't know what was up with the dragon girl. Although her attacks weren't much stronger, her defense was more than 10 times stronger. He couldn't break through her defense at all. If this continued, he might be exhausted to death by the man and dragon here. He had originally prepared that dragon inner core for the treasure hunt at the bottom of the sea. Now it seemed like he had to return it. He waved his hand and a white inner core the size of a pigeon egg flew out and was swallowed by Zhou Xian. The inner core returned to her body and her aura soared. Soon she reached the peak of the 5th level. The bald man regulated his body as he said, "I've given you the item. You can leave now, right?" Li Mu didn't think of directly killing this bald man. Which 6th level elite didn't have a trump card? He couldn't take him down in a short time. Moreover, if he stayed in a stalemate with him for too long, it would be very disadvantageous for them in the Shin Nation's territory if he summoned the other elites of the Shin Nation. However, it wasn't his style to just walk away like this. Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "You snatched someone else's item and it's fine just to return it?" The bald man asked in a low voice, "What else do you want?" Li Mu said, "You bullied my people. You have to pay the price, right?" The bald man's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand at Li Mu and a white light shot out. Li Mu reached out to catch it and a jade scroll appeared in his hand. The bald man said, "This is a map of an ancient secret realm that I obtained in my early years. I'll give it to you." Li Mu used his psychic power to check the jade scroll, and found that there was indeed a map imprinted in it. The location marked on the map should be in the Southern Sea. No wonder this bald man wanted Shoshin's inner core. Without the dragon inner core, it was very difficult for humans to move in the deep sea. Every time they dived a certain distance, they would need to use their transcendence energy to resist the water pressure. Below several thousand meters, 6th level elites would need to use all their transcendence energy to barely move. If they encountered any threat, they would be doomed. He kept the jade scroll and said, "Shoshin, let's go." Zhou Xian, who had regained her inner core, was in a good mood. She immediately flew onto Li Mu's flying ship. The bald man looked at the flying ship leaving and his face darkened. He turned into a ray of light again and flew into the temple. The believers on the mountain path did not know that a great battle had happened in the sky. They were still climbing the mountain and praying devoutly. On the flying ship, Li Mu handed the jade scroll to Shoshin. After Shoshin checked it, she nodded and said, "That is indeed the Southern Sea. However, it is not easy to find. The sea is very big, much bigger than the countries on land. It is very, very difficult to find a place in the sea, and it is also very easy to encounter danger." The ancient secret realm was indeed very attractive to Li Mu. There would often be Dao arts inheritances from the previous era there. However, Li Mu did not have the time to look for them now. He still had to settle the matter of the Shin country. The arrogant group of Shin country people at the border was temporarily intimidated. However, according to their temperament, it would not be long before they would forget this painful memory. The flying ship landed outside a city in the northern bang of the Shin country. Zhou Xian asked Li Mu in confusion, "Are we not going back?" Li Mu said indifferently, "There is no hurry." In the past, his understanding of the Shin country was all from the mouths of others. Since he had come to the Shin country this time, he wanted to see for himself what kind of country it was. The difference in appearance between the two of them and the Shin country people was too great. Li Mu and her changed a little and they did not seem that special. In the small city, Li Mu and Shoshin walked side by side. Even though she had changed into the clothes of the Shin country people and hid her dragon horns, it was still difficult to hide her natural beauty. Walking on the street from time to time, men would cast strange looks at her. It was human nature to love beauty. For a woman like her walking on the streets of any city in the Great Zhou, there would be a high number of people turning their heads. However, the behavior of the people of the Great Zhou and the people of the Shin country were completely different. When the people of the Great Zhou saw a beautiful woman, most of them looked at her with admiration. When they were discovered by a woman, they would also look away in embarrassment. However, the people of the Xin country people would not do that. They would silently look at a woman with naked eyes. If it was just one or two, it would be fine. However, when most of the men on the street looked at her with such eyes, even the powerful dragon girl hid behind Li Mu. She was not afraid but disgusted and disgusted. She had never seen such people in such a country. The city was filled with a foul smell. People were relieving themselves on the street and looking at women with very rude eyes. Animal feces could be seen everywhere. In a river that flowed through the city, some people were bathing, some were drinking water, and some were burning corpses. Ugh! Seeing the filthy river, Zhou Xian covered her mouth and almost vomited. As a member of the water race, as long as she thought about the existence of such a river, she felt uncomfortable all over. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and begged, "Let's go back." Li Mu said, "If you want to go back, then go back first." Zhou Xian had no choice but to continue walking in the city with Li Mu. She did not dare to go back alone, nor could she go back alone. What if he thought she wanted to take the opportunity to escape? What if she met that bald man again? She still felt safe following Li Mu. The two of them walked on the street. When they passed by an alley, a few men behind them suddenly came forward and surrounded them. Li Mu did not even look at them and walked straight through the crowd. The men did not expect him to be so tactful. They surrounded the beautiful woman and forced her into the alley. Soon Ao Isan walked over from behind and caught up with Li Mu. With a light snort, he spat out 2 balls of flame from his nose. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "This country is too disgusting. Your great Zhou is so powerful. Why don't you destroy them?" Li Mu said, "They're only disgusting themselves now. If we destroy them, won't the great Zhou be disgusted as well? It was best to let the people of Xin settle the matter themselves." Li Mu originally thought that with so many people in Xin being treated as lowly commoners and being bullied like this, the people would definitely be angry. However, after seeing it for himself, he realized that they seemed to recognize this kind of status from the bottom of their hearts. The people of Great Zhou did not believe in this kind of thing at all. The people living in that land believed that the imperial court was not benevolent and should be overthrown to establish a new one. They believed that the imperial court should serve the people and not enslave them. The people of Xin did not give Li Mu this kind of feeling. The lowly commoners of Xin who were being bullied were also bullying others. Women had no status here. From the top to the bottom, from the commoners to the officials, whether it was in the countryside or in the small alleys of the city, there were endless cases of rape. It was very difficult to see women on the streets. However, whenever a woman walked by, there would be many men casting unscrupulous wolf-like gazes at her. In 3 days, Li Mu and Xianxia had passed through 4 small cities and more than a dozen villages. They had encountered dozens of roadblocks. Although they had met many good people, evil had become the norm. The few good people were easy to be ignored. After personally experiencing the local customs of Xin, Li Mu released the flying boat again. The two of them stood on the boat. The flying boat quickly flew across the sky, heading toward the southern county of Great Zhou. Xianxia stood behind Li Mu. At a certain moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped. Her body leaned forward and bumped into Li Mu. She hugged her chest and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. His face was filled with shock. Even standing here, he could feel that the power of heaven and earth in that direction had suddenly become extremely violent. Even though Li Mu was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not imagine what kind of supernatural power could trigger such a huge amount of power of heaven and earth. With a heart full of doubts, Li Mu controlled the flying boat again and sped forward. Chapter 511. Xin Kingdom, North Kingdom. In a village with only a few dozen families. In the Xin Kingdom, the villages and tribes were self-governed. All the affairs in the village, including the villagers' life and death, were in the hands of the village elders. Although this made a small number of people have too much power, it also saved a lot of manpower for the Xin Kingdom's imperial court. At this moment, a murder case was being tried in this village. Outside the simple, thatched courtroom, dozens of villagers stood outside, craning their necks to watch. Inside the courtroom, 2 strong men were holding down a skinny man. The skinny man was still struggling. One of them hit the back of his leg with a thick wooden stick, forcing him to kneel down heavily. An old man with white hair and beard wearing a hat sat in the chair in front. He held a wooden stick that symbolized power and knocked it hard on the ground. With a dark expression, he gritted his teeth and said, Aragu, you actually dared to murder my nephew Tuoji. According to the village rules, I will now sentence you to death by stoning. What do you have to say? Aragu was pressed to the ground and still struggled. His eyes were bloodshot as he said with extreme grief and indignation, Tuoji wanted to rape my fiancé and tripped and got injured. You didn't punish him, but you want to kill me. God is watching. Everything you did when you were alive will go to hell after you die. The old man's eyes flashed coldly. You said Tuoji was injured, but someone clearly saw you hit him. Bring the witnesses here. 2 men walked in and pointed at the skinny man kneeling on the ground. It's him. We saw him hit Tuoji with our own eyes. The skinny man's eyes were filled with grief. These 2 men wanted to rape his fiancée, but the Immortals destroyed their manhood. They held a grudge and took revenge on him. Right now he was filled with endless anger, but he couldn't fight back. The old man knocked his cane hard on the ground and said sternly, Aragu, as a lowly peasant, you actually dared to hurt a noble. According to the law, you should be sentenced to death. Now I sentence you to death by stoning. Men, take him away and execute him immediately. The skinny man was taken out and pushed into a pit. Someone had filled the hole with sand and soil. Everything below his waist was buried in the ground and he couldn't move. Not far away there was a pile of rocks. The big ones were the size of fists and the small ones were the size of a baby's head. These were used for the execution. When someone was sentenced to be stoned, the villagers would line up to throw stones at him until he was completely dead. This kind of punishment was very cruel, but the cruelest thing was that the victim's family and friends were also required to participate in the execution. Just as Aragu was about to be executed, a woman rushed over crazily and shouted, Aragu, Aragu. However, as soon as she approached, she was forcefully pulled away. A man limped over to the sand pit. Half of Araga's body was already buried in the ground, and his hands were tied behind his back. The man had a mocking expression on his face. He patted Araga's face heavily and said, Aragu, don't worry and die. I will help you take good care of Alicia. Ah, you lowly peasant, let go. 2 of Toji's fingers were bitten. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He kicked Araga's chest. When he pulled his hand back, his fingers were bleeding. He wrapped his injured fingers with a handkerchief and strode out of the sand pit. Gritting his teeth, he said, Smash him to death. Smash him to death. The execution began. Everyone picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the sand pit. Buried in the sand, Aragu couldn't dodge. Soon his head was bleeding. Toji still couldn't vent his anger. He ordered the 2 men behind him, Take Alicia to my house. I want this peasant to see the consequences of offending a noble. His 2 men received the order and forcefully dragged Alicia away in front of dozens of villagers. Buried in the sand pit, Araga's eyes were bloodshot. He roared like a beast, but he was trapped in the sand pit and couldn't move at all. On the other side, Alicia used all her strength to break free from the 2 men. She looked back at Aragu and said sadly, Aragu, Alicia will still be your wife in the next life. With that, she slammed her head against the stone wall. A blood-red flower bloomed on the wall. Alicia's body fell limply to the ground. Toji's subordinate reached out and touched Alicia's nose. He stood up and said in disbelief, Lord Toji, she's dead. Toji waved his hand unhappily and said angrily, This stupid woman. So what if she's dead? She's just a peasant. Drag her down and bury her later. With that, he crossed his arms and watched coldly as everyone executed Aragu. After Alicia committed suicide, the figure in the sandpit let out a roar and stood there in a daze, not moving at all. Hard rocks fell on him, but he didn't dodge or dodge. He just stared blankly at Alicia's corpse. At a certain moment, all of the executioners, including Toji, suddenly shivered inexplicably. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop. They felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests. In the sky, the clouds changed. A gust of wind blew on the ground, blowing sand and rocks. Everyone couldn't care less about the execution. They all covered their faces with their sleeves and hid behind the stone wall. In the sand pit, half of Araga's body was buried. He broke the ropes on his hands and pushed himself out of the sand pit with both hands. His eyes turned blood red. He took a step forward and disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of Toji. Toji opened his mouth wide in shock. Before he could say anything, Aragu punched him in the head. Bang! Toji's head exploded like a watermelon. With 2 more bangs, his 2 subordinates also died on the spot. Seeing this, everyone fled in terror. Araga walked to Alicia's corpse. The blood in his eyes slowly faded. He squatted down slowly and hugged his head in pain, choking with sobs. Soon a figure flew out of the village. It was a man in a white robe. He walked in the air. When the villagers saw him, they all knelt down and shouted, "High Priest." The man pointed with both hands. The ground under Araga's feet suddenly became extremely soft, sinking him into it. Then the ground became hard again. Only Araga's head was left outside. The man in the white robe stood in the air and said sternly, "How dare you, lowly commoner? How dare you?" Under the ground, Araga took a deep breath. The ground that trapped him split open and he jumped out. Seeing this, the man in the white robe's expression changed. He grabbed a spear on his back and stabbed it at Araga. However, Araga reached out and grabbed it. He used a bit of force and took the spear from the man in the white robe. He bent it and threw it aside. The man in the white robe couldn't do this himself. Seeing this, he was scared out of his wits and fled as if his life depended on it. Just then 2 more figures descended from the sky. Li Mu didn't expect to see this young man from the Xin nation again. What surprised him was that when they first met he was just a mortal. Now he already had the aura of a 4th realm. It seemed that the change in the power of heaven and earth just now was because of this person. Although this young man didn't cultivate, he had clearly activated the power of heaven and earth to fill his body. Back then, Xiaoyu used the incantation to move heaven and earth and instantly advanced to the 5th realm. This young man from the Xin nation's situation was completely because of his special constitution. His innate spiritual body awakened once, and it was also his only chance to fill his body. However, because he didn't cultivate and didn't know anything about cultivation, he only had the realm but didn't have the strength of a 4th realm. After the young man glanced at Li Mu and Ao Qingxin, he looked down at the woman's corpse on the ground. Without hesitation, he slammed his head against the stone wall beside him. Boom! With a crash, the stone wall collapsed. He was still standing in the same place. He lowered his head and looked at his hand, then touched his head. His face was blank. Li Mu asked in the language of the Xin nation, "What are you doing?" The young man looked at Li Mu with sorrow in his eyes. He said, "Alicia is dead. I want to go with her. Even if we become ghosts, we want to be together." Alicia was the woman from the Xin nation that Li Mu had casually saved last time. At this moment, her corpse was lying on the ground in front of Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the corpse on the ground and said to the young man, "Since you 2 love each other so much, you don't have to die." He stretched out 2 fingers and swiped them in front of the young man's eyes. Araga realized that he had seen Alicia again. He ran over excitedly and wanted to hug her. However, he passed through her body. Li Mu walked over and said, "She's just a ghost now. She needs to cultivate before she can reform her body. Forget it. Since we're fated to meet again, I'll help you again." He formed a seal with his hands. After a wave of the power of heaven and earth, Alicia's body slowly solidified. She was already dead. Li Mu couldn't resurrect her. He could only help her reform her body temporarily. The man and woman hugged each other again. They were very excited. Some things didn't discriminate between countries. Li Mu was moved by the feelings of this man and woman. Since he was already meddling in other people's business, he might as well help them to the end. Li Mu planned to teach them cultivation. With Araga's talent, it would be a waste if he didn't cultivate. Although Alicia didn't have much talent, as long as she cultivated to the 3rd realm, they could be a normal couple. He touched their foreheads with his finger and transmitted the relevant information into their minds. "Thank you, benefactor." The couple knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to Li Mu to thank him. Araga kowtowed a few times. He looked up and asked Li Mu, "Benefactor, you're from the Great Zhou, right?" Li Mu nodded and didn't deny it. Araga said longingly, "I heard that everyone in the Great Zhou is equal. If the nobles break the law, they'll be punished. Anyone can cultivate. Women will also be protected. Compared to the Great Zhou, this is a kingdom of demons." Li Mu said, "The Great Zhou wasn't as beautiful as you said from the beginning. It's because of the wise Empress leadership that the Great Zhou of today became what it is today." Araga lowered his head and said, "Our Empress will only promulgate laws that benefit the nobles. They won't care about lowly people like us." Li Mu looked at him and said meaningfully, "You have to create a happy life with your own hands. If all the oppressed people of the Xin kingdom unite, They can also change the world. After saying that, he said lightly, "Happy, let's go." Two streams of light streaked across the sky again. Raga watched them leave. When the light disappeared from his sight, he looked down at his hands and muttered, "All the oppressed people unite." When he returned to the South County, Li Mu already had a preliminary idea about the Shin Kingdom. Although the two countries often had conflicts recently, neither the Great Zhou nor the Shin Kingdom would easily start a war with the other country. The Shin Kingdom didn't have the strength to start a war. Although the Great Zhou had the strength, there was no need to start a war. After all, for a long time the national policy of the Great Zhou was to develop peacefully. It was best to let the Shin Kingdom fall into chaos. Logically speaking, with the situation in the Shin Kingdom, countless people were widely oppressed. When they were oppressed to the extreme, they would resist. Such a regime would be difficult to stabilize. However, the most oppressed people in the Shin Kingdom were mostly limited by sections. The slave mentality was deeply rooted. They were willing to be oppressed and naturally wouldn't resist. Moreover, they couldn't cultivate. Even if they wanted to resist, they didn't have the strength to do so. What they needed was guidance. Although these people didn't have the strength, their psychokinesis was very useful. Li Mu could tell that Araga was different from the other people at the bottom. However, he was too weak and couldn't be of much use for the time being. He had only planted a seed in Araga's heart. Now he needed someone with absolute strength and ability to infiltrate the Shin Kingdom and complete this matter. There were many experts that the Consecration Department could mobilize. They could fight, but no one in the entire Consecration Department could take on the responsibility of guiding the oppressed citizens of the Shin nation. If it really couldn't be done, Li Mu would have to do it himself. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Mu didn't want to do it himself. This meant that he would have to stay in the Shin Kingdom forever. This was something Li Mu was more resistant to. Speaking of which, the officials in the imperial court were the most suitable for this kind of thing. Their cultivation might not be very high, but they had been in the imperial court for many years. They were all old foxes. They definitely had their ways of doing this kind of thing. However, it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the Shin Kingdom if they didn't have the strength. This matter could only be discussed at length. The matter in the South County was temporarily settled. Li Mu left Ao Run here to ensure that the border waterways were safe. He returned to the divine capital with Xianxia. He planned to discuss it with the Empress slowly. However, before they reached the divine capital, Li Mu's expression suddenly changed on the flying boat. Just now he suddenly felt that one of his soul clones attached to the 8 realms 6 demonic corpses suddenly lost connection with his primordial spirit. Immediately after, the second soul clones also mysteriously disappeared. Li Mu left the 10 demonic corpses with Phantom Princess. Although Li Mu couldn't use his soul clones to control them, there was always an extremely weak connection between his soul clones and his primordial spirit. The disappearance of the connection meant that something had happened to the demonic corpses. Li Mu stood on the flying boat. After hesitating for a moment, he changed directions and headed straight for the Thousand Fox Nation. Chapter 5:12. Life Continent Yao Nation. Between the towering mountains and steep ridges, a huge white dragon flew at a low altitude. Sensing the unique aura of the dragon clan, countless monsters in the mountains trembled. Under the pressure of the bloodline, no matter if it was a small monster that had yet to transform or a great monster with a high cultivation base, a deep fear emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the dragon's head, holding the dragon's horn and exerting a little force in one direction. Xianxia understood his meaning and changed direction a little, continuing to fly forward. A real dragon's flying speed was much faster than Li Mu's flying boat. After many days of getting along, Li Mu's relationship with this little female dragon had improved greatly. She was now willing to take the initiative to carry Li Mu. The dragon clan kept their promise. She promised to be his mount for 3 years. Along the way, she really didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. The mountain in front of them gradually became familiar. Li Mu pointed to the tallest mountain in the distance and said, "That's it. Thousand Fox Nation Imperial Palace." A huge white dragon descended from the sky and landed on the square in front of the palace, causing countless people to be shocked. Soon more than a dozen figures flew over and surrounded Xianxia and Li Mu, who had returned to their human forms. They looked nervous and pointed their weapons at the two of them. The battle was about to break out at any moment. The next moment, when everyone saw who had come, They immediately put away their weapons and cupped their fists respectfully. "Greetings, State Preceptor." Aoching looked at Li Mu and then at the respectful monsters. He was puzzled. She didn't understand. He was clearly a subject of the Great Zhou. How could he be so respected in the Yao nation? Li Mu looked at a fox demon and asked, "Where's the queen?" The fox demon said, "The queen has been in seclusion for several months. Lord 6 and Lord 9 are in charge of everything in Thousand Fox Nation now." Li Mu said, "Let them come to see me." When they went to invite Hu Lu and Hu Jiu, Li Mu collected the telekinesis from the two statues. After the psyche power merged into his body, the mana in his body increased slightly. The further he cultivated, the more psyche power he needed. The amount of psyche power he could get from daily worship was very little, but it was better than nothing. If Li Mu cultivated by himself, he was afraid that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to have such an effect. Soon 2 figures flew out from the mountain covered by the spirit gathering array. Hu Lu looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "Why are you here all of a sudden? I'll call the queen out." "No need." Li Mu waved his hand. This time he didn't come to the Yao kingdom to have a private meeting with Huan Ji. He had serious business to attend to. He went straight to the point and asked, "Where are the demon corpses I left here?" Hu Lu explained, "Lord Huan Ji left the 2 level 7 demon corpses to guard Thousand Fox Nation. The remaining 8 level 6 demon corpses followed the commanders to subdue the major demon factions." Li Mu could sense the 2 level 7 demon corpses. They were underground in Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu could vaguely determine the location of the other 8 level 6 demon corpses due to the distance. As for the other 2, he couldn't sense them no matter how hard he tried. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Contact the commanders with the demon corpses and ask them about the situation of the demon corpses." Hu Lu and Hu Jiu didn't ask much and quickly contacted the commanders. They could contact everyone except for the 2 demon corpses. Hu Jiu frowned and asked curiously, "Where are Xianxia and Yingxi? I remember that they went to subdue the Black Panther tribe. The Black Panther tribe isn't very strong. Why haven't they responded yet?" Li Mu asked, "In which direction is the Black Panther tribe?" Hu Lu said, "Southeast." Li Mu said straightforwardly, "Give me a map and stay here. Xianxia, come with me." The 2 flew up. Hu Jiu sighed softly and said, "Why did he get another dragon to ride? And it's a female dragon. Could it be that the 2 snake beauties can no longer satisfy him?" Hu Lu knocked his head and said, "Don't complain. Go and ask Lord Huan Ji to come out of seclusion." Hu Jiu said, "Didn't you hear what he said? He said there's no need to call Lord Huan Ji." Hu Lu glanced at him and said, "Why do you listen to him so much? If he says there's no need, then there's no need. If he leaves when Lord Huan Ji comes out of seclusion, you'll be finished." Then she walked toward the depths of the palace where Lord Huan Ji was in seclusion. At the same time, in the southeast of Thousand Fox Country, Li Mu rode on Xianxia and flew slowly at a low altitude. Xiong 3, Yingxi and the 2 monster corpses disappeared in this direction. Li Mu followed the mark on the map and headed toward the Black Panther tribe. Not long after, Li Mu and Xianxia landed on a mountain top. There were already more than 10 Black Panther demons standing there. One of the 5th realm Panther demons knelt on one knee and said loudly, "The Black Panther tribe is willing to submit to Thousand Fox Country. Please take us in, Your Majesty." Li Mu frowned slightly. He looked at the leader of the Black Panther demons and asked, "Have Commander Xiong 3 and Commander Yingxi been here?" Hearing this, the Black Panther demon shook his head blankly and said, "I haven't seen them." Li Mu frowned even harder. Xiong 3 and Yingxi came to subdue the Black Panther tribe, but they disappeared mysteriously before coming here. Judging from the Black Panther tribe's reaction, they didn't seem to be lying. Li Mu looked at them and said calmly, "Go to Thousand Fox Country and register yourselves." With that, he and Xianxia left immediately. The Black Panther demon had been to Thousand Fox Country before and had long yearned for that place with abundant spirit chi. He had also seen the statue of the Grand Tutor and knew that the Grand Tutor was highly respected in Thousand Fox Country. However, seeing the Grand Tutor leave on a dragon with his own eyes was still a huge blow to him. The Black Panther tribe had probably followed a powerful master this time. Xianxia flew slowly in the sky. Li Mu had a thoughtful look on his face. To be able to trap 2 6th realm demonic corpses in Yao country without a sound, it had to be someone with 7th realm cultivation. Could it be the Blue Wolf King's doing? Or was it the Black Snake Tribe and Flying Bear Tribe's suppression of Thousand Fox Country? Just as Li Mu was pondering, his nascent spirit suddenly sensed the existence of two demonic corpses. However, that feeling strangely disappeared in an instant. Li Mu suddenly stood up from the dragon. After thinking for a moment, he flew back. Soon the same feeling appeared again. Li Mu looked down and realized that he was floating in the air above a valley. The valley was overgrown with weeds. At first glance there was nothing special about it. However, with his attainments and formations he quickly saw through the mystery. Li Mu's lips moved. He praised, "What a brilliant concealment formation." The person who set up the formation had used the terrain of the valley to set up an almost natural concealment formation. Using the environment to set up the formation, there were no traces of the formation. If he hadn't sensed the two demonic corpses, he really wouldn't have discovered this place. Li Mu floated in the air and slowly descended. When he descended to a certain height, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The barren valley disappeared and was replaced by a small city. There were many figures moving about in the city. Li Mu looked down from above. He actually saw the shadow of the divine capital in this small city. Perhaps no one would have thought that there would be such a pocket-sized divine capital in the Great Zhou in this nameless valley of the Fey Nation. Li Mu sensed the two demonic corpses in the city and re-established a connection with his nascent spirit. With a thought, two figures flew out of the city and headed straight for Li Mu. However, just as they flew 100 feet out of the city, they suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were inside the city. They flew away again and returned to their original spots. It was as if they had entered a strange cycle. Li Mu wanted to enter the city. However, after descending 100 feet, his body reappeared at its original spot. And at that moment, a strange power of heaven and earth appeared around his body. Li Mu thought for a moment and his body descended again. This time, when the power of heaven and earth appeared again, he directly controlled it and easily landed in the small city. In the small city, countless figures looked at Li Mu strangely. Li Mu could tell that they were all demonic corpses in human form. Although these demonic corpses looked at him with surprise, there was no fear or other emotions. After their attention was temporarily attracted by Li Mu, they began to busy themselves with their own matters. Li Mu walked on the street and was out of place with everything around him. What he felt the most about this place was order. Everything was neat and tidy. Everyone had their own duties. Everywhere was filled with order. Even the divine capital did not give Li Mu such a feeling. In this small world there was a strange power. Li Mu pursued this power and headed to a building at the end of the small city. This building was similar to a temple. The door was open. Li Mu stood outside and saw a prayer mat inside. A figure sat cross-legged on the prayer mat with his back to him. This figure gave Li Mu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After Li Mu walked in, the figure stood up from the prayer mat and turned to look at him. "Lord Li, how have you been?" Li Mu said in shock, "It's you." The moment he saw Zhou Xian, Li Mu was not so surprised about what he had seen in the small city outside. Zhou Xian was undoubtedly a disciple of legalism. It was said that when a cultivator of legalism advanced from the 6th realm to the 7th realm, they needed to establish a country ruled by law. Although this small city was pocket-sized, it matched the description of legalism in the ancient books. No wonder he had only stayed in the army for a few months before leaving. It turned out that he had secretly come here to break through. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xian and said meaningfully, "Old Zhou, you've hidden yourself well." Zhou Xian waved his hand and a jade table and 2 jade chairs appeared in the hall. He indicated for Li Mu to sit down and then asked, "Those 2 Yao corpses are yours?" Li Mu said, "That bear Yao and eagle Yao are also my people." "What did you do to them?" Zhou Xian grabbed at the air and 2 figures appeared in the hall. After the 2 men appeared, they immediately ran behind him and said nervously, "Be careful, Imperial Advisor. This person is very strange." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. We're old friends." Zhou Xian moved his finger and poured out 2 cups of tea from the jade pot on the table. The fragrance of the tea permeated the air. He took a sip and asked, "Lord Li, since when have you become the Imperial Advisor of the Yao Kingdom instead of staying by His Majesty's side?" Li Mu said, "It seems that you really don't care about the outside world. The Great Zhou and Thousand Fox Kingdom have formed an alliance and are no longer enemies." Zhou Xian put down his teacup and said, "It's not that I haven't heard of it. A few days ago I heard that a human man became the demon empress of Thousand Fox Kingdom. You must be talking about Lord Li, right? Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's all a rumor. Don't take it seriously." Zhou Xian glanced at him and did not continue on this topic. He asked, "Is Qing'er doing well?" Li Mu said, "She's doing well in the divine capital." He then asked Zhou Xian, "Lord Zhou, you should be breaking through to the 7th realm soon, right?" Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "The upper 3 realms are easier said than done. If you're lucky enough and cultivate for another 30 years, you should have a chance." This sentence seemed to be humble, but it was actually bragging. Zhou Xian was only 40 years old this year. After 30 years he would only be 70 years old. Immortal might only be 70 years old, but this was not old for a cultivator. Among the current 7th realm cultivators on the continent, except for the Empress, there was probably no one younger than 70 years old. Moreover, Zhou Xian's cultivation had been slowly cultivated by himself. He hadn't relied on inheritances or fortuitous encounters. If he reached the 7th level, he would be able to sweep through all the experts in this level. Even if the Lord of Illusions and the Blue Wolf King worked together, they wouldn't be his match. At that time, among the 7th realm cultivators, only the Empress and the sect masters of the various sects would be able to stand up to him. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Zhou, why don't you return to the Great Zhou and govern the 36 counties and billions of people in the Great Zhou? Isn't that much better than staying in this deep mountain valley?" Zhou Xian said indifferently, "With you and His Majesty, the Great Zhou no longer needs me." Li Mu thought for a moment. He was right. The Great Zhou was ruled by law in the first place. Most of the people followed the law. Even if he returned, it would only be icing on the cake. It would not be of much help to his cultivation. A place that could help him in his cultivation would have to fulfill at least 2 conditions. First, a sufficient population. The various cultivation methods in the world all led to the same destination. Whether it was Daoist psychokinesis, Buddhist merit, or the hearts of the people, they all required an extremely large population base. A quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. It was the same for the school of legalism. How could a small mountain country with only a few hundred demonic beasts compare to the Great Zhou with a population of hundreds of millions? Second, there was no law in this populated place. Or rather, the law had collapsed. Legalism cultivators originally practiced law, drawing power from the process of turning disorder into order. The more chaotic a place was, the more the law collapsed and the more beneficial it was for their cultivation. For example, during the time of the previous emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Xian's cultivation had probably advanced by leaps and bounds. When everyone thought that he was only at the 5th realm, he had already silently cultivated to the peak of the 6th realm. In general, what he needed to advance was a place with a large enough population and chaotic enough law. Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed through Mu's mind. He looked at Zhou Xian and said, "I know a place that is more suitable for you than the Great Zhou. The population there is not much less than the Great Zhou. The law there is even more collapsed than the previous emperor's time. It can definitely help you in your cultivation." Chapter 513. Before Li Mu could finish, Zhou Xian asked directly, "Are you talking about the Shin Kingdom?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes, it's the Shin Kingdom." Zhou Xian rubbed the teacup with his fingers and said lightly, "The Shin Kingdom is already a mature country. It's not possible for one person to change such a country." Li Mu said, "Just tell me what you need. The Great Zhou will try its best to satisfy you. The Thousand Fox country can also help." Zhou Xian glanced at him and asked, "Can you represent the Great Zhou and the Thousand Fox country?" Li Mu said, "You don't have to worry about that. This is a win-win situation. You can be promoted and the Great Zhou can be free of the Shin Kingdom's troubles. Why not?" The two looked at each other. Silence was better than 1,000 words. 2 hours later, several figures flew out of the valley. Li Mu rode the white dragon, and the 2 demon corpses carried Xiong 3 and Ying Si. They flew in the direction of the Thousand Fox country. No one was more suitable than Zhou Xian to lead the people of the Shin Kingdom to freedom and liberation. He needed to be promoted, but it was difficult to do it alone. Li Mu had his own ideas and he only needed a reliable tool to work for him. The two of them hit it off immediately. When Li Mu approached the Thousand Fox city, a white shadow suddenly flew out of the city. Then the shadow of a fox tail attacked Li Mu. Li Mu raised his hand and grabbed at the fox tail. A huge palm print appeared in the void and grabbed at the fox tail. When the two collided, Li Mu's palm print collapsed. However, the foxtail's momentum did not decrease and continued to attack him. Li Mu formed another seal and summoned a barrier to block the foxtail's attack. However, in the next moment, a white shadow flew up from the Thousand Fox City and hit Li Mu. Li Mu's body was sent flying. He hurriedly dealt with the attack of the Phantom Princess and said, "Are you crazy?" Phantom Princess did not respond at all. She held two short swords in her hands and continued to approach Li Mu. It was only then that Li Mu realized that something was off. Her strength had increased too much since the last time they met. Based on what she was displaying now, she had definitely surpassed the 5th level. When she launched another foxtail attack, Li Mu looked at her butt and indeed found 6 foxtails. She had already become a 6-tailed beast. No wonder she attacked him the moment she saw him. He probably wanted to get back at him. Li Mu struggled to deal with her. If he did not use his mystiques and spells and did not use his Dao Bell, he was naturally no match for a 6th realm cultivator. However, he could not use powerful Dao techniques like the demon-slaying protection curse on Phantom Princess. Li Mu's heart moved, and 2 demon corpses appeared in front of Phantom Princess. Li Mu took the opportunity to say, "I already know that you have advanced, it's about time." Phantom Princess did not continue to pester Li Mu. She stopped while she was ahead. She floated in the air and asked Li Mu, "Are you here for me?" To prevent her from making a fuss, Li Mu nodded and said, "I lost contact with the 2 demon corpses not long ago. I was worried that something happened to you, so I came to take a look." Phantom Princess looked at him and said suspiciously, "But Hujio said that you did not let them call me out." Li Mu glanced at Hujio below and explained, "I was worried that it would affect your cultivation. Speaking of which, how did you reach the 6th level so quickly?" Phantom Princess was unconvinced. "So what? Zhou Yi is still at the 7th level. You are not curious about her, but why are you curious about me?" Li Mu just wanted to change the topic and asked casually. She was already at the peak of the 5th level. Now that she was the empress of a country, she could enjoy the psychic power of thousands of demon corpses. She also had the foundation that Thousand Fox Country had accumulated for many years. Growing another tail was just a piece of cake for her. He did not expect that she would drag the empress into everything. Fortunately, the empress was not here. Otherwise, the 2 of them would probably fight again. Li Mu did not reply to her and flew to the square in front of the palace. Phantom Princess also flew down. At this time, Ao Xianxia flew over impatiently. She looked at Phantom Princess and asked Li Mu, "Is this my master for the next 3 years?" Phantom Princess looked at the girl with dragon horns on her head and asked, "What master?" Li Mu's eyelids twitched. He waved his hand at Xianxia and said, "What master? I don't even know what you are talking about. Go play by yourself first. I will call you when we go back." Phantom Princess grabbed Xianxia's wrist and brought her to the side. She asked, "What do you mean by what you said just now?" Li Mu glared at Xianxia and took the initiative to explain, "This dragon has committed a serious crime. I captured her and brought her back to be Her Majesty's mount." Phantom Princess snorted and said bitterly, "You keep saying Your Majesty, and giving her everything. Are you as good to your wife as you are to Zhou Yi?" Li Mu looked at her and said, "You heartless fox. You know who I am the best to. This dragon is only at the 5th level. How many things have I given you? 2 7th level, 8 6th level, a page of the heavenly book and countless pills. Touch your conscience, do you have a conscience?" Li Mu took the initiative after the attack. Phantom Princess was speechless. He did not stop there. Instead, he took the opportunity to fling his sleeve and said with great disappointment, "I gave you everything I have and you actually said such things. You have disappointed me too much. Xianxia, let's go." After that, he turned into a stream of light and flew straight into the sky. Li Mu had a wishful thinking in his heart. If Phantom Princess did not chase after him, it would be good. He would directly return to the South Commandery. This was his plan from the beginning. In the past, her strength was not as good as his, and Li Mu had taken advantage of her a lot. This time, her cultivation had finally surpassed Li Mu's. With the fox's vengeful personality, he would definitely suffer if he stayed here. However, his wishful thinking fell through in the end. Phantom Princess was faster than him. She stretched out her hands, puffed out her chest, and blocked in front of Li Mu. She whispered, "I was wrong. Don't go." Li Mu looked at her. He did not know whether to leave or not. In the end he flew back. Zhou Xian still had a few days to take care of the small country. It was fine for him to stay in Thousand Fox country for a few days as long as the empress did not know. As soon as Li Mu returned to the imperial palace, the spiritual snail in his storage space began to ring. Perhaps it was because of a premonition. Li Mu made a silent gesture to Phantom Princess. Then he picked up the spirit snail and said, "Your Majesty." It was very lively on the other side of the spirit snail. Li Mu heard the voices of Zhongling, Xiaobai and Wanwan at the same time. The empress was obviously in the Li residence. In the courtyard of the Li residence, Zhou Yi held the spirit snail and asked, "Didn't you say that the matter in the South Commandery has been resolved and you will be back soon? Why aren't you back yet?" Misses you, Li Mu coughed lightly and said, "Regarding the matter of the Shin Kingdom I have some ideas. If it succeeds perhaps the Great Zhou will never be disturbed by the Shin Kingdom again." Zhou Yi was silent for a while. Then she said, "Be careful. If you need anything tell me." Although she, like hoped that Li Mu would come back soon, she also knew that what he was doing now was beneficial to the country and the people. It was related to the Great Zhou and the gathering of the Emperor's qi in the ancestral temple. It was not the time for her to be willful. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. After I'm done here I'll return soon." Cough cough. Phantom Princess suddenly covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Then she apologized to Li Mu. "I'm sorry, my throat is a little uncomfortable." Li Mu could clearly feel that the Empress's breathing had become faster. She asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" Li Mu said honestly, "The Yao Kingdom." Zhou Yi took a deep breath and asked, "The Shin Kingdom is south of the South Commandery. The Yao Kingdom is north of the North Commandery. Are you going to the Yao Kingdom to quell the chaos in the Shin Kingdom?" Li Mu quickly said, "Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation." Zhou Yi said coldly, "Explanation? You should be in the South Commandery but now you're in the Yao Kingdom. How do you want to explain this? How about I help you make up an excuse? You were originally in the South Commandery. Through the demon corpse you gave to the fox spirit you sensed that she was in danger. Then you crossed the entire Great Zhou to see that fox spirit?" Li Mu's lips moved. For a moment he did not know what to say. Phantom Princess walked to Li Mu's side and said to the spirit conch, "This is the truth. If you don't believe me there's nothing we can do."
Chapter 33-39. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'll eat you if you don't eat it. Ever since Ji Jinghong revealed his true form, Yi Xian no longer treated him as a human. This was not an insult, but a fact. This fellow was indeed a large bird with an extraordinarily dense bloodline. Yi Xian was delighted to see it. This large bird was suspected to have the bloodline of an ancient divine bird. If it was in existence with a thin bloodline, it would not be of much use. However, if the bloodline was thick enough, to Yi Xian, it would be no different from a type of flesh medicine that could be of great use in the future. He planned to keep this fellow in the Shenong cauldron. In the future, when he needed the bird's blood to refine medicine, he could use it at any time. In this cauldron, apart from the central district volcano that occupied half of the space, there were many different types of spirit herbs and spirit beasts in the surrounding mountains that occupied the rest of the space. They were all meant to be used in medicine in the future. Having an additional Inji bird was not a problem at all. However, this matter could not be known to the Inji clan. Otherwise, even if Yi Xian safely escaped this time, they would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely have a way to track down Yi Xian's whereabouts. This feeling of being remembered by a thief was not a good feeling. Yi Xian did not want to try it. Therefore, Ji Jinghong had to die. At least, on the surface, it had to be so. Although the Yinji clan would not let this matter rest after killing the young clan leader, revenge and saving a life were two different things. The intensity would definitely not be the same. This was something that Yi Xian was clear about. At this moment, as the invisible spiritual energy struck a hole in Ji Jinghong's bird head, it let out a mournful cry and directly fainted, falling from the sky. What made Yi Xian pleasantly surprised was that because this fellow was flying in the sky previously, it was a certain distance away from its original location. At this moment, it was not far from the central cauldron volcano. It was clearly at the edge of the volcano's crater. Big Chickie, you're too bad. No wonder you were struck by lightning. Seeing that you're about to die, you actually deliberately ran into the crater of the volcano. Are you trying to waste this young master's top-grade ingredients? Seeing that Ji Jinghong had fainted and was falling toward the crater of the volcano, Yi Xian deliberately shouted, "Big Chickie, stop. Give this young master's chicken wing, chop." After shouting the last word, Yi Xian raised his hand. Art translation. The withered demon blood blade instantly rushed out of the glazed mech and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a 100-meter-long heavenly blade, slashing toward the silver G big bird that was falling toward the furnace volcano in the central region. Yi Xian Yu translation was Ji Jinghong translation, Yu translation Yu, S translation Yu translation. Translation pop. The TTS reads, S as it. Blood, S bloods. SSSS, S, and the YT. Yi. Screech. Ji Jinghong, who had a small part of her right leg chopped off and fainted from the mental power thunderbolts earlier, woke up from the pain. She let out a wail and fell toward the furnace volcano below. Frightened, she fainted again and disappeared. However, the withered demon blood blade suddenly circled around and stabbed into the small section of the silver wing that had been cut off, bringing it back to Yi Xian. During this process, Yi Xian secretly activated the Shenong cauldron, causing the central region furnace volcano to erupt into a giant orange flame that covered the sky and covered the entire volcano. Anyone who saw this would know that the silver G bird that had just fallen into the depths of the volcano must have been burned to ashes. Of course, this was not the case. Yi Xian had already refined the Shenong cauldron and ignited the central region furnace volcano's orange-red flames with his heart fire. Under his mental control, the depths of the central region furnace volcano's monstrous flames were basically a caged area. There were no flames at all, including the already refined undying and imperishable bead. It was sealed in a corner of the volcano's bottom. Now, Yi Xian had also directly trapped Ji Jinghong there. No sound or aura could be transmitted. At this point, Yi Xian had finally succeeded in capturing a live one. He had done it in such a secretive manner that it seemed as if Ji Jinghong herself, who had fallen into the depths of the volcano, had ignited the monstrous orange-red flames that rose into the sky from within the volcano. Yi Xian was not going to let this go. He immediately raised his head to look at the silver canopy that Gong Wuxin had been maintaining all this time. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously, "Silver Ji clan, listen up. This young master knows that you must have other old birds watching from the outside. This little chick Ji Jinghong has tormented this young master's cauldron space to this extent, even causing the volcano to erupt. How many flowers and plants will be burned to death? This matter is not over yet. You must compensate, or this young master will not let this matter rest." As soon as he finished speaking, the withered demon blood blade that was stuck in the small section of Ji Jinghong's silver wing had already returned to Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. He then extended his mecha's giant arm and dragged Ji Jinghong's wing to the ground. He waved at the purplish warbler, Duamu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru and said, "Three great beauties, this is a top-grade ingredient. Of course, it's only right for beauties to accompany me to enjoy it. Come over here and eat with this young master. If anyone dares to refuse, this young master will kill them." Of course, he said this on purpose. This kind of good food was a great supplement to one's blood and qi. With the purplish warbler and the others here, if he did not take the initiative, he would definitely be punished again. Therefore, Yi Xian could only do this. He had to bear the brunt of his bad reputation and let the three witches enjoy the fruits of their labor. The three girls were quite satisfied with Yi Xian's consideration. They looked at Yi Xian with eyes that said, "At least you're sensible." However, their faces were full of struggle and anger. They even raised their hands to criticize him, saying that although the Silver Ji clan was not part of the human race, they were still friends of the Wan Luo Federation. They would rather die than eat the flesh of their people. When Zhou Xian heard this, he almost fainted. Even Wuxia, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war had strange expressions. In their opinion, since they were being coerced, it would be a waste if they did not eat it. It was obvious that this thing was very nutritious. Although Zhou Xian was speechless, in order to avoid being punished by the three girls in the future, he could only force a smile and threaten them again. In the end, his expression turned ferocious, like a great demon, saying, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat you." In the end, the three purplish warbler girls finally obeyed him with tears in their eyes. Under Zhou Xian's coercion, they went to a small stream and washed the several-meter-long silver wing clean. After doing all this, Zhou Xian once again summoned his withered demon blood blade and pierced through the chicken wing that had been washed and peeled. He flew across the sky and directly arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Then, he roasted it in an orange flame that rushed into the sky. Soon, it was golden yellow and the oil was everywhere. The aroma spread throughout the mountains. There was a reason why he used the orange flame to roast it. This was the Shannon cauldron's one-colored flame. When roasted, it could preserve the essence of the meat and prevent it from losing energy. Chapter 3340. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. What a huge piece of steak. Compared to Ji Jinghong's Silver Ji wing, which was over 10,000 meters long, it could only be considered a tiny bit. It was not even the tip of the wing, but it was still 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters thick. After being roasted, the impurities were removed by the orange flame, leaving behind only the essence, the meat and the bones. However, the wing was still over 2 feet thick and over 3 meters long. It seemed impossible for the three of them to finish it. But in reality, that was not the case at all. After being roasted by the orange flame, the silver Ji wing melted in the mouth. Zhou Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, the four of them, finished half of the golden wing in less than a few minutes. However, their stomachs did not feel full at all. From the looks of it, it was not a problem for the four of them to share the golden wing that was even bigger than them. At this moment, as half of the golden wing entered their stomachs, the hundreds of millions of pores on the four of them opened up. It was as if endless rays of auspicious light were gushing out from their pores, gathering into a dense mist above their heads. It was a sight to behold. Of course, the silver Ji wing alone did not have this kind of effect. Otherwise, this tribe would have been hunted down and eaten up long ago. The key was still the effect of the Shannon cauldron's orange flame. Although it was only a simple roasting and not a formal boiling of the great medicine of heaven and earth, it was still no small matter. Even if an ordinary alchemist used the best cauldron to refine it, they would not be able to achieve this level of effect. I'm about to break through. That goddamn bastard, he actually forced this young miss to eat the flesh of an ally. He actually made it so that I'm about to break through because of this. How am I going to face people in the future? Woo! When she had eaten 2/3 of the wing, the purplish warbler suddenly screamed. Her cultivation was originally at the origin 7th rank. She did not expect that after sharing 2/3 of the silver-winged bird with Zhou Xian and the others, she would actually break through. At this moment, the girl's face was full of pain. She was almost crying as she complained about Zhou Xian's crimes. However, her heart was blooming with joy. The reason why she was in pain was because her entire body was about to explode. The degree of energy that shocked her. She cursed in her heart. Why did it have to be earlier or later? Now, there was no way she could continue eating. As the purplish warbler Yu Xiaoqia, Wu Qinzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As expected of Big Chicky, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine bird. The energy contained within this meat is simply too shocking. There is no need to complain about the taste as well. Compared to this, all those red braised dragon liver and whatnot are nothing. At this point, Zhou Xian seemed to have thought of something. At this moment, he waved his hand and roared at the 8 great guardian warriors, "What are the 8 of you still waiting for? This daddy does not raise disloyal people. If you don't dare to eat this wing, then you're not my people. Do you believe me when I say that I'll kill you right now?" After all, the 8 great guardian warriors were the leaders of the prisoners of war under his command. He had to give them some benefits. If he wanted them to run without feeding them grass, that would not work. The 8 great guardian warriors felt as if they had been pardoned. As soon as they heard Zhou Xian's words, they had already praised him to the heavens. They had been waiting impatiently for this moment. However, the 8 of them were not fools. They knew that they could not show this. Their faces all showed signs of struggle. In the end, they seemed to have made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and took a large piece of wing from Zhou Xian. In the end, one of them might have been greedy for too long. He opened his mouth and swallowed the whole thing with a gulp. He didn't even taste it. Looking at the 7 people around him who were all eating with a painful expression, he raised his hand and gave himself 2 big slaps. He originally wanted to say that he was greedy, but when the words came out of his mouth, they became sinful, sinful. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the others rolled their eyes and looked at him with disdain. Outside the Shenong cauldron, in the void around the great space trap formation. In the space inside the cauldron, Zhou Xian, the purplish warbler, and the 8 great guardian warriors were eating heartily. However, outside the cauldron, there was a complete uproar. Everything that happened inside was seen clearly by everyone in the outside world through the silver light screen. The Yinji clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. But now, their young clan leader was cut down from the void, and even a piece of wing was roasted and eaten. This was too shocking. Similar things had never happened before, and it shocked everyone. When Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, Changyu Jingtian, and the others heard Zhou Xian compare the roasted wing with the braised dragon liver, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Then, they glanced in the direction of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition army with a very sympathetic look. In their eyes, young Master Linghu was a complete foodie. What he said just now was clearly the rhythm of the Yinji clan. "Ah, Linghu Chong, if I don't kill you, I am not a man." On the side of the Second Universe's coalition army, an elder of the Yinji clan roared like thunder. His roar shook the void. This time, their clan had lost a lot of face. They had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a handful of rice. Oh, it's a sin, a sin. When the elder of the Yinji clan was almost done roaring, the old man of the purplish warbler quickly took over the topic. He shook his head and said, "This Linghu Chong is too hateful. My Ziying has never been willing to step on an ant since she was young, and she has never eaten meat. This time, she is really in big trouble. She was forced to eat the flesh of an ally. For that little girl, this is worse than death." On the side, the old master of the Duanmu family also took over the topic and quickly exonerated Duanmu Xiaocha. "Yes, yes, yes, my Xiaocha is the same. Sigh, that child has never eaten roasted greasy things. This time, she is really in big trouble." The person in charge of Bodhi technology originally wanted to say something, but he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Second Universe's coalition army. After meeting the murderous gaze of the elder of the Yinji clan, he finally stretched his neck and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, anyone could see that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had benefited greatly this time. The former was even about to break through on the spot. Although it was very likely that she was forced, the fact that she had benefited could not be denied. At this moment, the elders of the Yinji clan were in a fit of anger. There was nothing wrong with them wanting to excuse the younger generation, but saying that they couldn't even bear to step on an ant since they were young and didn't even eat meat was a bit exaggerated. It was clearly adding fuel to the fire. If they did not eat meat, they might as well be nuns. Which Starry Sky Master did not have blood on their hands? They could not even bear to step on an ant, so they were probably blushing when they said this. Zhou Xian and the others were completely unaware of everything that happened in the outside world, but they could guess that something must have happened. Chapter 33:41. Is wolf meat delicious? Moo! This old man is going to kill him. Aw, this is too much. This is too much. Is this kid a foodie? He just finished eating a piece of the Yingji clan's chicken wing, and now he's eyeing our barbarian bull clan's young master. He even said something about a big steak. Could it be that in his eyes, the young master of my barbarian bull clan is a flying steak? If that's the case, wouldn't this old man be an even bigger piece of old steak? There's no King justice here. Moo! As Zhou Xian's words sounded out, an angry moo suddenly came from the direction of the Second Universe's Alliance army in the surrounding space. Immediately after, the thunderous roar of one of the elders from the barbarian bull clan resounded through the air, causing everyone in the surroundings to be charred on the outside and tender on the inside. When they looked at the silver light curtain in the space trap array again, everyone's expression changed. They didn't know what to say about Zhou Xian in their hearts. This guy was too monstrous. He had just eaten the Yingji clan's young master, and now he wanted to eat the barbarian bull clan's young master. This was clearly the rhythm of offending all the clans in the Second Universe's Federation. This kind of godly person, from ancient times to the present, no one dared to think about it before. Xianxia Cauldron, inside the cauldron space. After Zhou Xian's words sounded, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the southwest direction. Then, everyone, including Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, opened their mouths wide and had a sluggish expression on their faces. Because in the direction of their line of sight, there was a huge blood-colored bull roaring. This was clearly a powerhouse from the Second Universe's barbarian bull clan. He also didn't have a human bloodline, but like the Yingji clan's young master Ji Jinghong, he had the blood of the ancient barbarian bull clan flowing in his body. In front of them, the barbarian bull clan powerhouse who was roaring in the air must have seen what happened here from a distance. In anger, he immediately revealed his true body and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. From the aura emitted from his body, he was only at the 9th stage of the origin, but his true body was 1,000 meters in size. Obviously, the bloodline density of this barbarian bull clan powerhouse was extremely strong. Most likely, like Ji Jinghong, he was a direct descendant of the barbarian bull clan and had a very high status. In Zhou Xian's eyes, such an important descendant of the barbarian bull clan was viewed as a giant steak that could fly. From his tone, it was obvious that he planned to have a roasted steak after eating the chicken wings. This was too shocking. Even Wu Qinzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong, the 4 prodigies of the human race couldn't bear it. They felt like they were about to be struck by lightning. At this time, Zhou Xian sighed, because he knew that he couldn't eat the steak this time. If he wanted to eat the steak, this barbarian bull with a strong bloodline couldn't live, but Zhou Xian now took a fancy to the rich barbarian bull clan bloodline in his body. He planned to raise it in the internal space of the Xianxia Cauldron just like Ji Jinghong. In the future, when he needed the blood of the barbarian bull clan to be used to brew the great medicine of heaven and earth, he could use it at any time. However, although he couldn't eat the steak, he could still roast a bit of beef leg. Moreover, he had to do this, otherwise, the barbarian bull clan wouldn't be able to confirm that this barbarian bull with a pure bloodline had fallen, and he was afraid that in the future, they would always be chasing after him. Big steak, tell me your name, this young master doesn't eat nameless people. After making up his mind, Zhou Xian flew into the air. The huge arm of the glazed mecha pointed at the huge barbarian bull that was galloping over and roared without any trace of politeness. The key is to tell me whether you have the bloodline of the human clan or not. If you do, this young master can only kill you on the spot. You won't be able to beg me to eat you. Moo! The 1,000-meter-long barbarian bull was so angry that flames were spurting out of his nostrils. The reason he roared and even directly transformed into his true form and rushed over at such a fast speed was because he saw the chicken wing that Zhou Xian had roasted before. First of all, he had a good relationship with Ji Jinghong. Second of all, even if they didn't talk about personal relationships, they were all young masters of the top 10 clans in the second universe. If Ji Jinghong was eaten by the human clan, and this person was still alive, it would be a great humiliation to the young masters of the other 9 clans. Therefore, Jiao Ri Tian rushed over at the first moment. His purpose was to kill Zhou Xian. He was already so angry that he didn't even care about the words of the elders in his clan to try to win him over as much as possible. Ling Hucheng, you dare to treat the young masters of the various clans in the second universe as a delicacy. This time, even if the heavens came, they wouldn't be able to save you. Moo! When Jiao Ri Tian heard that Zhou Xian still wanted to eat him, he flew into a rage and roared, "This young master is the young master of the barbarian bull clan. Jiao Ri Tian is also the young master of the barbarian bull clan. To be able to die under this young master's pair of horns, you won't feel wronged." Moo! After introducing himself, Jiao Ri Tian roared again. His pair of huge horns suddenly increased in size by half. They were almost as long as half of his body. They emitted an inexplicably sharp aura. Coupled with the extreme speed of his hooves, he actually tore 2 cracks in the void along the way. It was a ghastly sight. Jiao Ri Tian. Fuck, after all this time, it's another one who got struck by lightning. Zhou Xian cried out in alarm and rolled his eyes on the spot. The one with the wings was too pretentious. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and struck him with a few invisible lightning bolts. You are even more hateful. But it's not your fault. You can only blame that old stupid bull of yours. Of all the names he could have given you, he just had to give you such a rebellious name. If the heavens didn't strike you, it would be unreasonable. After saying that, Zhou Xian immediately activated the spiritual thunder and lightning technique. The sky seemed to be responding to him. Immediately, the same crackling sound of thunder resounded. It was frightening to hear, but they couldn't see the location of the lightning. The spiritual thunder and lightning technique was originally invisible and impossible to guard against. The result of this battle was not suspenseful. Once the spiritual thunder and lightning technique was used, no matter how strong Jiao Ri Tian was, it was useless. Several powerful spiritual thunder and lightning technique directly struck its head, instantly disintegrating its battle strength. It didn't even have the chance to use it before it followed in Ji Jinghong's footsteps and fainted. After that, Zhou Xian did the same thing. He took out the withered demon blood blade and cut off a large piece of tendon from Jiao Ri Tian's thigh. At the same time, he skillfully threw Jiao Ri Tian's entire body into the furnace volcano in the central territory of the furnace volcano, where it was imprisoned separately from Ji Jinghong. All of this happened too fast. When Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war reacted, Jiao Ri Tian, who was roaring like thunder, had already disappeared. What was left was a large piece of tendon on its thigh that was pierced through by the withered demon blood blade. It was being roasted in the orange flame of the central territory of the furnace volcano. Chapter 33-42. Greedy Wolf Young Master Lang Gonglia Wolf Meat. Wu Chenzi and the others looked at each other. They couldn't keep up with Zhou Xian's pace and were dumbfounded. Didn't they just kill a barbarian bull? Moreover, it was the young master of the barbarian bull clan, Ritian. Why was he asking about wolves? A wolf! Before they could recover from their shock, a long and angry wolf howl came from the northwest direction in the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they came to a realization. It turned out that a wolf was coming. It was probably because the giant star cauldron had been refined by young Master Linghu, so even if it was far away, and everyone's cultivation was stronger than him, they couldn't sense it with their divine sense, but he knew in advance. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was the question he suddenly asked just now. Listening to his words, it was obvious that he was going to roast the wolf that was coming. He was addicted to eating. As long as it was a non-human, he would want to taste anything. Thinking like this, Wuxia, Gong Wuxian, and the others sighed. They were completely convinced this time. Although the wolf hadn't arrived yet, the two that had appeared before were either the young masters of the Yinji clan or the barbarian bull clan. These two clans were both ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe Federation. If there was no accident, the wolf that was coming was most likely from the greedy wolf clan of the Second Universe, which was also one of the top 10 clans. And judging from the identities of Ji Jinghong and Zhou Xian, the wolf that was coming was most likely the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai. Including him, there were 3 young masters of the clans of the Second Universe Federation present, and all of them were in the top 10. This was really poking the sky. In the top 10 clans of the Second Universe Federation, the young masters of 3 clans were eaten by the same human powerhouse. If this news was spread to the Second Universe, it would cause a huge earthquake. This was really a big deal. The Federation was unstable, and it was about to break up. All of this was thanks to the stomach of this glutton before them. He'd actually eaten the entire Myriad Federation to the point of falling apart. Even though they'd witnessed this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept and believe it. At the very least, they were absolutely unable to do such a domineering thing. However, this person in front of them was so relaxed as if he didn't care about the identities and backgrounds of these 3 people at all. He was so awesome that even if he didn't want to admit defeat, he had no choice. Before Lang Ganglai, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, arrived, the beef tendon cut off from Zhou Xian's hind leg had been roasted. After all, it was the fire from the furnace volcano in the central region, the Shanong cauldron. Even if it was only an orange flame, it was still extremely powerful. Under the roasting of the orange flame, the huge beef tendon had shrunk by half. Right now, it was only about 2 meters long and less than a meter in diameter, but it was golden and shiny. It was still dripping with oil. The withered demon blood blade whistled through the air and brought it back to the ground. Yi Xian had already set up a bluestone table with a wave of his hand. Everyone, let's eat together. This time, it's all tendon meat. There are no bones, and the beef is chewy. I don't think it will melt in your mouth like the chicken wings from before. It's such a big piece, we can't eat it all. This time, Yi Xian even invited Wuxia, Gong Wuxian, and the others. These people had already stretched out their necks when the fragrant beef tendon fell from the sky. Now that they heard Yi Xian's words, they were all overjoyed. Even Wuxia from the mysterious Buddhist sect subconsciously licked his lips. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the forest not far away. Xiaocha, don't remind that big bastard that I'm still in seclusion to break through. Don't leave a piece for me either. This lady will never eat the meat of a fellow Federation member again. I won't eat it even if you beat me to death. It was clearly the voice of the purplish warbler. Moreover, it was clearly a sarcastic remark. It was clearly reminding Duanmu Xiaocha to leave a piece for her. She could eat it after breaking through. At least, she should taste it. The moment the purplish warbler said this, in the void outside the great space trap formation, the elder of the barbarian bull clan suddenly looked up at the sky and angrily moaned. A pair of bloodshot eyes fiercely glared at old man Xianyuan. Even the elder of the Yinji clan did the same. He finally realized that the 3 girls, including the 8 great Vajras, were all acting. Now, they were all exposed. The surroundings were incomparably silent. all the powerhouses of the human clan were embarrassed. Some of them even subconsciously shrank their necks and blushed. After all, they were allies of the same federation. But now, the young master of the barbarian bull clan was being eaten by a group of young geniuses of the human clan. They were too ashamed to go out. In the space inside the cauldron. After being threatened by Zhou Xian again, Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war finally gathered together as if relieved of a heavy burden. The 8 great Vajras were in charge of dividing the meat. Each of them cut a large piece, and even Wuchen Zi of the Buddhist sect was no exception. They all held the meat and ate it. Their mouths were full of oil, and their eyes were green with envy. Of course, Duanmu Xiaocha also secretly hid the purplish warbler's portion. She didn't dare to let the silver light curtain in the sky see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to refuse to admit it. Zhou Xian naturally had his reasons for doing this. He originally thought that he was only eating the young master of the Yinji clan, but he didn't expect that after wiping his mouth, another barbarian bull would come. Before the barbarian bull was finished roasting, a hungry wolf in the distance was about to arrive. Maybe there would be more to come. At this rate, the top 10 races of the second universe would all be eaten by him. If that happened, the nature of the matter would be different. He might not be able to handle it alone. At this moment, he was dragging this group of people into the water to eat together with him in order to tie the entire human race to his side. Anyway, among the 200 people, the top forces and powerful families in the technology and cultivation camps were included. It could be said that the forces and background behind them were basically equivalent to the entire human race. With these guys tied to him, not to mention the young master of the top 10 clans in the second universe, even if the young master of the federation of the entire second universe was here, Zhou Xian would dare to stew him in a pot. Soon, when this large piece of barbarian bull meat was finally eaten by everyone, and when they were almost done eating, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who was roaring and rushing over from the northwest, finally arrived. Although Lang Gonglia's cultivation realm was the same as Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, which was the peak of the 9th level of the origin, after he revealed his greedy wolf form, his body was only about 100 meters long. This didn't mean that the greedy wolf bloodline in his body wasn't as strong as the other two. In fact, it was the opposite. The young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, was the most powerful existence among the 13 geniuses of the second universe who entered the inner space of the Shenong cauldron this time. Chapter 33-43. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Greedy wolf howls at the moon. It could be said that with Lang Gonglia's monstrous level, he would definitely become a giant in the federation of the second universe after he grew up. However, when he came to the third universe of the human race this time, he met young Master Linghu, who was recognized as a peerless genius of the human race in every aspect. Before this, no matter who it was, no one would have thought that the group of young clan leaders from the second universe would end up like this. But now, the facts were in front of them. 2 young clan leaders from the top 10 races had already ended up like this. This made people worry and think about it more than they should. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian's comprehensive combat strength was not as good as Lang Gonglia's, the difference was not much. After all, they were both young masters of the top 10 clans of the second universe. The difference in strength between them was so great that it was impossible for them to be like Tian Yuan. If that was the case, Lang Ganglai would not be ranked in the same circle as them. Therefore, when Lang Ganglai appeared in the huge silver light curtain above the Shenong giant cauldron, all the powerhouses outside the space trap array were nervous at first. Needless to say, Lang Ganglai was the most powerful existence among the 13 young prodigies of the second universe who had entered the cauldron's inner space. He was also the third to encounter Linghu young master. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was extremely crucial. It was said that things should not be done more than 3 times. Once more than 3 times, the bottom line in one's heart would collapse. What's more, Lang Gonglia's position was the highest among the 13 people. If even he could not escape the tragic end of being eaten by young Master Linghu, then how could the remaining 10 people be lucky? It meant that the 13 young masters of the Two-Universe Federation who entered the space inside the cauldron would be eaten by others, and all of them would be annihilated. This kind of tragic result was definitely unprecedented in the history of the Second Universe Federation. The intensity of the chain reaction was simply unimaginable. Because of this, when Lang Gonglia's figure appeared in the silver light screen, the vast space outside the space trapping formation instantly fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the 2 elders of the Yinji clan and the Barbarian Bull clan no longer clamored. They were also nervously watching the silver light curtain in the space trap array. At the same time, in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Zhou Xian and Lang Ganglai, who had just arrived, exchanged a few words before they started fighting. According to Zhou Xian's original intention, he had originally planned to ridicule them a little more. Since he had nothing to do, he was not in a hurry. It was rare to come across such a good opportunity to anger those old fogies outside, but they could not do anything to him. Zhou Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity to solidify his bad reputation. Only by making people completely afraid of him, with his identity as young Master Linghu and his current situation of being the enemy of the entire world, would he be able to minimize the troubles in the future. At the very least, there would not be too many annoying flies coming to bother them. Even though they would be in big trouble the moment they arrived, Zhou Xian had the ability to warp through space, so he was not afraid at all. His only wish was that there would be fewer Tom, Dick, and Harry bothering him. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry would delay his proper business of collecting all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals to concoct geno potions, as well as preparing to use the Shenong cauldron to brew great medicines in the future. However, that was not the case for Lang Ganglai. He was so angry that he could not wait to kill Zhou Xian immediately. Moreover, he seemed to have realized that he was not a match for young Master Linghu at all. Therefore, as soon as he arrived, he did not say anything and directly started fighting. Zhou Xian still fought alone, including the purplish warbler, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who had successfully broken through to the 9th Great Realm, Origin Stage 9. He did not order them around and let them fight on the ground as he soared into the sky. In the void, a giant wolf with a body of 100 meters tall and completely silver fur suddenly raised its head and howled toward the sky. Although this wasn't the first time Zhou Xian had heard the howl coming from Lang Gonglia's mouth, he'd already howled many times before this fellow arrived. But this time, the howl was clearly different. It was not angry, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. Instead, it seemed to be longer, and there was a strange rhythm to it. Zhou Xian was shocked, but he could not describe what kind of feeling it was. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Gonglia's howl continued to resound in the sky, a silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the cauldron under the huge silver light screen formed by Gong Wuxin's crystal ball reflection technique. When this scene appeared, Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground opened their mouths wide. Even Zhou Xian was momentarily stunned. This was clearly the interior of the Shenong cauldron, so how could a moon appear? Without a doubt, this strange moon had something to do with Lang Ganglai. It was as if it was summoned by this long wolf howl, or rather, it was condensed by this long wolf howl. Just as Zhou Xian was puzzled and was about to ask the devouring system for guidance, Gong Wuxin's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "The greedy wolf howls at the moon." This is the legendary greedy wolf howls at the moon. This is an ancient divine ability passed down in the bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Not every member of the greedy wolf clan can awaken it. Sometimes, it is normal that no one in the clan can awaken it. The bright moon in the sky is not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability. It has a mysterious power. It is said that wherever the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this divine ability, devoured and controlled at will. In this way, the members of the greedy wolf clan who possess this bloodline divine ability are in an invincible position. They are like a real greedy heavenly wolf, who can endlessly replenish their energy in battle and greedily plunder all the energy that the bright moon shines on, including their opponents. These words caused a wave of exclamations among the captives on the ground. Even Zhou Xian couldn't help but be moved when he heard these words. To be able to continuously devour energy in a large area for its own use in battle was truly heaven-defying. However, he was merely moved. He definitely wasn't envious at all. Compared to his devouring doppelganger, this divine ability was still a little lacking. The energy that the devouring doppelganger devoured could be turned into his own cultivation and strength, which could be achieved after refining. However, judging from the fact that the illusory moon in the sky was a divine ability projection, the energy that it absorbed was most likely a one-time consumption attribute. Although it was not bad, it was not perfect. It didn't solve the fundamental problem. Moreover, whether the power of this bright moon was as powerful as Gong Wuxin said it was still unknown. As for how powerful it was, he would know after testing it. Chapter 33-44. Breakthrough in Battle, Xianxia. Xianxia, with a thought from Zhou Xian, the crackling sound of lightning could be heard from the sky. Everything was exactly the same as before. Both Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ri Tian had fallen because of this strange invisible lightning. It was simply too difficult to defend against. Lightning was fast and powerful to begin with, but it was also invisible. Who could defend against it? Following the sound of these lightning bolts, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others on the ground immediately showed a look of relief. They had basically gotten used to it. It was a conditioned reflex that once the sound of lightning came, someone would immediately fall. When Zhou Xian first shouted at Ji Jinghong, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't think much of it and just thought it was a coincidence. However, when Zhou Xian used this move to kill Zhao Ri Tian for the second time, even a fool would understand what was going on. Before this, Zhou Xian had never used the spiritual lightning technique in the third universe of the human race. Therefore, even if he used it now, it wouldn't be like when he used the fallen sky bow, which immediately made people think about his true identity. Although this spiritual lightning technique was indeed strange and extraordinary, this was after all the space inside the giant star cauldron. This giant cauldron had been refined and collected by Zhou Xian, so it was naturally under his control. In the eyes of Gong Wuxin and the others, it really wasn't a big deal for Zhou Xian to create lightning bolts with a thought. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in this space inside the cauldron, he was actually the master. Previously, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize this point, but later they understood. Then, they recalled that Zhou Xian had previously said that the space inside the cauldron had been adjusted by him, so that one could only enter but not leave. This made them regret their actions even more. In this place, Zhou Xian was clearly a godlike existence, yet they didn't know what was good for them. They eagerly rushed over to their deaths and ended up in this state. In fact, they deserved it. They had guessed correctly. Zhou Xian didn't want to expose the fact that he could control the central region furnace volcano inside the cauldron. Otherwise, when these invaders arrived, Zhou Xian could have turned the space inside the cauldron into a sea of fire with a thought. The mountains around the central region's furnace volcano would remain unscathed in the sea of fire, but all the invaders would be suppressed. Of course, that would be too boring. In Zhou Xian's opinion, this group of invaders was actually just a plaything he used to pass the time. This was something that even Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize. Otherwise, who knew what kind of thoughts they would have in their hearts? At this moment, as Zhou Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique appeared again, in Gong Wuxin and the others' eyes, this young master of the greedy wolf clan, who was known as the #1 person among the younger generation of the various clans in the Second Universe Federation, would most likely be suppressed immediately, just like Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ri Tian. In fact, even Zhou Xian thought the same. He was quite confident in his spiritual lightning technique, which had already advanced to a high level. Even if it was in existence at the 10th Great Realm, the heavenly passage realm, he was confident that he could injure it. However, the reality made everyone's eyes drop. The greedy wolf clan's greedy wolf howls at the moon was indeed extraordinary. Just as a few familiar crackling sounds of lightning were heard in the space inside the cauldron, the hazy moon hanging under the silver light screen in the sky suddenly flashed. Then, the moonlight poured down, and the outline of several thick lightning bolts vaguely appeared in the sky. Moreover, as soon as the outline of the lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed and turned into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky. They were actually swallowed. Wherever the moonlight of the greedy wolf shone, all the energy could be swallowed. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't cultivated to the extent that he could use the moon of the greedy wolf to swallow all the energy in an instant, in this moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it was that the moon would sense it and exert its divine power on it, and then the more likely it was to be broken down and swallowed. The lightning bolts were too fast and extremely active, so they were instantly captured and broken down and swallowed. This scene was so unexpected that Zhou Xian was stunned. On the ground, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of war opened their mouths wide. Their faces were blank, and they couldn't believe it. Even the invisible lightning bolts manifested by the power of the cauldron were defeated. How terrifying was the greedy wolf clan's moon howls at the moon. This was only because Lang Ganglai had only cultivated it to the initial level. If he mastered it in the future, its power would be even stronger. Among the young geniuses of the three grand universes, who could be his opponent? Being able to swallow energy at any time in battle was already in an invincible position. Following this scene, for the first time, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others didn't have high hopes for Zhou Xian. Only the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, acted as if nothing had happened. Although they didn't dare to say that they had seen through all of Zhou Xian's abilities, at least they knew that this invisible lightning bolt was not his trump card. It wasn't even his trump card. At most, it was an ability that was quite handy to use. Ha ha ha, Ling Hucheng, your invisible lightning bolt is useless against me. In the area illuminated by the moonlight of the moon of the greedy wolf, the more active the energy is, the more likely it is to be instantly detected and captured. Then, it will be broken down and swallowed. The more you use it, the stronger my counterattack will be. In mid-air, Lang Ganglai, who was in the form of 100-meter-long wolf, raised his head and laughed. He spoke in a human voice. Now, let's try the first round of attacks formed by your own power. Moon of the Wolf Light Vortex. Whoosh! 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 Following Lang Ganglia's final roar, the hazy moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly. Many crescent-shaped light blades fell like rain, swirling and moving in different trajectories. In an instant, thousands of light blades poured down at the same time. Their target was clearly Zhou Xian. It seemed like they were going to envelop him in an instant. This is interesting. He can actually swallow my spiritual lightning bolt. But this is good. Since I can't use my divine abilities and spells, and the energy is too active, then I'll just fight him with pure physical strength. It just so happens that I ate a lot of nutritious food before, and my physical strength has increased greatly. I feel like my body is going to explode. Now, I need to vent. Perhaps, I can even break through during the battle. As long as I can reach the 9th realm, origin, perfection, I can kill him with just this pair of fists. Chapter 33-45. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Jean Haoyan and Medusa, Puff. Little bastard, this old wolf will tear you apart. Ah, outside the Shinong cauldron, in the void outside the space trap array, in the direction occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, an elder of the greedy wolf clan opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, followed by a shrill roar and roar. Not far away, several elders from the Yinji clan and the barbarian bull clan all cast a sympathetic look at him. It was too sullen. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian were eaten, at least in the eyes of that little bastard Ling Hu, they were still worth eating, but now what about Lang Ganglai? He was actually called a fart weasel, and didn't even want to eat him. The dignified Greedy Wolf clan, ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe's Federation, was called a weasel. This was really bad. No wonder the patriarch of the Greedy Wolf clan was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. In the void and other directions, all the human powerhouses looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They were completely convinced by this monstrous young master Ling Hu. This guy was more than just a master of medicine, tools, and arrays. His combat strength was also incomparably monstrous, and he was comparable to the one who was causing trouble in the cultivation camp. However, these were not his strongest abilities. The most powerful thing about this guy was actually his mouth. Not only could he eat, but he also dared to eat, and he was good at insulting others. The dignified Greedy Wolf clan was called a fart weasel, and the 15th realm of the Heavenly War Empire, Shan Tu, was also called an old bastard by him. This kind of monstrous talent was absolutely unprecedented. It was already heaven-defying. In the space inside the cauldron. Boom! Boom! In midair, the glass mecha giant and Lang Ganglai, who had transformed into a 100-meter-long giant wolf, just arrived at a place, and a huge energy explosion sounded from time to time. For a time, the two were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhou Xian had met someone who could really suppress him. The supreme power of the little invincible realm was finally thwarted. After all, his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the 9th stage, but his opponent was at the 9th stage of the 9th stage, and possessed the powerful bloodline of the Greedy Wolf clan. Therefore, his combat prowess was almost on par with that of a late-stage Grotto Heaven expert of the 10th stage without being defeated. From this point of view, Zhou Xian was still fighting across realms. Both sides of this battle were terrifying existences. This battle was earth-shattering, and even the horizon was covered by the raging energy storm. Unknowingly, more than 2 minutes had passed, and Zhou Xian and Lang Ganglai were exchanging blows, fighting to their heart's content. Weasel, you've made me see you in a new light. Ever since I embarked on the path of physical evolution, this young master has never met an opponent like this. To be able to exchange blows with me in such a vivid manner, this is too satisfying. In the fierce battle, Zhou Xian said in a voice that only he and Lang Ganglai could hear, "You're strong enough, and your body is hard enough. Not bad, not bad, you're the best training partner. I've decided to keep you alive, but not to eat, but to raise you as a human meat. Bah, it should be wolf meat sandbag, for training." Whoa, Lang Ganglai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he was not good with words, so he could only raise his head and howl to express and vent his anger. After changing his mind, Zhou Xian immediately began to move the battlefield slowly. Unknowingly, the two of them had fought above the giant central region furnace volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, Zhou Xian suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 8th stage of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 9th stage of the origin. He was immediately overjoyed. Previously, he had eaten a lot of nutritious food, and his physical body's vitality had greatly increased. His cells and genes had also undergone a certain degree of transformation and evolution. He had long felt that his whole body was about to explode, and this was the rhythm of a breakthrough. At this time, after a fierce battle with Lang Ganglai, Zhou Xian's vitality surged rapidly as he warmed up. His entire physical body's vitality was mobilized, and he finally broke through the shackles of the human body's potential in one fell swoop, tearing apart 2 invisible shackles. In terms of physical body's vitality, he broke through 2 more barriers and officially stepped into the 9th stage of the origin. Rumble. Boom! The sound of energy explosions continued, but this time, it was not in the outside world, but in Zhou Xian's body. As his physical body's vitality broke through 2 stages, Zhou Xian's body seemed to have formed a huge river, and the terrifying vitality was surging endlessly. It seemed to have faintly caused the void to resonate with the outside world, and the rumbling of the energy in his body was about to spread to the outside world. What? Do you think this young master wants to raise you and use you as a sandbag in the future? Are you still not convinced? Zhou Xian's confidence had increased by 2 stages in an instant. Now, he no longer took Lang Ganglai seriously, and if he was caught off guard, he could definitely knock him out with a punch. Oh whoa! Lang Ganglia's response was still the same, and it was still an angry howl. Howl your ass, my eardrums are damaged. Go down obediently and accompany those 2 good partners of yours. Boom! Zhou Xian threw a punch, and at this moment, Lang Ganglai just happened to raise his head and howl angrily. The 30-meter-long mecha's fist, which was larger than a person's body, directly landed on his chin. The terrifying vitality flowed through the fist and into Lang Ganglia's body, and like a roaring river, it instantly gave him a slight concussion and knocked him out on the spot. Oh whoa! This time, the mournful howl from Lang Ganglia's mouth was abruptly stopped, and his huge body fell towards the central region's furnace volcano, and was directly engulfed by the orange flames that rose into the sky from the volcano's mouth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason for this was also Zhou Xian's intention. After fainting and falling into this volcano, no matter how one looked at it, Lang Ganglai was definitely going to die. He was going to be burned by the flames until not a single strand of hair was left behind, and he was going to be turned into ashes. But in fact, he was not injured at all. After reaching the bottom of the volcano, he would be locked in another independent small cage like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian. No matter whether it was his aura or roar, he would not be able to escape. It was also at this moment that Lang Ganglia's huge body was smashed down by Zhou Xian's punch, and disappeared into the volcano's mouth below. At the same time, from several directions in the distance, there were a total of 10 people, and they were the other members of this second universe's young prodigy hunting team. The leader was the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, who was as famous as Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and Lang Ganglai, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa. Chapter 3346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Chaotic War outside the cauldron. Following the death of the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, the surrounding void once again fell into chaos. Awoo! Awoo! In the void occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, the elder of the Greedy Wolf clan was furious. The entire void was filled with his crazy wolf howls, which made people's hair stand on end. However, the human powerhouses in other directions were already used to it. They shook their heads and sighed, muttering to themselves that this time, the Second Universe's allied forces would probably be wiped out. They actually quite approved of young Master Linghu's cruelty in their hearts. At least, he didn't kill the previous human prodigies. However, he didn't show any mercy to the prodigies from the Second Universe's various clans. Those guys were incomparably arrogant. Previously, they had openly said that they looked down on the human race. Now that they had ended up like this, although the surrounding human powerhouses didn't clap and cheer, they still felt quite happy in their hearts. Based on this point alone, their impression of young Master Linghu improved slightly. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that the reason he did this was not to show goodwill to the human race. The key was that the desire for good food was acting up. When he saw this group of animals from the Second Universe's various clans, he directly drooled. In the face of Lang Ganglia's death and the appearance of Jin Haoyan, Medusa, and the others, the elders of the Golden Eagle clan and the Colored Python clan, as well as the other 8 prodigies from the Second Universe's various clans, all had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. They had both hope and worry. They hoped that now that the 10 of them had finally gathered, they might really be able to suppress the cruel and hateful young masterling who. What he was worried about was that these 10 fellows would be like Ji Jinghong and the other 2 from before, being too arrogant and engaging in some kind of one-on-one duel. If that happened, they would really be completely annihilated. Fortunately, an angry roar came from the silver light curtain, which made them feel slightly relieved. Jin Haoyan and Medusa roared at the same time, and the 10 figures rushed up together. Unfortunately, what happened next was too unexpected. In an instant, the hearts of the elders of the various clans in the Second Universe's Federation were completely in their throats, at the same time, in the cauldron space. The young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, both roared furiously. This fellow is too savage, simply hateful. Taking advantage of the fact that we haven't arrived yet, he actually used his superior numbers to deal with Ji Jinghong, Zhao Ritian, and Lang Ganglai in succession. Everyone, attack together. That's right. There's no need to talk about mercy with these human ants. Blood for blood. Today, no one here can escape. The 10 of us will definitely suppress all of you. As the 2 of them roared, the 10 young masters and young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe all roared at the sky. They activated their blood and manifested their blood bodies. Jin Haoyan was a giant golden eagle that was thousands of meters long like Ji Zhan. He was comparable to Ji Jinghong, and Yi Xian's eyes immediately turned green when he saw him. As for Medusa, she was a giant mottled python that was over 1,000 feet long. She looked extremely frightening. She flicked her tongue that was several feet long, and Yi Xian shuddered when he saw her. Although her bloodline was definitely extraordinary, Yi Xian was wary of this kind of vicious beauty and didn't really like it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he directly gave up on it and decided to suppress it instead of stealing the heavens and changing his mouth to raise it himself. The other 8 fellows were basically all huge in size. Although they didn't come from the top 10 clans in the Second Universe like Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ritian, their cultivation wasn't weak either. Their blood was also extraordinary. At this time, the 10 giant beasts covered a small part of the sky. After manifesting their blood bodies, the 10 giant beasts immediately roared downwards. Jin Haoyan and Medusa pounced towards Yi Xian. Although more than half of the other 8 giant beasts did the same, 2 of them pounced towards Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the others on the ground. They were clearly going to suppress the younger generation of the human race in one fell swoop. This is too much. What does it have to do with us? You're just from the outer realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Don't you think you're too arrogant? They look down on the human race. They deserve to be beaten. Everyone, let's join forces and suppress them. That's right. These guys are shameless anyway. Just now, it was clearly Ling Huchong who was fighting alone, but he said we were outnumbered. Since he said that, how can we be wronged? Let's just give him the outnumbered version. Kill. As he wishes, let's torture these foreign beasts. Seeing that 2 giant beasts were charging towards them, intending to suppress them together, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other prisoners were all angry. They had been holding it in before, but now they couldn't hold it in anymore. In an instant, more than 200 figures rushed into the sky together. This time, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaochua, and Zhao Qianru didn't fall behind. They also attacked. Although these guys had been injured by Yi Xian before, it had been a long time. Under the condition of taking healing medicine, even if they hadn't fully recovered, they had basically recovered. Moreover, they had all eaten some roast beef just now, which was also a kind of supplement. At this time, more than 200 prisoners, who had basically recovered most of their combat power, rushed into the sky at the same time. All kinds of treasures were summoned, and in the blink of an eye, they fought fiercely with the 10-second universe giant beasts that covered a small part of the sky above. Roar! Screech. Roar, rumble. Angry roars shook the sky, mixed with a lot of energy explosions. In an instant, this part of the sky was occupied by a huge battlefield. The 10 giant beasts from the various races of the second universe were fighting more than 200 young elites of the human race. The scene was extremely chaotic. Every minute, every second, there was a rain of blood pouring down. Soon after, the ground below was dyed red. This was basically the blood of the 10 giant beasts from the second universe. Their bodies were big enough that even if they bled, they would still be able to bleed for a long time. After suffering such injuries, they were completely fine. Instead, they fought fiercely. Although the 10 giant beasts all had powerful combat power that could fight above their level, in the face of more than 200 human powerhouses who were on par with them in terms of cultivation realm, they were in a situation where they were suppressed. All of them were in a sorry state. But even so, the prisoners of war had no intention of stopping. Anyway, everyone was fighting side by side. Moreover, this group of so-called young masters from the second universe was too arrogant and provoked them first. In addition, the law didn't punish the majority. Even if a few were killed on the spot, they wouldn't be punished too severely. Chapter 3347. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another one tricked. Flaming Eagle Plume. Blazing Python Rainbow. In the chaotic battlefield in the cauldron, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Zhou Xian, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, were furious. They roared at the same time. This was the rhythm of both of them activating their bloodline abilities. Previously, the moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had disappeared after Lang Ganglai, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, was defeated and suppressed. However, at this moment, as Zhou Xian and Medusa activated their bloodline abilities and fully activated them, two different phenomena appeared in the sky above the chaotic battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh! Zhou Xian's falcon plume flaming rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his true bloodline body, Zhou Xian's wingspan was close to 10,000 meters, comparable to Ji Jinghong. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers. Right now, as Zhou Xian fully activated the Golden Eagle clan's flaming eagle plume, a small part of the sky was instantly illuminated. Every energy feather was shining with a golden light. Not only was there light, but there were also faint flames rising from them. This was clearly a powerful area of effect attack, but in Zhou Xian's eyes, the only existence that posed a threat to him was Xian. Therefore, this was originally an area of effect attack of the Golden Eagle clan's bloodline ability. Countless golden flame feathers rained down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth as they whistled towards the glazed mecha giant. As for the Colored Python clan's Princess Medusa's blazing Python rainbow bloodline ability, it was two intense rainbow-colored beams of light. Although they did not seem shocking, the two dreamlike rainbow-colored beams of light shot out from Medusa's eyes at an extremely fast speed. There was even a strange sizzling sound in the void. It was as if boiling oil was poured into an ice field and was rapidly melting. Whoosh! In the next instant, a young prodigy from a certain top-notch family in the science and technology faction was darting about in the midst of the fierce battle. He unwittingly crossed the path of one of the two rainbow-colored blazing lights that was heading for Xian. Xian's rainbow blaze, which had been aimed at Xian, ended up hitting this unlucky guy instead. A bright light flashed in Xian's eyes as he locked his attention on this fellow. For some reason, the two seven-colored blazing lights that shot out from Medusa's eyes gave him a rather dangerous feeling. However, Xian had no idea how powerful it was. He was paying close attention to it in order to investigate this matter. In his line of sight, the guy who was accidentally hit by one of the seven-colored blazing lights suddenly froze. Then, his whole body began to stiffen and petrify at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole process was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, this unlucky guy's entire body had completely turned into a gray stone statue. There was no trace of life in him at all. He fell to the ground like a human-shaped rock. There was no doubt that when this human-shaped stone statue came into contact with the ground below, the result would definitely be a loud collapse. The unlucky guy's body would shatter into pieces of stone. He would definitely be deader than dead. F***ck. This is too insidious. Zhou Xian was shocked and subconsciously cursed. He quickly moved and dodged the other streak of 7-colored blazing light. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Medusa, who had revealed her bloodline true form, which was a huge colored python. A hint of annoyance flashed in the latter's eyes at this moment. Her eyes stared at Zhou Xian tightly, revealing a strong hatred, but she did not shoot out a similar 7-colored blazing light again. Zhou Xian understood in his heart. It seemed that although this kind of magic was powerful and strange, it must have a limit. Just like the cooldown period of the energy cannon, after using it once, it had to wait for a period of time before it could be used again. It could not be used continuously. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Xian would not give her a chance to shoot out such a terrifying 7-colored blazing light again. Boom! With a flash of his figure, Zhou Xian's figure had already arrived in front of the huge colored python in the blink of an eye. After a punch, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A small part of the huge colored python's body was severely injured. Many bones were broken. It let out a wail and fell to the ground below. At this moment, the rain of golden feathers that covered the heavens and covered the earth had finally arrived. Zhou Xian was not afraid at all. As if he did not see it, he allowed the feather-shaped flame rain filled with golden flames to fall on the surface of the glazed mech, but it did not leave a single mark. After all, it was a quasi-starry sky treasure level. If it could not even block the energy flame rain cast by the 9th realm origin 7th order perfection opponent, then it would be too disappointing. Now it's my turn. Seeing that Jin Haoyan's bloodline magic was useless against him, Zhou Xian was completely relieved. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He whispered and rushed towards the opponent. This time, he even activated the glazed mech's antimatter energy thruster, doubling his speed. His whole body was like a purple flowing arrow. Jin Haoyan could not dodge at all. In less than half a breath, Zhou Xian had already appeared on the back of the giant golden eagle. Get the hell down, you! Crack! Crack! Boom! As he shouted, Zhou Xian directly activated the spiritual source core in his brain. The spiritual thunder technique that had been used many times before was displayed again. This time, 3 invisible thunderbolts bit the tail and all of them struck the back of the giant golden eagle's head. If it did not faint after this, then it would be unreasonable. However, Zhou Xian still felt that it was not safe. This golden eagle's feathers were as hard as steel. If it did not faint, then it would be really troublesome. To be safe, Zhou Xian threw a punch with all his strength and smashed it directly on Jin Haoyan's back. A huge energy explosion erupted, followed by a wail. Ji Zhan's giant golden eagle, which was 10,000 meters long, fainted without any suspense. Its huge body followed in the footsteps of Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, falling towards the central region's furnace volcano below as if it was aiming at something. This was the 3rd time Zhou Xian had done this. Previously, Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian had both done this. Now, he had successfully captured another golden eagle. Very quickly, the enormous body of the falling giant golden eagle was engulfed by the orange flames that soared into the sky from the central region's furnace volcano. In the eyes of the experts in the outside world, falling into the depths of such a scorching volcano would definitely result in not leaving a single hair behind. Zhou Xian had once again deceived the heavens and the sea. Screech! Awoo! Following the fall of Jin Haoyan, the other 9 giant dire beasts roared or wailed. Even Medusa, who had been smashed to the ground by Zhou Xian and had now returned to her human form, was no exception. After a fierce howl, she viciously stabbed at Zhou Xian in the sky, then turned around and fled. When they saw that Medusa was already in such a state, and that Jin Haoyan was already finished, the other 8 dire beasts instantly lost their will to fight. As if they had agreed to it, they all reverted back to their original bloodline forms and became smaller targets as they scattered in all directions. Chapter 33-48. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you don't redeem yourself in 3 days, I'll eat you. You can't escape. I've adjusted the internal field of this star cauldron. Although those below the first level of the grotto heaven can enter, they can't leave. If you don't believe me, you can try. Don't blame me if you get killed by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. Seeing that the 9 young masters and princesses from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe wanted to escape, Zhou Xian sneered. He didn't intend to chase them at all. He stood still and warned them loudly, "Now you only have one way to go. Before I change my mind, come here and surrender immediately. Since you saved me the effort of capturing you, I'll spare you some physical pain. As long as you behave, I promise I won't eat you. Otherwise, once I catch you one by one, it's hard to say what will happen to you. I won't eat your meat, but I'm sure you'll suffer some physical pain, broken bones, and broken tendons. Think carefully. I've always been an impatient person. I'll only wait for 3 minutes. I won't wait after that." After he finished speaking, Zhou Xian turned around and looked at the 200+ prisoners that had gathered behind him because the battle had ended. He loudly ordered, "Those who haven't returned in 3 minutes, capture them all. If there's any resistance, kill them all on the spot. This young master is to blame." Hearing this, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The 8 great Vajras, on the other hand, responded loudly. It was obvious that they were deeply immersed in their role and had even trained to be henchmen. Rumble. As soon as Zhou Xian finished speaking, a violent burst of energy came from the distant sky. A young master from a certain race of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't believe it and rushed toward the atmosphere formed by the 9-colored mist in the sky. As a result, he was directly blown to pieces. His whole body turned into a cloud of blood and instantly died. This scene was so shocking that the other 8 people were instantly shocked. They stopped at the same time and turned to look at Zhou Xian. "Ling Huchong, do you really want to become enemies with all the races of the Second Universe?" The little princess of the colored python tribe, Medusa, was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never felt so sullen before. She had failed in her hunt and was being abused instead. Now, she couldn't even leave and was forced to surrender to her prey. She had never thought that something like this would happen to her today. It was too hurtful to her pride. "You shameless little girl. Aren't you ashamed to say such things?" Zhou Xian was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at Medusa. "You brats traveled billions of miles from the Second Universe to come here. What did I do to offend you? Now that you're no match for me, you actually dare to reprimand me for being your enemy. Did you not consider this question before coming here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian's figure had already leaped up and rushed straight toward Medusa and the other 8 people. Even the Glaze Mech's antimatter energy thruster had been activated. His entire body turned into a flowing arrow that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He instantly arrived in front of Medusa. As he roared, he threw a punch. "Congratulations, little girl. Your words just now successfully pissed me off. Now, I've changed my mind. The 3-minute time limit is cancelled. I won't accept voluntary surrender anymore. I'm going to beat all of you up one by one. I'll start with you." Boom! Kachacha. As he spoke, Zhou Xian's right fist had already thrown out. The glaze mech was 30 meters tall, and his fist was bigger than a person. It suddenly landed on Medusa's body, and the sound of bones shattering could be heard. She was caught off guard and was hit squarely on the head. She spat out blood and fainted on the spot. The other 7 people were shocked. Without another word, they turned around and ran. They had just gathered, but when they saw the danger approaching, they scattered like birds and beasts. Ha ha ha, are these the so-called young patriarchs and geniuses from the various races of the second universe? In my opinion, they are clearly a group of motley crew. They turned around and ran without saying a word. Moreover, their movements are so skillful. This isn't the first time, right? Zhou Xian raised his head and laughed. Before he finished laughing, he had already chased after them. The glaze mech's antimatter energy thruster was still active. His entire body turned into an arrow that could not be seen by the naked eye, flying in all directions. Every time he caught up, he would directly raise his arm and throw a punch. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 8 geniuses of the second universe, including Medusa, were all knocked out. There was no exception. It seems that it's faster to do it yourself. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Zhou Xian stopped and swept his gaze across the 8 people who had fallen to the ground. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others, who were already dumbfounded in the distance. What are you waiting for? I don't keep idle people under me. Remember to be smart in the future. I am in charge of beating people, and you are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking in the prisoners of war. Before he could finish speaking, the 8 great guardian deities had already walked over eagerly. The other 200 or so prodigies of the great clans hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and followed behind. Very soon, they carried Medusa and the other 8 back and threw them on a small hill, where they lay on the ground. Your cultivation level is actually at the 9th level of the origin. As soon as Zhou Xian's figure arrived, Gong Wuxin stared at him with a strange expression and muttered with a little hesitation and fear. When Zhou Xian's cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the origin, it was enough to completely destroy him. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the origin, it was obviously easier for him. It was estimated that with a punch, most of the bones in his body would be broken on the spot, and he would not be able to move for half a day. No wonder he was able to knock out Medusa and the other 8 young masters from the various clans of the second universe in less than 3 minutes. It should be known that these 8 fellows all had the powerful bloodline of ancient beasts, and the density was extremely high. Their chi and blood were enormous, and their bodies were as hard as a rock. These were their common characteristics. At the same cultivation level, even Gong Wuxin and the other geniuses of the human race would need 3 or 4 people to fight against them. However, under Zhou Xian's iron fist, they were as weak as lambs. In comparison, the latter was more like a ferocious beast that swept all directions with his fist. They were all from the human race, but the gap between them was so huge. This was a blow to Gong Wuxin and the others, and they began to doubt their lives. Yes, I had a good fight with that weasel just now. My muscles and bones were completely stretched, and I accidentally broke through to the next level. Awesome! Zhou Xian grinned and casually brushed this matter aside. Then, ignoring the stunned expressions of Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, he turned his head and swept his gaze over the silver light curtain that covered a small part of the sky above his head. Pointing at the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the others who were still unconscious on the slope, he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Old bastards from the second universe, listen up. Send all the spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and rare minerals that this young master needs as soon as possible. The more the better." Chapter 3349. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations the #1 foodie in the world, the time limit is only 3 days. I won't wait any longer. After 3 days, I will stew these 8 little bastards in one pot. Pft. Pft. Outside the Shinong cauldron, in the corner of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition forces, as Zhou Xian's words came out through the silver light curtain above the formation, there were immediately sounds of spitting blood, one after another. The elders of the various clans of the Second Universe who were in charge of leading the team were all furious. Previously, when Zhou Xian suppressed and even killed Ji Jinghong and the other young masters of the various clans of the Second Universe in a short period of time, this group of old guys was already full of anger and almost exploded. At this moment, when they heard that Zhou Xian actually wanted to use this matter to blackmail the various clans, they didn't want to obey and directly stew their young masters in one pot. Coupled with the words, "old bastard," the group of elders finally couldn't bear it anymore and completely exploded. "Ah, I'm going to kill this old man. Linghu Chong, this old man will skin you alive. Damn this broken cauldron, it's as hard as a turtle shell. Even the 15th realm of the universe can't break it and can't enter to kill this bastard. I hate it." In anger, the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition forces was disturbed by the thunderous roars of the elders of various clans. The airflow was turbulent, and the wind was fierce. Seeing this scene, all the human clan masters who were guarding in other directions were collectively petrified. They now had a clearer understanding of young Master Linghu's monstrous level. It was just one person, but he had made the elders of more than a dozen clans so angry that they all vomited blood and went crazy. A small part of the void was trembling. This kind of ability was probably only him. Later, when these human clan masters came back to their senses, exclamations and exclamations that were deliberately suppressed sounded one after another. He defies the natural order of things. Young Master Linghu is definitely challenging an era. He's alone, and he's suppressing 2 major dimensions. The younger generation of the human race and the Second Universe's various races are all being suppressed by him alone. He's really a peerless monster. This kind of momentum is already invincible. Even the invincible war god, who is tormenting the cultivator camp and still can't be determined whose clone it is, will be overshadowed by him. That's right, young Master Linghu is fully deserving of the human clan's #1. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant and doesn't have a sense of honor for the clan. And clan's honor. The human clan's younger generation. I don't think so. Don't forget that there's still Prince Xian. Although he hasn't made any moves recently, which one of the previous incidents was weaker than this? Even the 6th 10 out. 10 is his translations. Isn't the invincible war god still causing a ruckus in the cultivator camp? We still can't determine whose clone it is. If it's confirmed that it's Prince Xian's clone, then the title of the #1 of the younger generation will belong to him. Even a clone can be considered a peerless monster. Do we even need to talk about the main body? If the main body and the clone work together, they will definitely crush young Master Linghu. If they want him to admit defeat, boom. Rumble. While the human clan masters were whispering to each other and discussing animatedly, the dozen or so small fortresses and space fortresses of the Second Universe's alliance army in the void were unexpectedly activated and rapidly moved in the direction of the Tianqian nation. Obviously, they were afraid and decided to compromise with Zhou Xian. Otherwise, the 8 young masters of the Second Universe's various clans, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, would be stewed in a pot. That kind of scene was too beautiful and too demonic. If it really happened, the various clans of the Second Universe's alliance would be too ashamed to live in the world. Although this was too shocking and ordinary people would definitely not do it, young Master Linghu was definitely not one of them. Didn't he already eat 2 of them before? Other than the Greedy Wolf clan's young Master Lang Ganglai, the Golden Eagle clan's young Master Jin Haoyan, the Silver Eagle clan's young Master Ji Jinghong, and the Barbarian Bull clan's young Master Ri Tian, none of them were spared. They were all killed and their flesh was roasted. It was a tragic sight. The reason these old fellows were rushing to the Xianxia nation was because they wanted to connect the Tier 3 star network of the Xianxia nation to the Tier 1 star network of the Immortal dynasty. They wanted to open a wormhole transmission channel and send all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that Zhou Xian needed from the various clans of the second universe. Of course, this kind of wormhole transmission consumed a lot of energy. Even they would feel the pinch. However, they couldn't care less now. In order to prevent Medusa and the others from being stewed in a pot, they could only grit their teeth and swallow the price no matter how high it was. Looking at the huge army of the second universe leaving quickly, Zhou Xian, Gong Yangbuhui, and Chang Yu Jinglong looked at each other and raised their hands to wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. At this time, they were very scared, especially Zhou Xian. Luckily, young Master Linghu didn't stay in the Tuoba family all the time and left on his own initiative. Otherwise, with this young master's great appetite and the world's #1 foodie temper, if there wasn't enough food like braised dragon liver and brown sauce in the future, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't pick some white and tender existences from the Tuoba family and secretly wash them clean and cook them. It was too cruel and too terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian almost raised his hand to slap himself. He was really muddle-headed before. He actually wanted to force that guy to stay in the Tuoba family. Luckily, he failed. Otherwise, he would have invited a wolf into the house. Moreover, it was a hungry wolf that could eat people. Fortunately, the allies of the second universe sent a group of young masters and young masters with strong bloodlines. After shivering, Zhou Xian's face was full of relief. It was probably because those powerful elders from the second universe had left in a hurry that this old man dared to say anything without hiding anything. I think after that monster tasted this kind of top-grade ingredient, he probably doesn't care about the braised dragon liver anymore. I don't think he will come to harm us again, Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian's face was full of joy. Bodhisattva, if this monster isn't killed this time, don't let him stay in the human race's territory. If he wants to go to the second universe. The universe there is full of descendants of all kinds of divine birds and fierce beasts. If he wants to eat, he can eat as much as he wants. After that, the people in charge of the big families and forces in the human race's camp began to communicate with each other and get busy. Although Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other captives of the human race didn't have to worry about being stewed and eaten by young Master Linghu, that guy was too cruel. If he didn't get the ransom, it was very likely that he would cripple or kill them. He would definitely do this kind of thing. In the eyes of these people in charge of the big families and forces, Zhou Xian was definitely going to die this time. Soon, the day when ancestor Qinquan of the Zhan family returned would be the day he would be beheaded. Therefore, in terms of the ransom, the big families were very generous. After all, it was just a matter of passing through their hands. Once this guy died, they would immediately return to their hands. Chapter 3350. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. They re all in this together. Inside the cauldron. After confirming that the inner field of the Shenong cauldron was already under Zhou Xian's control, even the experts below the 10th level of the heavenly passage could only enter. After confirming that the inner field of the Shenong cauldron was already under Zhou Xian's control, even the experts below the 10th level of the heavenly passage could only enter and not leave. In the end, the few people who had acted alone or escaped from the great battle obediently gathered together. After all, if they wanted to leave the farmer god cauldron, they would have to go through Zhou Xian. If they kept hiding in the distance and angered the ferocious young Master Linghu, they would be locked up in the cauldron space forever. That would be troublesome. Half a day later, the 8 heavens prides of the Federation of the Second Universe, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, finally woke up one after another. As for their storage magic treasures and cultivation resources, everything was naturally plundered and stored in Zhou Xian's undying world. Seeing that these guys had woken up, Zhou Xian casually threw a small bottle of healing medicine to each of them. At the very least, he had to let them regain their mobility. Otherwise, when the ransom arrived, would he have to support them and send them out? Watch these 8 guys carefully. This young master wants to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. If they don't behave, just beat them up. If they die, it's on me. After everything was settled, Zhou Xian waved his hand and gave a few instructions to Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. Then, he was about to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru staring at him. Because of the silver light curtain in the sky, the 3 girls didn't dare to exchange glances to avoid being seen through. However, Zhou Xian knew them very well. With just a glance, he understood the 3 girls' thoughts. At first, he wanted to ignore them, but then he thought that if he did, he would definitely be punished. Helplessly, he could only sigh and pretend to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the 3 women. After looking them up and down, he waved his hand and said, "You 3, come with this young master. You need someone to wait on you even if you want to serve tea or water." Although these words fulfilled the wishes of the purplish warbler girls, they didn't feel good. The 3 girls' faces immediately darkened. They weren't pretending, they were really a little annoyed. "How dare you ask me to serve tea and water?" "Okay, you're good, young master Zhao Qianru, huh?" The 3 girls exchanged glances and muttered in their hearts. They were thinking about how they would deal with Zhou Xian's. As for Gong Wuxin, Wu Chen, and the others, after being stunned for a moment, their expressions instantly became strange. They glanced at Zhou Xian, then looked at Xianyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls, who had faces full of shame and indignation. They all sighed. In their opinion, Zhou Xian must be up to no good by suddenly taking the 3 purplish warbler girls away. It was a pity that these 3 delicate beauties were about to be taken by a pig. What a scourge. Then, Zhou Xian quickly left with the 3 purplish warbler girls. Gong Wu Axian, Wu Chenzi, and the others couldn't leave anyway, so he wasn't afraid that they would run away. Although there weren't any buildings in the space inside the farmer god cauldron, Zhou Xian had refined the entire cauldron. The field inside the cauldron could be changed according to his will, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to create a temporary cave residence. Considering the existence of the silver light curtain in the sky, Zhou Xian took the 3 purplish warbler girls into a dense ancient forest and directly went underground. From there, they came to the depths of the furnace volcano in the central region. The furnace volcano looked like a ring-shaped volcano from the outside, but the structure inside was actually the same. The deeper one went, the wider it became. When they reached the deepest part of the volcano, they could no longer see any flames, but it was not dark. The orange-red flames above were like a canopy. The flames illuminated the bottom of the furnace volcano very brightly. Moreover, it was a pleasing orange-red color. The bottom of the furnace volcano was like a vast plain, with no end in sight. In the center was a large lake surrounded by 9-colored mist. This lake should be the core of the furnace volcano. The roots of the orange-red flames extended from the lake and expanded upwards like a mushroom cloud. Presumably, the 2-colored flames to the 9-colored flames in the future should be the same. Even Zhou Xian couldn't completely understand the 9-colored lake in the central region, but other than that, he could control the other areas at the bottom of the furnace volcano at will. At this moment, he had constructed 5 independent spaces on the walls of the volcano with his thoughts. 1 small space and 4 big spaces. The small space was sealed, without any gap, and the immortal and imperishable bead was placed inside. As for the 4 big spaces, they were like cages, imprisoning Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, Lang Ganglai, and Jin Haoyan respectively. At present, the 4 of them had all woken up, and were roaring loudly. From time to time, there was a loud roar of bombardment on the walls. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. The walls at the bottom of the furnace volcano were equivalent to the walls of the farmer god cauldron. This was a primitive treasure. Even the 15th level of the universe realm couldn't leave a scratch on it. If Zhou Xian didn't agree, they would never be able to get out. Although they were making a lot of noise now, after a long time, they would all die. At this moment, Xianyuan Ziying and the other two girls followed behind Zhou Xian and entered the space at the bottom of the volcano. With a glance, they saw Ji Jinghong's group of 4 imprisoned within the rock wall cage. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately cried out in alarm, "Eh? These 4 guys are here. And they are all locked up. After all this time, you didn't kill them. With your gluttonous nature, how could you be willing to waste such a good top-grade ingredient? You just cut a small piece and roasted it for a taste. After all, it turns out that you just want to raise it and eat it slowly. That's a good idea. If you're hungry, you cut a piece to go with wine. Anyway, it'll grow back in a few days. You'll never be able to finish it. But why did you keep that weasel as well? Meat is smelly. Can you eat it? If you keep it here, be careful not to smoke the birds, cows, and eagles. They are so delicious. It would be a pity if the meat is smelly." The 3 girls only said 1 sentence each, but their lethality couldn't be underestimated. Zhou Xian was scared out of his wits as he stared at them with his mouth agape. His entire mind was muddled. This mouth. Wasn't it too poisonous? As for Ji Jinghong and the other 3 imprisoned in cages, they instantly went berserk and roared like crazy. Especially Lang Ganglai. This time, he was really looked down upon too much. His whole body was about to explode. He slammed his head on the wall and was furious. "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3351. Chapter 3351, Chapter 335 Heavenly Cave, Stop Messing Around. The rock wall at the bottom of this furnace volcano is equivalent to the wall of the Shanong cauldron. This cauldron is an ancient treasure. Even if the 15th Great Realm Master comes, he won't be able to leave even a scratch on it. Even if you crack your head, you won't be able to move it even a little bit. It was probably because the 4 of them had suffered too much shock that Zhou Xian gave them a rare few words of consolation. As for the matter of eating you, you can rest assured that this young master has no such intention. Although the reason why I kept the 4 of you here was because of the bloodline in your body, this young master didn't do it to satisfy my appetite. Instead, it was to refine medicine. In the future, when I need it, I'll ask you to give me some blood or cut off some liver or kidney for this young master. Unfortunately, the effect of his words of consolation was truly speechless, and actually backfired. When Ji Jinghong and the others heard that Zhou Xian actually planned to raise them and bleed them one by one in the future, and from time to time, they would have to cut off a piece of liver, a piece of kidney, or something like that for him to use as medicine, they immediately went crazy. Their roars became even more intense. "Ah, kill you. This father will kill you. Demon, you are a demon from head to toe. I'd rather die than become your living medicine. Ling Huchong, just give up. If worse comes to worst, I'll just blow myself up," Ling Huchong said. While roaring, a majestic and chaotic aura gushed out of Jiao Ri's body. It seemed that he was really ready to self-detonate. Explode. Explode if you have the ability. Don't forget that this is this young master's territory. Even if you explode into a bloody mist, it won't be a waste. This young master can collect it with a thought, put it in a bottle, and use it slowly in the future. Zhou Xian curled his lips and didn't accept the threat at all. He sneered and said, "Moreover, this young master wants something, how can I be satisfied if I don't get it? If you dare to self-detonate, this young master will immediately run to your barbarian bull tribe if this young master can survive this disaster. I believe that the barbarian bull tribe should have more than one son, right? When the time comes, we'll skewer all of your brothers and sisters and let them bleed one by one every day. Besides, do you think you still have the ability to self-destruct after being locked in this young master's Shinong cauldron? Be careful that you don't die from self-detonation and end up half dead. You'll slowly recover, but in the end, you'll still have to obediently bleed. Sigh, you can do whatever you want if you want. After saying that, Zhou Xian waved his hand and sealed the rock cage that imprisoned the four of them. Not a single sound could be heard. Similarly, they could not sense anything outside the cage, whether it was sound or sight. However, Zhou Xian did not calm down because of this, because in the next moment, the three purplish warbler girls started to cause a ruckus. Of the three girls, two of them were tugging at his arms and swinging him left and right, while the last one was standing in front of Zhou Xian, pounding her little fists on his chest like she was hammering a stake. Shinong Cauldron. You said this is the Shinong Cauldron. That's a legendary primordial treasure, right? We're doomed, we're doomed. We've really hit the jackpot this time, to be able to randomly pick up such a treasure in the void. We've earned big this time, we have to share the spoils. We have to share the spoils. Yes, yes, yes. As the saying goes, those who see it have a share. The last time you entered the Shinong Cauldron, we went together and even covered for you, not revealing your identity. In the end, you got such a huge benefit, but we didn't get anything. This is too unreasonable, we have to compensate you, but this Shinong Cauldron is a whole, you can't just cut off a piece and take it away. In this case, the cauldron can be yours, but you have to show some appreciation in other aspects, such as, in addition to the battle armor, you have to help us upgrade our small private warships. That's right, we're all familiar with each other, so we'll let it go this time, but you can't cut corners. You have to have all kinds of arrays, especially that killing array system. My brother, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be a Grandmaster Array Master, to even be able to come up with such a battleship killing array system. After all this time, it turned out that the three girls were waiting for him here. Zhou Xian finally understood and immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. He spread his hands and said, "It's not impossible to help you fuse your small private warships, but you have to let me do it one by one, right? I haven't finished the battle armor from before, and this is only the first fusion. The materials you gave me for the second fusion are still there, so I have to finish the battle armor first before we talk about the warships, right?" Hearing this, the three maidservants exploded on the spot, and once again began to chatter noisily. What? You haven't used the materials for the second fusion. We've already brought the treasures and materials for the third fusion this time, aren't you too slow? You can't slack off like this, you have to work overtime. That's right, the situation today is special, so I won't force you, but the next time we meet, the third fusion must be completed. Otherwise, we'll settle everything at once. In the end, Zhou Xian could only pat his chest and promise that after this matter was over, he would finish the third fusion first. The next time they met, the three battle armors would have all been fused for the third time. Otherwise, they would be at the mercy of others. As a result, the three maidservants finally stopped bothering him and didn't continue to pester him. By the way, you said you were going to make a breakthrough in seclusion. Then, the purplish warbler changed the topic and asked Zhou Xian with a strange expression, "Didn't you just make a breakthrough in the battle? And it's 2 consecutive breakthroughs, from the origin level 7 to the perfection level 9. Why are you breaking through again so soon? You're in such a hurry, be careful that your realm is unstable. Besides, it's not that easy to make a breakthrough in a major realm, it depends on luck. You seem to be a little too hasty. Do you think I want to?" Zhou Xian rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. My cultivation has always been stagnant, and now I'm still at the black hole level 1. The breakthrough I'm talking about now is the path of physical evolution, and I'm relying on the gene cultivation fluid to make a breakthrough. Now, my physical body is at the perfection level 9 of the origin level 9, and I've prepared more than 1 bottle of the level 10 fluid. I can take it at any time to make a breakthrough. Once I succeed, I'll immediately advance to the Grotto Heaven Level 1, the 10th major realm. Of course, that's in terms of physical body strength. What? You're walking the path of physical evolution. And you even have the level 10 fluid. Duanmu Xiaocha jumped up immediately and spread her big hand in front of Zhou Xian. I wanted to try it, but I was worried that there wouldn't be any more level 10 fluid after reaching the 9th level. Since you have it, share it with me immediately. I'll say it again, everyone has a share. Chapter 3352. A Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 3353. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Clues to the cave emptiness. After calming himself down, Zhou Xian stepped out of the simple and temporary cave residence. Outside, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had finished their stroll and were waiting outside the cave residence. Seeing Zhou Xian walk out of the cave residence and sensing the powerful aura of the Grotto Heaven realm faintly emanating from his body, the three girls had different reactions, but they were all happy for him. Congratulations, you've finally entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Wow, the Grotto Heaven realm is still there. Big brother idol, you have to protect me. From now on, if anyone dares to bully me, Duanmu Xiaocha, I'll tell them your name. You're really a bastard. I've just entered the 9th stage origin realm and was about to catch up to you. Who would have thought that I would be left behind in less than half a day? How infuriating, Zhou Xian rolled his eyes at her. It was one thing for the purplish warbler to grumble happily, but what the hell was Duanmu Xiaocha talking about? She made it sound as if she had committed a sin since she was young and was bullied all the time. She was clearly the little princess of the Duanmu clan, one of the top 3 clans in the Heavenly Wind Empire's gene fluid industry. She was the designated successor, okay? With her temperament as a little witch, it was good enough that she didn't bully others. How could others bully her? Zhou Xian was extremely suspicious that she would use his name to intimidate others and flaunt her prowess everywhere. After all, after this battle, young Master Ling Hu's name would definitely resound throughout the 3 dimensions of the universe. It was very likely that his fame would overshadow Prince Xian's. In the future, once Zhou Xian took the initiative to reveal his identity, this girl would most likely pull on his tiger skin and flaunt it everywhere. Unfortunately, he couldn't warn her about this matter because that would be tantamount to reminding her in advance. With this girl's temperament, she might start to think about it later. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile again. Then, before he could say anything, Xianyuan Ziying spoke up first. She frowned and asked, "Oh right, I didn't pay attention before and forgot to ask you. You said that your cultivation technique had been stagnant for a while, and you stopped at the first level of the black hole. You changed your path to physical evolution because... Are you cultivating the void cavern technique?" "Huh? How do you know the technique?" Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment before subconsciously replying. Then, he instantly came to a realization and a happy expression appeared on his face as he excitedly asked, "I understand now. So the tortoise shell that I bought at the Heavenly River auction house was actually taken out by you. Is that so?" How could he not? There had never been any clues to the later stages of the Dongshu fragment. As for the existence of the tortoise shell that was auctioned off in the Heavenly River Star, as long as Zhou Xian had the heart to personally make a trip to the Heavenly River Star, he would definitely be able to find out. But what if he found out? What if the other party was not on Sky River Planet, or had other intentions and did not tell him the truth? Zhou Xian couldn't do anything about it. Because of this, he had always lacked interest in this matter and did not hold much hope, so he was not in a hurry to go to Sky River Planet. Of course, there were too many things on hand and trouble came one after another. One of the reasons was that he really didn't have the time. But now, all these problems had been solved. The original owner of the ancient tortoise shell that contained the first 8 levels of the cave technique was in front of Zhou Xian at this moment, and he was an acquaintance. There was no possibility that he would hide anything from Zhou Xian. For him, this was definitely a great surprise. Because it was very likely that he would be able to find clues about the rest of the cave technique. It seems that I guessed right. The technique you practice is indeed the cave technique. Seeing Zhou Xian's reaction, the purplish warbler understood everything. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is all my fault. When I first obtained the ancient tortoise shell, I actually struggled for a long time. In the end, I gritted my teeth and gave up completely. After all, this is an ancient technique that can be called a supreme treasure. No one can easily ignore it. But later, when you bought the tortoise shell, I didn't mean to not remind you. If it weren't for the accident that happened soon after leaving Sky River Planet, I would have asked you about this matter and given you some advice. Later, when you and I were separated, I didn't know where you and Lulua were. I didn't even know whether you were alive or dead. At that time, I was so anxious that I completely forgot about this matter. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You knew that it was incomplete and only contained the first few levels of the technique. You could only cultivate it to the 8th level of the black hole realm, but you still practiced it. At this point, the purplish warbler smiled bitterly again. Because of this, you can only stop practicing this technique and change your path to the evolution of the human body. This is all my fault. Fortunately, your talent in alchemy is amazing. You were able to concoct the 10th and 11th level geno fluids on your own. Presumably, it will be difficult to concoct the 12th and 13th level geno fluids required for the evolution of the human body in the future. In the end, this matter did not lead to the end of your path of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. After saying this, the purplish warbler had an apologetic look on his face. After all, this was the truth. If it were not for Zhou Xian, this matter would have been extremely troublesome for him. In fact, if it were another Starry Sky Master, it was very likely that they would not even be able to obtain the 8th or 9th level geno fluids. They were too precious. In that case, it would be impossible to decide to walk the path of the evolution of the human body. This also meant that their cultivation would be completely stagnant, and there would be no hope for them to move forward. No, why are you saying this? What's the relationship between the two of us? You can trick anyone, but you can't trick me. Because of his excitement, Zhou Xian did not choose his words carefully. As soon as these words left his mouth, the purplish warbler's face immediately turned red. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru on the side also covered their mouths and snickered. However, he did not realize that something was wrong at all. He then continued to ask, his hand subconsciously holding the purplish warbler's soft shoulders, anyway, that's not important. Not to mention that you didn't persuade me, even if you did, I have to learn the void dimension technique. The most important question now is, that ancient tortoiseshell, where did you get it? You want to find the next part of this technique? The purplish warbler was shocked, and the bashful look on her face quickly disappeared. She stared at Zhou Xian with a serious expression and warned, I advise you to stop here and not dwell on this matter. Because I also tried to find it before. Not only was there no result, but I also narrowly escaped death, and that was under the circumstances that there was no external pressure. But you are different. You and the various races of the Second Universe Federation are now like fire and water. The other exit of the giant universe wormhole that connects the first universe and the second universe is always guarded by the allied forces of the second universe. All the warships that enter and leave the wormhole must be inspected to prevent the experts of the Tianji clan or their slave races from sneaking in. As long as you go there, you will be discovered immediately. Chapter 3354. Chapter 3354. Chapter 335 Abyss Turtle Sea. What's more, the place where I got the ancient turtle shell is an extremely dangerous place in the second universe. How can you still have the energy to explore the Abyss Turtle Sea when the external pressure is so strong that it's terrifying? Hearing this, Zhou Xian was stunned. The Abyss Turtle Sea. The Abyss Turtle Sea in the second universe? The purplish warbler was right. Given the irreconcilable relationship between Zhou Xian and the races of the Second Universe Federation, it would indeed be difficult for him to move an inch if he went to the Second Universe. On the one hand, the exit of the giant natural wormhole from the First Universe to the Second Universe was guarded by a large number of the allied forces of the Second Universe Federation, and the inspection was very strict. On the other hand, even if Zhou Xian could change his appearance again, or simply go with the identity of Prince Xian, he would still expose himself as young Master Linghu in the end if there were no accidents. This was because Zhou Xian's combat weapon, armor, and warship had all been exposed as young Master Linghu after the last fusion. In a short time, it was obviously impossible for him to refine these three basic treasures of the Starry Sky powerhouses and change their appearance again. After all, they were quasi-Starry Sky's supreme treasures. Ordinary materials and treasures of the same type were not worthy of them at all. If he forcibly mixed them in and refined them, it was even possible that the grade would be affected and the refinement would fail. The further he went, the more likely the refinement would fail, which was equivalent to wasting all his previous efforts. Therefore, Zhou Xian could not be reckless with every refinement in the future. He had to be very careful. In addition to these three basic treasures of the Starry Sky powerhouses, he had exposed many magical secret methods and spiritual skills as young Master Linghu. After arriving in the Second Universe, it was impossible not to reveal all of these. At least, small private warships were often used. Moreover, the Abyss Turtle Sea was extremely dangerous, even in the periphery. Zhou Xian needed to summon the indestructible glass armor, and although the Void Sea was dangerous, it happened to be quite beneficial. Therefore, not only the powerhouses of the Federation of the Second Universe but also many of the powerhouses of the human race of the Third Universe flocked there. Under such circumstances, with so many eyes, the chances of Zhou Xian being exposed were extremely high. Once his identity was exposed, it would definitely have a huge impact on Zhou Xian. At the same time, there would be danger looming. All the races of the Federation in the Second Universe would probably go crazy and try to keep him here. The Nether Turtle Ocean is the habitat of the Nether Turtle clan in the Second Universe. Even though the Void Ocean is too vast, so the Nether Turtle clan doesn't prohibit outsiders from exploring it. It's even to the extent that the human experts from the First Universe are no exception. However, it's really too dangerous for you to head there. Just as Zhou Xian was pondering, Zhao Qianru took over the conversation. She looked at Zhou Xian with a serious expression and said, although the Nether Turtle race is reclusive and doesn't like to interact with others, they are still one of the races in the Second Universe's Federation. Furthermore, they are one of the top 10 races. If you enter the Nether Turtle Ocean, even if you won't be discovered by other powerhouses, you definitely won't be able to escape the surveillance of the Nether Turtle clan. There's at least a 90% chance of your identity being exposed. Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaoqiao tried to persuade him again. Therefore, it's better not to consider this matter anymore. It's too dangerous and not worth it. After all, after Big Sister Ziying obtained the ancient turtle shell, she also explored the nearby Void Ocean. She didn't find anything at all. Even if you go, you might not be able to obtain anything. Why bother? At the end of her sentence, Duanmu Xiaoqiao pursed her lips and looked pitifully at Zhou Xian. She said, if anything were to happen to you over there, how would we three sisters be able to live? Bah, don't misunderstand, what I mean is that you are my idol. If something were to happen to you, I would definitely be sad. If there's really no way to live, it'll be the two of them at most. Especially Big Sister Ziying. In any case, it doesn't include me. Before Duanmu Xiaoqiao could finish speaking, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru had already reacted. Large amounts of red light appeared on their faces at the same time. Perhaps it was because they felt too embarrassed, but they actually chased after Duanmu Xiaoqiao and slapped her to cover it up. You damned girl. You've chosen too cleanly. So what if you're playing? You're extremely nimble when it comes to harming the two of us. I didn't notice that this little girl really knows how to scheme. For a time, the three of them were in a mess, and it instead left Zhou Xian, who had a solemn expression and thought that he was talking about an important matter, alone at the side. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, Zhou Xian asked Purplish Warbler about the exact location of the Nether Turtle Ocean where she'd obtained the ancient turtle shell by chance. On the surface, he expressed that he would seriously consider this question. At the very least, he hadn't decided to go to the Nether Turtle Ocean yet. But in reality, Zhou Xian didn't need to consider this question at all. He was definitely going to the second universe. Even if he didn't mention going to the Nether Turtle Ocean to search for the follow-up to the Hollow Dimension technique, he still had to go. This was because ever since his system title had been upgraded, Zhou Xian now had the ability to jump across dimensions. However, if he wanted to activate this ability and successfully perform a coordinate jump, the prerequisite was that the dimension he was going to had to be adjacent to each other. Moreover, he had to have already imprinted the coordinates of the target dimension in advance. At present, there were only 3 known dimensions, or rather, the ones that had been more or less completely explored. They were the first universe occupied by the Xianxia clan, the second universe shared by the various races of the Federation, and the third universe occupied by the human race. These 3 dimensions were all connected to each other because they were all connected by giant natural wormholes. However, Zhou Xian had already imprinted the coordinates of both the first and second universes. He had never even gone to the second universe before, so he hadn't completed the mission yet. Just for the sake of completing this mission, he had to go to the second universe no matter what. As for the so-called danger, Zhou Xian didn't care at all. In his opinion, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Back when he was just a core realm cultivator, he dared to venture into the first universe ruled by the Xianxia clan alone, let alone now that he was already a level 1 Grotto Heaven realm cultivator, who was already a level 1 Starry Sky realm cultivator. People couldn't go back in time the longer they lived. Just this reason alone was enough to make Zhou Xian firm on his decision to go. Then, Zhou Xian asked how long he had been in seclusion this time. When he learned that 2 days had already passed, he immediately couldn't sit still anymore. He waved his hand at the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru and said, I almost messed up the proper business. Previously, I made an agreement with those old bastards of the various races of the Federation in the second universe. If they don't ransom the people in 3 days, I'll stew them all in one pot. This matter can't be delayed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold the fort later. As a person, I can't go back on my words. Chapter 33:55. Green Rope transforms into a dragon. The 3 purplish warbler girls behind him were stunned for a moment, and then rolled their eyes. It was really intoxicating for him to use the phrase, can't go back on one's word. At the same time, in the void outside the cauldron, 2 figures were flying toward the cauldron from 2 different directions. They were Xiaoyao Zi and Xianxia Fairy, 2 of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan who had recently appeared in the world. Right now, 2 days had passed since Zhou Xian gave them the 3-day deadline. The allied forces of the second universe that had gone to the capital of Tianqin country, Tianqin Star, had already returned yesterday. They had spent a lot of money to send all kinds of treasures and rare minerals through the micro-wormhole. They had put them into small space boxes and sent them into the Shenong cauldron. It was the same for the top families and forces of the third universe. Many small space boxes, which contained the so-called ransom they thought should be enough, were thrown into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. Of course, every small space box had a label, indicating the origin of the thrower. What followed was a long and boring day of waiting. Young Masterling who did not show up for the entire day. Instead, the human prisoners of war were busy under the leadership of the so-called 8 great guardian deities. There were more than 200 small space boxes piled up into a small hill. They would open every small space box to check if the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals inside matched the quantities on the lists. They did their best, but the elders of the various races of the Federation in the second universe gnashed their teeth in anger. The people in charge of the top families of the human race were even more embarrassed. They could only use one reason to comfort themselves. They were forced to do this, and they had no other choice. It was also at this moment that a silver ray of light shot over from the distant void. This person was Fairy Xianxia, and she came from planet Wuxia in the Heavenly Wind Empire. She was one of the 4 peerless prodigies of the human race. She was young, but she was already a 9th-stage mystic light realm cultivator. She created the Jade Dragon Island and called herself the Island Master. She also had the ancient treasure, the soul-binding chain. Although this treasure was in the shape of a rope, its power was extraordinary, and it had a strong origin. It was said that when heaven and earth first separated in ancient times, there was a spirit stone in the world. It had already existed during the chaos. After heaven and earth separated, this spirit stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon during the ancient times, exploiting the chaos energy. Finally, it matured and became a spirit beast, roaming between heaven and earth. After it died, it was buried in the spiritual mountain and spiritual stone. 1,000 years later, the spiritual stone and stone, spiritual stone. It was said that when the spiritual stone studio, it was spiritual stone, Dao, spiritual stone, and spiritual stone, spiritual studio, spiritual and Z, spiritual studio, is spiritual studio editor studio. The reason why Xianxia Fairy became famous and was respected as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human clan was not unrelated to her own terrifying talent, but to a certain extent, it was because of this. Back then, he had displayed the soul shackle in front of everyone. When this shackle was casually tossed out by her, it instantly shone brightly with silver light and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long silver dragon phantom. The desolate aura it emitted covered the heavens and the earth, and it actually cut a 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship into 2 in the blink of an eye. It was like pulling tofu with steel wires, and it was truly shocking. The sudden arrival of Fairy Xianxia was obviously for young Master Linghu. This caused a commotion. After the initial shock, the experts of the human clan who were trapped in the void around the formation began to whisper to each other and discuss among themselves. Could it be that Fairy Xianxia refused to accept the reputation of Linghu young master as one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the clan? Was that why she had come in person and wanted to take him down a notch? Unfortunately, she did not have the chance to do so. Young Master Linghu was holed up in the giant star cauldron and would not come out at all. He had already altered the cauldron's internal domain. Although it was no longer the same as before, where only starry sky experts below the origin realm could enter, it was only an increase of 1 major realm. The highest level of cultivation that could enter was now limited to the 9th major realm, the origin realm, at the 9th major realm, the grand perfection of the 9th rank. Fairy Xianxia, on the other hand, was at the peak of the 9th realm of the mystic light realm. She was definitely powerful, but she had exceeded the limits of the internal field of the giant star cauldron by an entire realm. There was no way she could enter. It's a pity that young Master Linghu is holed up in the giant star cauldron. Otherwise, this battle would definitely be very exciting. That's right. A peerless genius fighting a peerless genius. This is a grand occasion for the younger generation of the human clan. It could have happened, but now it's completely impossible. What a pity. It's obvious that young Master Linghu is not confident enough. Maybe he's holed up in the giant star cauldron not just to avoid the grand cultivators of universe. He's too famous, so naturally, he's under a lot of pressure. Young Masterling who probably predicted this situation and avoided it in advance. Some people thought that young Masterling who had escaped a calamity today. Otherwise, even though he was known as one of the two peerless prodigies of the human race, he still hadn't truly matured yet. Even though he had astonishingly broken through 2 minor stages in a row during the previous battle, his cultivation base was still only at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the origin stage. Even though he had the ability to fight across realms, he wasn't the invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the self-cultivator camp. This wasn't his strength. If he were to fight Fairy Xianxia, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm, he would probably be defeated. While the discussion was going on, the fairy-like Xianxia fairy in a white dress finally came close. Her face was cold, without any expression, but her eyes were glittering. She completely ignored the large number of starry sky experts, battleships, fortresses, and even small fortresses in the void around the space trap formation. In her eyes, there seemed to be only the tunnel that the space trap array had opened for her. After entering the array, she would be able to reach the space above the giant star cauldron. Sure enough, after arriving, Fairy Xianxia didn't stop for a moment. She immediately jumped into the tunnel and headed straight for the giant star cauldron in the center of the space trap array. Seeing this scene, the numerous powerhouses in the starry sky outside the grand array cried out in surprise again. What does she want to do? Does she want to enter the giant star cauldron? How is that possible? Since she knows that the incident happened in this star field, Fairy Xianxia must have gotten some information from the star web before she came here. So, how could she not know the entry limit of the giant star cauldron? Could it be that she has another way to force her way in? If that's the case, then the Heavenly Battle Empire's ancestor Zhou Xian came here for nothing. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay here and wait for Fairy Xianxia to come to him? He can just use this method to enter together. Whoosh! Before the discussions around the space trap array stopped, Fairy Xianxia, who had already entered the array, had already made her move. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, she waved her right hand, and a green light shot out. Chapter 3356. Fairy descends. As Fairy Xianxia waved her hand, a green waterfall shot out from her hand. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a green dragon that was thousands of feet long. Before the many starry sky masters outside the void trap formation could recover from their shock, the giant azure dragon opened its ferocious maw and swallowed Fairy Xianxia in one gulp. Then, it turned around and plunged headfirst into the 9-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron, disappearing. If an existence whose cultivation base had exceeded the 9th stage of the origin stage attempted to enter the giant star cauldron, they would be attacked as soon as they came into contact with the mysterious 9-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron. The 9-colored mist above the mouth of the cauldron would turn into a mysterious 9-colored flame in an instant. Using the aura of the divine sense as a guide, it would lock onto the body and burn continuously until the body and soul were destroyed and turned into ashes. After all, the farmer god cauldron was a primordial treasure. When it was combined with the farmer god cauldron, its level was raised to the level of a primordial treasure. The 9-colored flame, which represented its strongest power, was obviously no small matter. Previously, an expert of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had tried it. An elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, who was at the late stage of the Void Realm, almost died under this mysterious and terrifying 9-colored flame. Even the mighty figure of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan, Zhou Xian ancestor, was extremely afraid after trying it. He concluded that even if he forced his way in, the result would be either death or injury. Moreover, it would be a serious injury that was close to death. If not, Zhou Xian ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan would have forced his way in long ago. He would not have spent so much effort to visit a friend and ask for help. This kind of thing required one to owe a favor, and the favor of a mighty figure of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan was obviously not so easy to owe. It was very likely that it would be of great importance in the future. However, at this moment, the green dragon plunged headfirst into the giant star cauldron, but it did not cause any changes at all. The mysterious nine-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron only surged for a while before it became still. It did not seem to reject the green dragon. As for Fairy Xianxia, after she was swallowed by the green dragon, her aura was concealed by the body of the green dragon. Even the internal field of the farmer god cauldron could not sense her. It could be seen that the treasure that summoned the green dragon must be extraordinary, at least a primordial treasure, not inferior to the farmer god cauldron. Look, she actually went in, safe and sound. The nine mist above the cauldron's mouth of the cauldron did not stop her. This is really too shocking. What is the origin of that green dragon? This dragon seems to be formed from a thin rope. When Fairy Xianxia threw it out earlier, it was clearly a green rope. Its soul-entangling chain, soul-binding it must be that treasure. I didn't expect it to be able to transform into a green dragon. It's obvious that Fairy Xianxia did not use its full power last time. She held back. It seems that the four peerless prodigies of the human race must have held back, including the carefree child, the fallen demon child, and the demon dust woman. Their true strength must be even stronger. Young Master Linghu is in trouble this time. No matter how strong the internal field of the giant star cauldron is, there are still flaws. Fairy Xianxia is at the peak of the mystic light realm, the 11th realm. She is 2 realms stronger than young Master Linghu. No matter how monstrous he is, he won't be able to defeat her this time. He is destined to be suppressed. As these cries of surprise rang out, the face of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's clan elder, Xianxia, who was guarding outside the Great Void Trap Formation, who was at the peak of the 9th level Void Realm, had completely darkened. He never thought that someone would be able to ignore the restrictions of the giant star cauldron's field and charge in with a cultivation that far surpassed the 9th realm of the origin. Even the most powerful beings in heaven and earth wouldn't be able to do this unless they had a specific secret technique. However, a peak of the mystic light realm, the 11th realm, managed to do it. To Xianxia, this was a huge change. He wasn't worried that Zhou Xian would be killed by Fairy Xianxia, who had accidentally entered the space inside the cauldron. Instead, he was worried that Fairy Xianxia would be the first to take away all the fortunes related to Zhou Xian. She was at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, which was more than 2 whole realms higher than young Master Linghu. She definitely had the power to crush him, and it was even possible to capture him alive. Since the soul-entangling chain, which had transformed into a 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, could easily ignore the rules of the field and force its way into the space inside the giant star cauldron, it meant that its level was definitely not lower than the giant cauldron. It was at least a primordial treasure. If Fairy Xianxia had such a treasure with her, she could easily escape after capturing young Master Linghu. She would leave the way she came. With the mysterious power of the soul-entangling chain, there was no supreme figure of the 15th Great Realm present. Who else could stop her? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxi's face became more and more gloomy. After thinking for a while, he immediately issued an order and shouted in a deep voice, "Immediately close the portal of the void trap array. This woman has an ancient treasure in her hand. Even so, I don't know if we can stop her. Everyone, be alert. Once the situation changes, immediately take action." In other words, he was clearly reminding the experts of the various forces in the void that young Master Linghu, who was in the giant star cauldron, was very likely to come out soon and be captured by Fairy Xianxia and forced to flee far away. The powerful beings of the human clan in the surrounding space were instantly refreshed. After waiting for so long, the critical moment was finally here. They originally thought that this moment would come when the powerful beings of the war race returned, but they didn't expect that it would be brought forward by the sudden arrival of Fairy Xianxia. At the same time, in the space occupied by the allied forces of the second universe, there was also a burst of arrogant laughter, revealing a sense of venting. "Ha ha ha, is that brat finally going to die? This is so satisfying. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make him stay. Ha ha ha. Old wolf, count me in. Me too. I don't care about any benefits on this brat now. As long as he appears, I will definitely attack with all my strength. If I can keep him alive, that's fine. If I can't, I will kill him directly. Fellow cultivators of the human clan, please don't stop me at that time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile. With the strange laughter of these old monsters of the allied forces of the second universe, the high-level beings of the human clan present suddenly frowned. However, before they could say anything, some of the powerful beings of the starry sky who had been paying attention to the silver light curtain in the void trap formation had already exclaimed. Look, young masterling who has finally appeared after disappearing for 2 days. Chapter 3357. 8 Heavenly Kings Inside the Shinong Cauldron. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhou Xian walked out of the furnace volcano and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. In their line of sight, the 8 great guardian deities, Wu Qianzi, Gongwu Axayan, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war were excitedly gathered together and discussing animatedly. They were inexplicably excited as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. The other prisoners of war were basically all gathered around and looking inside. In the center of the encirclement where the 8 great guardian deities and others were gathered, a pile of small space boxes could be seen. Damn! It seems that you guys are really King precious. It hasn't even been 3 days and the small space boxes are already piled up like this. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. As he spoke, he turned to look at Medusa and the other young masters of the second universe and grinned. Don't worry, since the ransom is already in place, as long as the quality and quantity are comparable to your value and can satisfy this young master, everything that was promised before will be kept. This young master won't kill you, nor will I eat you. When I find an opportunity later, I will definitely let you guys go. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Medusa and others roared. The 8 of them roared at the same time, and they were furious. What? You want to find an opportunity to let us go? Ling Huchong, don't be so shameless. You've already received the ransom, but you're not willing to let us go. This is clearly shameless. Are all humans so shameless? This is too much. Let us go immediately. We want to leave now, that's right, we can't waste a moment. We must let them go immediately. Before these people could finish roaring, Yi Xian rushed over and raised his hand to slap the one who was the most arrogant. Slap. 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 Ji Er raised his hand and pointed, almost hitting the tip of this guy's nose. Humans are shameless. Try saying that again if you have the guts. Do you believe that I will kill you right now? This guy was scared out of his wits on the spot. His face was pale, and his lips moved a few times, but he didn't dare to squeeze out a single word from between his teeth. Stay here obediently. This young master said that he will let you go, and I will definitely not go back on my words. Seeing that the other 7 people was stunned, Yi Xian's anger dissipated a little. Yi Xian's anger was reduced, and he continued, as for when I will let you go, that is up to this young master. That is, I will decide. Do you think that this young master want to keep you here in an ice? When the time comes, no matter how much you cry and beg to stay, this young master won't agree. That includes you too. You see. You. On of course, before I will definitely master, and, and of course. As of me, on, and master, of you. Of. Was. And of the of course. Ons, and, you. On of them, of course. Of mind, of ye, masters, of Qianzi, of. Of course not, young master. Yi Xian was in a fit of anger, and his words were not polite at all. Wu Qianzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners' faces darkened. However, the 8 great guardian deities did not feel this way at all. They all smiled and greeted Yi Xian flatteringly. One of them had already handed over a long list. He grinned and said, "Young master, don't worry. We will keep a close eye on these guys. If anyone dares to disobey us, we will immediately. Here is the list. We have checked all the space boxes sent by the top families and sects, including the space boxes sent by those old bastards from the Federation of the Second Universe. The quantity and quality of the heaven and earth treasures are all correct. You will understand after you take a look." After that, the list was handed over to Yi Xian with great respect. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Qianzi, and the other prisoners glared fiercely at the 8 great guardian deities. They gritted their teeth and looked like they couldn't wait to eat the 8 of them alive. Yi Xian couldn't help but take another look at these fellows. There was a playful look in his eyes. One had to know that there was still a silver light screen in the sky above their heads. These fellows' behavior, words, and actions were all transmitted through this silver light screen to the outside of the space inside the cauldron. In all likelihood, all of this fell into the eyes of the group of old men waiting in the void outside the cauldron. There was no way the 8 of them didn't know about this, but they still dared to act like this. Just based on this point alone, Yi Xian couldn't help but think highly of them. Did the families behind the 8 of you send any ransom money? After glancing at the list in his hand, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored all the space boxes into his undying world. His expression didn't change as he casually asked. The 8 great guardian deities were stunned for a moment before one of them weakly replied, "No," including the 3 beauties Xianyuan and Duanmu. Their families didn't send any ransom money either. The 3 of them didn't attack this young master, so they aren't prisoners of war. They are this young master's friends. What ransom money is there? Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities. He continued, "As for the 8 of you, although your recent performance has been good, you still attacked this young master before. This young master can choose not to take your cultivation resources, but since the ransom hasn't arrived, this young master doesn't want to take them. The few of you can use your bodies as payment. For the next 100 years, you will do menial tasks for this young master. Once the time is up, this young master will let you go as you please. Do you have any objections? If you have any, say it early. This young master will kill you on the spot and save us the trouble." The 8 great guardian deities shrunk their necks in fear and repeatedly said that they wouldn't dare. However, their faces were filled with joy. The 8 of them could clearly see that Yi Xian had purposely said those words to fulfill their wishes. Not only would they follow Yi Xian, but they also wouldn't have to worry about the families behind them being questioned and held accountable by the other human forces. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The 8 of them were originally in the same small team as Dongfang Lin and had come to hunt young Master Ling Hu. However, ever since they were subdued by Yi Xian and were given the title of 8 great guardian deities, they had been ordered to take care of Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war. It was unknown when they had thought it through, but they actually sincerely wanted to follow Yi Xian. It just so happened that Yi Xian had also noticed this. He admired the 8 of them for their adaptability and had the idea of taking them under his command. As a result, the 8 great guardian deities under Prince Xian came to be. They reigned over the 3 great planes of the universe and were revered by tens of thousands of people. Today, the 4 prodigies of cultivation, Gong Wuxin, Wu Qianzi, and the others, who were standing aside and looking at the 8 of them with disdain on their faces, wouldn't even have the qualifications to raise their heads in front of the 8 great guardian deities in the future. They could only prostrate themselves on the ground and respectfully kowtow to them. 100 years. I'm very curious. Where did you get the confidence to live for so long? Is it because this island master hasn't arrived yet? Chapter 33:58. I just happen to be lacking a female servant. As this sarcastic voice sounded, the azure dragon that was soaring in the sky suddenly opened its mouth. A silhouette wrapped in silver rushed out of the azure dragon's mouth and stood on top of the azure dragon's head in a flash. At this moment, the 3,000-meter-long azure dragon had already stopped in its tracks and was floating in the air in the distance. A pair of green eyes stared at Zhou Xian with merciless disdain. This scene appeared too suddenly. Everyone, including Zhou Xian, was stunned. Then, Wu Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the others exclaimed one after another. Fairy Xianxia. She's indeed extraordinary. She's able to break through the barrier of the Shenong giant cauldron despite being at the peak of the mystic light realm. She's going against the heavens. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Is something big going to happen? As these exclamations sounded, Gong Wuxin and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. As the prodigies of the various sects, clans, and forces of the human race, they didn't even respect the invincible battle god and young master Linghu, who were causing a ruckus in the cultivation camp, who were known as the three masters of medicine, tool, and formation. As for the carefree Z, Fairy Xianxia, the fallen demon son, and the demon dust woman, these four so-called prodigies of the human race, they were even more dissatisfied. However, after witnessing Fairy Xianxia's power with their own eyes, Gong Wuxin and the others finally realized the difference between them and Fairy Xianxia. They hadn't seen the invincible battle god before, so they didn't know how he looked like. However, they had fought young Master Linghu before. It could be said that if young Master Linghu didn't have the glazed armor and other treasures, they might have been able to defeat him. From this perspective, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't feel that there was much of a difference between them and the two so-called prodigies of the human race. However, Fairy Xianxia in front of them was a huge blow to them. She was from the same generation as them, but she was already at the peak of the mystic light realm. This was enough to make Gong Wuxin and the others feel dejected, not to mention that she had the Desolate Era's soul-binding chain. At this moment, she was standing on top of the azure dragon's head in silver. Her peerless beauty was indeed dazzling. She was worthy of being called a prodigy of the human race. Even Medusa and the other 8 young masters from various races of the Second Universe Federation, who were being held captive on the slope, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded when they looked at Fairy Xianxia's peerless beauty. As people who had the bloodline of ancient divine birds and divine beasts, they had always been extremely arrogant and did not take the human race's geniuses seriously. Even though they had been defeated by young Master Linghu today, they were still unconvinced. In their opinion, young Master Linghu was wearing a quasi-starry sky-rank glazed battle armor, so he had an unfair advantage. However, at this moment, Fairy Xianxia's peerless beauty made them lose their temper. They finally realized how big the human race was. At least, they weren't their match. Everyone was dazed by Fairy Xianxia, who was as graceful as an immortal. They couldn't keep their cool. Only Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment at first, but he quickly calmed down and didn't have any surprised reactions. He raised his hand and pointed at Fairy Xianxia as he said, "This island master. Are you from Jade Dragon Island?" Fairy Xianxia. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Zhou Xian's figure leaped into the air and punched towards Fairy Xianxia. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. This young master just so happens to lack a pleasing female servant, so it's yours. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, glazed Fairy Xianxia's giant fist arrived. It made a sonic boom in the void. It was many times stronger than before. This Shenong's cauldron is my territory. You came here uninvited and ignored the rules I set because you have a primordial treasure. Since that's the case, I'll take away your soul entangling rope. You'll remember this and don't be too arrogant. Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground were shocked when they heard the explosion. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other young masters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were shocked. They all cried out in surprise. What? The power of this punch. It's the aura of level 1 Grotto Heaven. Did young Master Linghu break through again? He said he was going into seclusion. I didn't expect him to succeed. But how is this possible? He just broke through once in a battle, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. After the battle, he went into seclusion again. In just 2 days, he broke through a big realm and entered level 1 Grotto Heaven. Is he still human? I've never heard of cultivation like this. He broke through 2 small realms and still has energy. What kind of medicine did he eat? I get it. Young Master Linghu must have eaten the most roasted chicken wings and beef tendons. Even the girl from the Xianyuan family broke through 1 small realm. What's the big deal about him breaking through 3 realms? As these cries of surprise rang out, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other human geniuses reflexively looked towards Medusa's group of 8. Previously, they had each been given a small piece of roasted beef, so they knew its effects. The key was that Zhou Xian had used the Shinong cauldron's orange-red fire to roast it to an extraordinary effect. These guys were obviously tempted again. Their eyes were glowing with a green light. Anyone who saw them could tell what they were thinking. Medusa and the others of the colored python clan shuddered. The 8 of them felt uncomfortable. They felt that the human race was too ferocious. They were not as gentle and easy to get along with as they seemed on the surface. This scene was seen by all the masters of the starry sky outside the space trap formation through the silver light curtain in the sky. The Second Universe's allied forces immediately roared angrily again. The leaders of the human race's major sects and top families all looked embarrassed. Their juniors were staring at the young masters of their allies from the Second Universe with green eyes. They looked like they were about to drool. It was really embarrassing. These stinky brats were all led astray by young Master Linghu. That guy was poisonous. Would it be contagious? Now, many people were starting to worry in their hearts. What if their young master returned and became a glutton like young Master Linghu? This matter would really be f***ed up and vexed. You want my soul-binding treasure chain? Linghu Chong, you are really greedy. Unfortunately, you can't take it even if I give it to you. The chain has been refined. Unless I die, no one can take it away. At the same time, in the sky inside the cauldron, Fairy Xianxia sneered at Zhou Xian's words. Her figure flashed and she dodged Zhou Xian's powerful punch that produced a sonic boom in the air. He then nodded and continued, interesting. To think that you've reached level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Unfortunately, you're still too far away. You're nothing in front of this island master. Suppressing you makes this island master's cheeks burn. It feels like I'm bullying an ant, swish. Chapter 3359. Intermediate Mutation System Whoosh. The sound of the air being torn rang out as the soul-entangling rope revealed its true form. The rope was 300 meters long and was only a finger thick. It was like a slender green spirit serpent as it rapidly coiled towards Zhou Xian. It was said that this chain was created after the death of a spiritual beast, so if one could fully unleash the power of this chain, even a god wouldn't be able to escape. Flying in the sky and escaping in the earth would be bound by the chain. At this moment, when it was used, it immediately caused Zhou Xian's heart to jump as he felt a strong sense of danger. As expected of a primordial treasure, its power was indeed extraordinary. Even Zhou Xian couldn't help but be a little tempted. However, as Fairy Xianxia had said, this treasure had already been refined by her. If he wanted to seize it, he would have to kill Fairy Xianxia. That was something Zhou Xian didn't want. It was rare for the human race to have several people who could be called peerless geniuses. They were all young people with great room for development in the future. Perhaps they could lead the entire human race to glory. If he caused them to die early for his own selfish desires, this was something that Zhou Xian couldn't do. The rope has a spirit. Since it has already recognized you as its master, this young master naturally can't seize your beauty. However, I don't want the rope, but there's no need to be polite with the person. Zhou Xian sneered, and his tone was incomparably domineering. It's the same if I take you as my servant. At that time, you'll be mine, let alone this rope. That's right, let's do that, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-entangling rope that shot over like a slender spirit serpent had already descended and directly tied up the mecha giant that was like a small mountain. It was unknown how many rounds it had wrapped around the mecha giant countless times. The surface of the mecha giant was densely wrapped all over. Sigh, in the end, young Master Linghu was still no match. He was suppressed in just one exchange. The difference in cultivation is too great. Young Master Linghu's Shenong treasured cauldron has already been used. Now that he's inside the cauldron, he won't be able to use it as he pleases. His invincible legend has been shattered. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war let out sighs. The 8 great guardian deities were even more absent-minded. Zhou Xian had been suppressed as soon as they met face to face. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. After all, this was an existence that had once completely suppressed all of them, yet he was unable to withstand a single blow. It was somewhat disappointing. Everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Outside the cauldron, in the void around the space trap formation, there were also a lot of exclamations. The Starry Sky Masters were also very disappointed. Was a peerless genius going to die? It was rare for the human race to have 2 peerless geniuses, but now, only the invincible war god was left. Young Master Linghu had already been suppressed. As the exclamation sounded, everyone was even more prepared to make a move, especially on the side of the allied forces of the various races of the second universe that occupied a corner of the void trap formation. Some of the more powerful elders of the various races were about to take out their own magical treasures. Xianxia had the soul-entangling treasure chain, which could even ignore the rules of the Star Cauldron. They had no choice but to use all of their strength to deal with it. Otherwise, they would most likely be able to escape. At the same time, Zhou Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-entangling treasure chain, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He wasn't shocked by the power of the soul-entangling treasure chain, but because the familiar notification sound of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his head. The content was too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A system carrier has been discovered. Host, Xianxia, Peak Mystic Light Realm Level 9. System Evolution Level, Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system competition mission has been activated. Mission requirement, subdue Xianxia. Mission success reward, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. A system carrier. A system carrier like himself. Zhou Xian was extremely shocked. Ever since he had obtained the devouring system, this was the first time he had encountered a system carrier like himself. Before this, Zhou Xian already knew that the devouring system was the invention of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. After Xing Bo's death, the second intelligent robot he created, which was the current imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, Daoist, had spread the system seeds out to select geniuses from the human race. Even until now, Zhou Xian still didn't know what Xing Bo's or Daoist's ultimate goal was after the devouring system had evolved to its final stage. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that the number of system seeds that Daoist had spread out back then was definitely huge. However, no matter how many system seeds there were, they were scattered throughout the entire third universe that was occupied by the human race and even the other universes. The chances of those who obtained the system seeds and became the system carriers meeting each other was still very low. After all, the territory was too vast. And now, Zhou Xian had encountered one and had even triggered a system competition mission. He had to fight with the other party, and the other party would be subdued. Moreover, the loser would also be allowed to choose a treasure from the system exchange store. This was no joke, because the system exchange store was not a place where one could take things for free. Once the other party chose a treasure, the loser would definitely have to foot the bill. If the other party chose a treasure of great value, he would instantly be in debt and would have to work for the system in the future to find devouring source crystals to repay his debts. At the same time, this was also an opportunity, because as long as he succeeded in subduing the other party, he would be able to obtain a system exchange treasure that he had taken a fancy to but did not have the ability to exchange for. After thinking this through, Zhou Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. This was an item from the system exchange store, so it was very difficult to find it outside. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Fairy Xianxia's face was full of shock and she fell into a daze. In her mind, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Linghu Chong, Grotto Heaven Rank 1. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. The authenticity of the basic information cannot be confirmed. The other party's identity is suspected to be fake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system competition mission. Mission requirement, subdue Linghu Chong. Mission reward, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. You're also, as the system notification sounded in her mind, Fairy Xianxia was completely shocked. Like Zhou Xian, this was the first time she had encountered a system carrier of the same kind as her. Moreover, although Zhou Xian's devouring system was the same as hers and had only evolved to the intermediate level, Zhou Xian's devouring system was an intermediate mutation. Since it was a mutation, it meant that it had unlimited possibilities, which made Fairy Xianxia feel threatened. For example, although the system notification clearly indicated that this young Master Linghu Chang's identity might be fake, it was unable to find out his true identity. Even basic information was blocked, which showed how strange the other party's system's mutation was. Chapter 3360. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Suppression. I have to say, you've really made me look at you in a new light. Although you're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, you're a mid-level mutation. Even the island master can't see through you. That alone is enough to be proud of. Killing intent flashed in Fairy Xianxia's eyes as she stared fixedly at Zhou Xian. She sneered and continued, unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, all treachery is just an illusion. It's meaningless. I don't care what your true identity is, nor do I care what you've experienced to make it enter the path of mutation and evolution. In short, today, you're destined to fall here. Or, surrender to me. You don't have much time. I will give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, everything will be settled. Even if you hide in this quasi-starry sky-grade combat armor, you won't be able to escape the fate of being dismembered. Don't ever doubt the sharpness of the soul-entangling rope, it is indestructible. As she spoke until here, the light in Fairy Xianxia's eyes shone once again. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smug expression, as if she was certain that this battle had already been decided by her in advance. Everything had already been decided the moment she seized the initiative and tied up Zhou Xian, who was caught off guard, with the soul-twining chain. The so-called system competition war had ended before it even started. Puff! I say, girl, do you think this is fun? However, what surprised Fairy Xianxia was that just as she finished speaking, not only did Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-binding chain in the air like a gigantic human-shaped dumpling, not only didn't panic, he even seemed to be unable to hold back his laughter. He even rolled his eyes. We are the same kind of people. Who doesn't know who is who? Since you are acting like this, why don't you change your name? Don't call yourself Island Master of Jade Dragon Island. In my opinion, Big Tail Wolf suits you very well. It is perfect. As he spoke, Yi Xian didn't wait for Fairy Xianxia to react. Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled as he abruptly shouted, "Isn't it just a lousy rope? At most, it is a desolate-era treasure weapon. Who are you trying to scare?" Following these words, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly blazed. Two indistinct cyan lights flashed as they shot out at an extremely fast speed and landed on the soul-binding chain that bound his body. These two green lights were precisely the power of the demon's soul pupil that was like a divine eye in the depths of Yi Xian's brows. Once this pupil was activated, there was a certain chance of triggering the mysterious effect of peering into one's origin. Previously, in the desolate-era prison in the demon domain of the first universe, Yi Xian had triggered the demon's soul pupils peering into one's origin. That was how he could clearly see the primal chaos spiritual chi contained in the endless corpse pool. Then, he immersed himself in it and performed the first divine dragon body tempering technique, successfully awakening the golden divine dragon bloodline that originated from the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. And now, as Yi Xian activated the demon's soul pupil again, the peering into one's origin effect was triggered again. In an instant, the soul-entangling chain that tied Yi Xian up like a big dumpling suddenly became different in Yi Xian's eyes. With the help of the demon's soul pupils peering into one's origin, Yi Xian clearly saw the key node of the chain's power field. Like the 7 inches of a snake, it was the weak point of the chain. Soul-entangling chain. In this young master's opinion, it's just a so-so. Don't look at how you tied it up just now. If this young master wanted to break the binding effect of this chain, it would be a piece of cake, ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, Yi Xian immediately activated the mental source core in his brain. A wisp of invisible mental power shot out from between his eyebrows and accurately landed on a section of the soul-entangling chain on the right side of his chest. Hiss! In the next moment, a faint sound like silk tearing was heard. The cyan soul-entangling chain that had wrapped around Yi Xian's mecha like a big dumpling loosened on its own. Before Xianxia Fairy, who was holding the end of the chain, could react, Yi Xian's body suddenly struggled and rushed into the sky. Now it's this young master's turn. Girl, I hope you can withstand this punch. Boom! Yi Xian's figure soared into the sky. While he was still on the way, Yi Xian shouted out explosively once again. His momentum suddenly came to a halt, and he swung his right fist. His entire body explosively fell down like a dark purple meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fairy Xianxia. His enormous purple fist, which was even thicker than his body, brazenly smashed down. The latter's expression instantly changed, and shock was written all over her face. Obviously, she never thought that Yi Xian would be able to break free from the binding of the soul-entangling chain so easily. It was as if he had already understood the profundity of the chain's power and directly dispelled it. Fleeting beauty, wave after image. Boundless illusion, movie slaughter. While her mind was in shock, Xianxia Fairy's figure did not retreat but moved forward instead. Her right wrist suddenly shook, and the 1,000 feet long cyan treasure chain changed again. With a dazzling cyan brilliance, it circled and intertwined in front of her body, forming a huge net shield. At the same time, from the gaps of this huge net shield, countless cyan sharp needles shot out. They were extremely sharp, and they fiercely pierced towards Yi Xian, who was already close to her and was about to punch her. In the end, I still underestimated you. You can force this island master to have no choice but to face this battle with all my strength. Ling Huchong, you should be proud of yourself. Seeing that Yi Xian's entire body was once again enveloped by the green net shield that covered the sky and the earth, the right fist that he raised his arm to punch out had no choice but to withdraw under the countless arrows of the treasure chains. Fairy Xianxia calmed down slightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile that could make people laugh. Her tone was still confident and proud as she said, "Unfortunately, no matter how heaven-defying your methods are, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed today. Do you really think that this island master's soul-binding treasure chain only has these changes? You are not qualified to experience its true power. Just these few conventional derivative attacks are enough to suppress you." Yi Xian curled his lips and was calm and fearless. He rudely replied, "Don't be too confident. Be careful not to cut your tongue. You will be struck by lightning if you are pretentious." Crack! Cha-cha-cha-cha! Before he finished his words, a few abrupt and clear sounds of explosions suddenly came from the void above the two people who were fighting. At this moment, Yi Xian quietly activated the spiritual thunder technique. 5 or 6 invisible spiritual thunderbolts struck down from the sky, locking on Xianxia Fairy and accurately falling on her head. A whoa! In the next moment, a familiar howl of a wolf entered her ears. Fairy Xianxia was caught off guard and was struck by the 5 or 6 bolts of spiritual lightning. Her whole face turned black in an instant, and her fine black hair turned into electric curls and stood on their ends. Chapter 3361. Chapter 3361, Chapter 336 specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Caught off guard, Fairy Xianxia was suddenly blasted by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique. The formless spiritual lightning technique covered her head and accurately struck her head. Currently, Yi Xian had already stepped into the 10th level of the heavenly passage. He was far more powerful than before, and the power of his spiritual lightning technique had greatly increased. Even though Fairy Xianxia's cultivation was much higher than his, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm, she was only one step away from reaching the 12th level and becoming a Void Realm old monster. Even so, she was still struck miserably by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning bolts that were condensed from level 7 spiritual energy. Her entire person went crazy. This scene shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who were watching the battle on the ground. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other 8 young clan leaders from various clans of the Second Universe Federation were stunned. Fairy Xianxia's strength was obvious to all. Previously, when she descended from the sky on that 1,000-zhang long green dragon, her aura was like a rainbow, as if she was a real immortal. Her radiance was too dazzling, making people not dare to look straight at her. But at this moment, not only did Yi Xian, who was clearly bound, easily escape, he even counterattacked in an instant. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, he had already launched a counterattack. A few invisible bolts of lightning shot out, and in the blink of an eye, Fairy Xianxia was turned into a madwoman who was on the verge of going crazy. Everything happened too quickly, and the degree of the reversal was too shocking. For a moment, no one could accept it. Dan Fan, who saw it with his own eyes, was stunned. Spiritual reversal. Before Fairy Xianxia could finish screaming, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he activated the spiritual ability he had just mastered not long ago. As the spirit source core hovering above his sea of consciousness began to revolve crazily, a vast and boundless spirit power instantly burst out. It was invisible and formless, but it instantly spread out on the net formed by the spirit entangling chain in front of Fairy Xianxia. Even the countless sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield were not missed. They were all covered by the invisible mental power and instantly affected the internal field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Rumble. Swish. Swish swish, rumbles of energy surged like a tide, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of air being torn apart. The huge net shield had just opened up in front of Fairy Xianxia, but sharp blades suddenly shot out from the gaps. But at this moment, under the power of Yi Xian's mind reversal divine ability, everything was replayed. The sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield suddenly retracted and stabbed back. The huge net shield that had just spread out also instantly shrunk inwards. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Fairy Xianxia's body. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were watching the battle from below, only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Fairy Xianxia, who was about to go crazy with hatred and howling, was completely trapped by the green net shield formed by the spirit entangling chain like a fish in a net. It was a perfect translation, and everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, that kind of divine ability again. The power is simply too strange. All the attacks were reversed. They were originally aimed at young Master Linghu, but in the end, they backfired on themselves. This is simply too frustrating. It seems that we still underestimated him. That's right. Young Master Linghu not only possesses great treasures, but he also possesses powerful and strange abilities. This battle has already shown the problem. He is only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he is able to suppress Fairy Xianxia, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Sky realm. This is not just a gap of 1 level, but almost 2. It is like a gap between heaven and earth, but he ignored it. This is unbelievable. Young Master Linghu is indeed worthy of being one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He captured Fairy Xianxia alive. Most of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race are no match for him. Even the invincible war god, who is still causing trouble in the cultivation camp, has never achieved such a feat. What are you waiting for? Did you forget what boss said before? He is in charge of suppressing the enemy, and we are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking over the prisoners. This is one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This is too rare. If we miss this chance, we won't have another chance to experience it again. Amidst the shock, the group of people on the ground discussed animatedly. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. In the end, they shouted as they swarmed forward and soared into the air above Yi Xian. When they got close, without waiting for Yi Xian's order, they skillfully lifted the cyan net and brought Fairy Xianxia to the ground below. Along the way, they threatened her. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Too cruel. Ah. Linghu Chong, I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you. At this time, Fairy Xianxia was in a mess. Her body was trapped in the cyan net transformed by the soul twining chain. She struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She could only sullenly let one of the 8 great guardian warriors grab a corner of the net and lift her to the ground below. This was too humiliating. Fairy Xianxia was about to explode. She glared fiercely at Yi Xian through the gaps of the net and screamed. She was done. The soul twining chain that had transformed into a cyan net was originally her personal treasure. She had long refined it and could control it at will. However, at this moment, for some reason, it suddenly backfired. After tightly wrapping Fairy Xianxia's body, it was completely out of her control. Otherwise, she would have broken free at the first moment and gone berserk, charging toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian was well aware that the soul entangling chain was still Fairy Xianxia's, and Yi Xian hadn't tried to refine it. The reason why he had temporarily lost control was entirely because of the mysterious effect of the spirit reversal divine ability that Yi Xian had just used. In a short period of time, it had messed up the power field of the treasure chain, and it wouldn't be long before it recovered. At that time, Fairy Xianxia would be able to retract the soul twining chain that was trapping her and regain her freedom. Time was of the essence. Yi Xian had to finalize the result of this battle before his opponent regained her freedom. At that time, the system's mission would have been completed and handed in. No matter how unwilling Fairy Xianxia was, it would be useless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed on the ground below. The mecha giant stood in front of Fairy Xianxia, who was lying on the ground. He lowered his head and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you admit defeat?" Fairy Xianxia sneered and sneered, "What a joke. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Do you really think you've suppressed this island master? You're just using a sinister method to ambush me. This island master was careless and fell. Otherwise, I would have tortured you until you cried. You're quite stubborn. Unfortunately, this young master specializes in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness." Paw. Paw, paw, paw. Chapter 3362. Chapter 3362, Chapter 332 Crystal Mother, Paw. Paw paw paw. After landing, Zhou Xian immediately put away the glazed indestructible armor. Originally, he thought that the system's competitive task was completed, but who would have thought that Fairy Xianxia would be so stubborn and unconvinced? Frowning, Zhou Xian did not say a word. He raised his hand and slapped her a few times without hesitation. Then, as if he felt that it was not convenient, he simply grabbed her along with the blue net, flipped over her body, and pressed her down on the ground. Then, he began to whip her again and again. Although this girl's temper was not very good, her figure was hard to find. Needless to say, her beautiful buttocks were plump and elastic. It felt quite good to the touch. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that it was extremely crisp and clear. There was not a single bit of fat, and it was very tight. While slapping, Zhou Xian scolded endlessly, "You call yourself the island master, but you are easily suppressed by this young master. You don't even have the courage to admit it. You really need to be taught a lesson. Today, this young master must teach your unruly and unreasonable temper a lesson. Either admit defeat, or I will whip your buttocks until they bloom. Choose one of the two, you decide for yourself." Paw paw. Paw paw paw. After saying that, Zhou Xian did not say anything else, but his hands did not stop. He was still ruthlessly slapping Fairy Xia's beautiful buttocks. "Ah, Ling Huchong, you bastard. This island master will fight with you." When the first few slaps landed, Fairy Xia did not react. Her entire body was stunned, and she fell into a daze for a few breaths of time. Then, before Zhou Xian could finish his reprimand, a scream came from her throat, and her body struggled violently. This was completely the rhythm of a complete rampage. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The blue net transformed by the soul-entangling chain did not simply wrap her body. Before escaping, Fairy Xia could not mobilize the power of her cultivation at all. Now, she was simply powerless in the hands of Zhou Xian. The latter pressed her tightly to the ground with one hand, and she could not move. As for Zhou Xian's other hand, it didn't stop at all. The more Fairy Xia howled, the more ruthlessly he whipped her. For a moment, the crisp sounds that entered his ears became even louder and louder. This scene was too unusual. Whether it was the experts of the top families and sects in the void around the space trap array, or Wuchenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other heavens prides of the human race captives in the space inside the cauldron, all of them were dumbfounded without exception. All of them were petrified by the thunderbolt. Fairy Xia, one of the four peerless heavens prides of the human race, was pressed to the ground by a man, and her beautiful buttocks were whipped continuously in front of everyone. Not only was the sound crisp and pleasing to the ear, but it also seemed to be quite rhythmic. Such a scene, even if they saw it with their own eyes, was really hard to believe. Young Master Linghu was indeed extraordinarily cruel. His methods were too frightening. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were completely speechless at this moment. Although they did not say anything, they rolled their eyes and secretly muttered to themselves that they would definitely settle the score with Zhou Xian later. How dare he flirt with a female cultivator in front of them? He was simply too arrogant. However, although this method was not very particular, the effect was very good. Given Fairy Xia's temperament, she would not have lowered her head and compromised easily. However, at this moment, facing Yi Xian's extremely unusual method of teaching her a lesson, after screaming and roaring for a while, she finally gave in, gnashing her teeth, and admitted defeat. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. When the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, Fairy Xianxia, who was pressed to the ground by him, was obviously the same. At this moment, her face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. She was not even in the mood to scream or scold Yi Xian. She just stared fiercely at him, gnashing her teeth. This time, Fairy Xianxia could be said to have suffered a heavy loss. Putting aside the fact that she was publicly suppressed and almost humiliated by Yi Xian, just the exchange item that Yi Xian was about to choose from her system exchange store was enough to make her suffer. Yi Xian naturally would not be polite, and it was Fairy Xia's responsibility to pay the bill afterwards. In addition, because of the failure of the system competition, the devouring system in her body would also be branded as a subordinate and would forever be under Yi Xian. There was basically no chance for her to make a comeback. Yi Xian was also well aware of all this. He also understood that the enmity between him and Fairy Xia would be difficult to resolve, so he did not intend to be polite at all. Taking advantage of the system to connect to the system in Fairy Xia's body and copy all the information and data in her database, and at the same time, leaving behind the system's source code imprint to confirm his affiliation. Yi Xian also excitedly browsed through the system's exchange shop, specifically choosing high-priced treasures to browse. Basically, all of them required a large amount of origin crystals to exchange for. Not long after, a type of crystal called the Mother Life Crystal attracted Yi Xian's attention. After checking the attributes and effects of this Mother Life Crystal, he was immediately overjoyed. He directly ignored the astronomical exchange price and directly decided that this was it. The reason why he was interested in this Mother Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect of greatly increasing the level of life of the evil spirit slimes. In this way, the quality of the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would also be greatly increased. This was one of the important issues that had been troubling him for a long time. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This kind of crystal was also one of the natural life energy that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji clan in the first universe, this race was an extremely unpopular existence. In the first universe, Yi Xian had robbed one of the evil spirit slime space fortresses, which was later known as the Saint. There was an insect nest at the bottom of the ship, which was like a beehive. It was densely packed with evil spirit slime's insect eggs. This race was really enough to make people speechless. They actually built their nest on a space fortress. Chapter 3363. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the crazy fortress, as the world bugs in the life fortress required the elven crystals and the evil spirit slimes to grow, Yi Xian had moved the slime's nest in the Holy Sun's lower hold to the life fortress, Long Yi Xian. He had specially opened up a space there for the bug eggs to reproduce, providing a steady supply of energy for the world bugs to grow. Unfortunately, although there was no problem with the supply of elven crystals, the world bug's growth rate was still too slow. Only now did they grow from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the various facilities inside the fortress, they were far from perfect. Because of this, Zhou Xian had been searching for a type of pure life energy that could allow the world bugs in the long Zhou Xian to grow quickly, but to no avail. But today, this problem was finally about to be completely solved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Master Life Crystal. Quality: pure and flawless. Effect: Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of the evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it immediately? After Zhou Xian made his decision, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Then, a golden irregular crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared in Zhou Xian's body. The devouring system was very mysterious. Even with Zhou Xian's current level, he was still far from being able to see through it. To him, many of the functions of the devouring system were still covered in a mysterious veil, revealing its mysteries. For example, this golden master life crystal was clearly obtained from the binding system in Fairy Xianxia's body, but Zhou Xian didn't even have to do anything, and it automatically appeared in Fairy Xianxia's body as if it was teleported. The exchange shop had a wide variety of exchange items. There were cultivation techniques, bloodlines, all kinds of natural treasures, rare minerals, and even completed magic treasures. Pills and so on. Some of these exchange items were stored in the form of information. Once exchanged, they would appear in the mind directly. For example, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and abilities that could be exchanged were basically the same. Some were physical objects, such as natural treasures, rare minerals, magic treasures, and pills. These things were divided into two types. The first type was created by the system through energy conversion, such as pills, treasures, minerals, herbs, and so on. Because the system already had a clear understanding of the nature of these things, as long as there was enough energy, it could transform them into physical objects. The other type was something that even the system could not create out of thin air through energy conversion. This type of physical object was basically collected by the system and placed in the exchange shop. The golden essence crystal that Zhou Xian had chosen belonged to this category. It was extremely rare, and even the devouring system that was bound to Zhou Xian's body didn't have this item in the exchange shop. Use it now. After obtaining this Mother of Life crystal with great difficulty, Zhou Xian couldn't wait any longer and immediately gave an affirmative reply to the system. Then, he turned to look at the 8 great guardian deities and the rest. This young master still needs to go into seclusion. You guys just need to look after these guys. As for this fierce woman, don't bother about her. If she wants to leave, let her go. This young master doesn't want such a fierce servant girl. After that, Zhou Xian glanced at Fairy Xianxia, who was glaring at him, and quickly left with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the rest of the captives were dumbfounded as they watched him leave. They were already numb to Zhou Xian's freakishness. He had just ended his seclusion and had broken through a great realm, okay? In the blink of an eye, he actually did it again. How could he let others live? After a short while, Zhou Xian and the purplish warbler arrived at the central region's furnace volcano and returned to the plains at the bottom of the volcano. Zhou Xian did not waste any time as he waved his hand and brought out the life fortress within his undying world, Wild Dragon Roar. The plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano were vast enough. The Wild Dragon Roar had just grown to the size of a giant fortress, so this place could easily accommodate it. Seeing Zhou Xian mysteriously bring them back to the plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano, without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a giant space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It seemed to be rather shabby. Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru were completely confused. After looking at each other, they all asked, "What are you doing now?" Why bring out a space fortress for no reason? And it's at the bottom of the volcano. It's obvious that it's not something good. But isn't this space fortress a little too shabby? It should be sent back to the furnace to be reforged. How can it travel in space with such a shabby state? Yes, yes, yes. Don't you have a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters? I think it's called Thunderbolt or something. The name is so domineering. Then why keep such a shabby 10,000-meter fortress? If it were me, I would have thrown it away long ago. I feel bad just looking at it. If I really use it to travel in space, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at to death. Don't look down on this space fortress. It's a space treasure. It's one of a kind in the 3 dimensions of the universe. Seeing how the 3 girls described the wild dragon roar, Zhou Xian immediately rolled his eyes and replied in annoyance, "Don't even mention a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even if you give me 10 space fortresses in exchange for it, I definitely won't agree. This is such a huge loss." As soon as he finished speaking, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at the bottom of the furnace volcano, suddenly shook violently. Then, a jaw-dropping change happened without warning. It was like a raging fire, almost crazy. In an instant, Zhou Xian and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. Shaw shaw shaw, boom. Low and continuous muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a dense and weak rustling sound. It gave people the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at a low altitude not far in front of them, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the appearance of the ship was also changing. It did look quite shabby before, like a giant fortress that was about to explode. But now, as its size expanded rapidly, the appearance of the giant fortress was also changing rapidly, as if it was being refurbished. No, the wild dragon roar could no longer be called a giant fortress. The so-called giant fortress was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and the giant fortress was only 20,000 meters in diameter. But the wild dragon roar had clearly surpassed this value. Chapter 3364. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yao Jie Jie. The Long Yi battleship was formed from the world's insects that the human pioneer, Xing Bo, had obtained. Initially, it was only a tiny bit. Later on, as the world's insects multiplied and grew, it slowly grew. It was like a coral reef at the bottom of the sea. The principle was basically the same. When Zhou Xian obtained the Long Yi battleship, although it had already grown for tens of thousands of years, its diameter was only 5,000 meters. In just a few short months, the reason why the Long Yi battleship could grow into a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters was all because of the evil spirit slimes. If it weren't for the fact that new evil spirit slimes were born every second in the insect nest that was moved to the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, and the elven crystals in their bodies provided life energy, the Long Yi battleship wouldn't have been able to grow to such a size. However, compared to the changes in front of them, all of that was too insignificant. Once the mother life crystal was thrown into the insect nest at the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, all of the evil spirit slimes would immediately benefit. Their life level would rapidly increase, and the quality of the elven crystals in their bodies would also increase. In this way, the rate of reproduction of the world's insects would definitely increase rapidly. Furthermore, the number of the countless tiny molecules in the entire world's insects would increase tremendously. The most direct change to the wild dragon battleship would be that its growth rate would instantly skyrocket. Zhou Xian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Even so, the terrifying expansion speed of the Long Yi battleship still gave him a big fright. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until the 3 purplish warbler girls cried out in shock that Zhou Xian's body shook and he regained his senses. Heavens, what's going on? Has this broken fortress gone crazy? Look at this situation. it's clearly going to self-destruct. Am I dreaming? This is too scary. I've never heard of a space fortress being able to expand like a steamed bun. Could it be that it's alive? This is too unbelievable. Bastard, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Was this bastion a living thing? Was it a living thing? A fortress of life. The bulge in front of her was clearly a sign of its rapid growth. Heavens, I'm actually seeing a bastion that can evolve and grow on its own. That's crazy. Shaw shaw shaw, accompanied by the three women's exclamations, the tiny noises that sounded like billions of silkworms eating echoed incessantly. It was exactly the reaction of the tiny population that made up the insect community of the entire world. They were multiplying rapidly, and their numbers were increasing exponentially every second. That mother life crystal is indeed a good thing. With such a rapid reproduction rate, I'm afraid that in less than a day, a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters will grow into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Zhou Xian stared blankly at the life fortress of the wild dragon battleship, which was still expanding. However, its speed was slowly decreasing compared to its initial speed. Zhou Xian sighed. Today was an eye-opener for him. In just one day, a small starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared out of nowhere. Even in the star-casting dock, the largest battleship in the Eternal Dynasty, this speed was absolutely impossible. No one would believe it even if it was said to be true. However, there were also drawbacks to being too fast. After all, for a space fortress, although the size was a hard index, the internal structure and the performance of the various equipment were the most important. If the performance could not keep up, it would be useless no matter how big it was. It would be nothing more than a useless vase for decoration. Therefore, while Zhou Xian sighed, he quickly connected to the artificial intelligence center of Wild Star with his consciousness and gave an order to limit the growth of the spaceship to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the spaceship would stop immediately. All the micromolecules that were multiplying in the future would be invested in the consolidation of the details of the battleship's performance and internal and external structure. They would strive for perfection and perfection. Zhou Xian had refined the insect core crystal, which was the center of the insect community in the entire world. After his order was transmitted through his consciousness, it would be strictly carried out immediately and unconditionally. Therefore, Zhou Xian was soon relieved. He did not need to pay attention to the rest of the matters. The only thing he needed to do was to wait. After Wild Star completed its unprecedented comprehensive evolution, he immediately brought the three ladies of the purplish warbler into the cabin to check the delightful results of the evolution. Half a day later, outside the Shannon cauldron. In a certain direction of the void outside the screen of the great space trap array, a figure was rapidly approaching like an immortal. This young man was slightly thin, but he looked tall and slender. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his temperament was lively and unruly. He was one of the four peerless heavenly talents of the human race, the pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyao Zi. Not long ago, Xiaoyao Zi had set off from Kunling planet of the Heavenly Wind Empire. He had been crossing the void with his physical body, and his speed was not slower than the battleships and fortresses that were constantly jumping through wormholes. All of this was thanks to a primordial treasure that he controlled. This primordial treasure was called the Barrier Breaker Boots, and it was said that it belonged to the ancestor of the primordial era, Qua Fu. Legend had it that Qua Fu relied on this boots to chase after the sun. It was a rare treasure that could be used to travel billions of miles in a day. With this boots, one could cross wormholes in the universe with their physical body. Even if they had wings on their back, they would not be able to do it. Moreover, there was another deeper meaning behind the words break through barriers. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. Facing all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations, one would not feel any pressure at all and would be able to leave as one wished without fear of being trapped by formations. However, he was different from the other three peerless heavenly talents of the human race. Among the other three, no matter if it was the fallen demon prince, the demon dust woman, or the fairy Xianxia, they had all displayed their powerful combat strength in front of others. However, Xiaoyaozi had never fought with anyone before. The reason why he was listed as one of the four peerless heavenly talents of the human race was not only because his cultivation was the same as the fallen demon prince and the other two, which was the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, but also because he could come and go freely with the barrier breaker boots. At this moment, as Xiaoyaozi arrived, exclamations could be heard from the surrounding void. "It's him! The pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyaozi. He actually came to join in the fun. Half of the four peerless heavenly talents of the human race have come. What a fast speed! He was so far away a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he is already here. Look, what is he trying to do? He is going straight for the space trap array." Chapter 3365. I came to offer my sword. With the sudden arrival of unfettered Z, the surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on unfettered Z's leisurely walking legs. What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking, and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Z's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that unfettered Z could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk in easily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the unfettered one's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless. It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiaoyaozi arrived, Zhang Yi, the clan elder of the war clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose. The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke. Even Fairy Xianxia, who had the soul entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Zhang Yi did not believe that unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in. The next moment, the hint of ridicule at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze. All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves. After unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all. He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation. At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the unfettered one had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense 9-colored mist and vanished completely. First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then, it was the star cauldron's field. In less than 2 breaths of time, the unfettered one had already passed through them as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide, at the same time, in the space inside the Shannon cauldron. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia and Zhou Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned. To his surprise, Fairy Xianxia did not leave. However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vidras, Wuxian, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 3 return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Xianxia fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 great Vidra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all. It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak in the distance, Xianxia fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Xianxia fairy, but soon locked on Yi Xian. Sizing him up from head to toe, with a flip of his hand, a long, narrow, and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huchong, right? I'm Xiaoyaozi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiaoyaozi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiaoyaozi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening bloody demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop, because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore, it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Chapter 3366. Withered Demon vs. Scarlet Blood, you want to kill me as a sacrifice. Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the farmer god cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand. One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor's seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shenong cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant, he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. He planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the farmer god cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago, he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his butt had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet Blood Chop. Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoyaozi, curled his lips, and mocked, "It sounds quite scary." However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoyaozi's Scarlet Blood Chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the Withered Demon Blood Blade. Screech! Although the Withered Demon Blood Blade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the Scarlet Blood Chop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the Withered Demon Blood Blade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain 2 tigers. 2 unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the Withered Demon Blood Blade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these 2 supreme blades, one is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your Scarlet Blood Chop is from the primordial era, while my Withered Demon Blood Blade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the Withered Demon Blood Blade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the Withered Demon Blood Blade and Xiaoyaozi's Scarlet Blood Chop fight a battle of supremacy between the 2 supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Xianxia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today, not only had 2 appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these 2 supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron who were guarding the void around the great space trap array were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shanong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiaoyaozi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yi Xian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these two blades fight. What about you and me? Linghu Chong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheath my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yi Xian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. "There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyaozi. He was arrogant, but Yi Xian was even more arrogant. At this moment, he was in high spirits and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you." Hearing this, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiaoyaozi was too arrogant before. After Fairy Xianxia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young Master Linghu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh! Screech! Boom! Chapter 3367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Fool, Whoosh! Screech! Rumble! While all the experts in and out of the Shanong cauldron were in an uproar because of Yi Xian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the unfettered one finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yi Xian and the unfettered one did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the unfettered one was also a host of the devouring system. In fact, the so-called 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan who suddenly appeared not long ago were also carriers of the system, just like Yi Xian. These 4 competitors of Yi Xian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. 2 of them were even like Yi Xian, from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, the air had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the 3rd universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the 2nd universe, the 1st universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. The air had even spread them out. Many of the system seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system's seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely, or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the three universes. Apart from Zhou Xian, the only system hosts that had been born were the four peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Xianxia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Zhou Xian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Zhou Xian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the two system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Xianxia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Zhou Xian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host and translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Xia's translation, the system in her body, the Unfettered One could only in Fairy Xia's translation when the other system hosts of the Unfettered translation is translation. Translation is translation translation is translation translation is translation is translation 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 is translation is translation on translations is translation is translation's translation. At the same time, Fairy Xia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe she didn't want either one of them. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the two peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon blood blade and the crimson blood chop. Zhou Xian and the Unfettered One soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning. In terms of battle weapons and magic treasures, they were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Zhou Xian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the Headless Infant Corpse, the Rai Di Seal, the Fallen Sky Bow, and so on. Zhou Xian had the Withered Demon Blood Blade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the Unfettered One, apart from the Crimson Blood Chop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only one step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Zhou Xian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the Purplish Warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary. As a support-type primordial treasure, once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Zhou Xian, constantly circling around Zhou Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Zhou Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the unfettered one's figure. During this period of time, Xiaozi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the scarlet blood slash didn't leave a single mark on Zhou Xian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Zhou Xian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Zhou Xian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai D seal in the dark purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Zhou Xian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Zhou Xian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Zhou Xian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast, and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. Chapter 3368. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown. When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Zhou Xian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle armor, not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Zhou Xian's poisonous mouth at all. The pavilion master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from Spinning Top Pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of Spinning Top Pavilion Clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the Spinning Top Pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar, "You want to provoke me? Ling Huchong, you did it." Roar. Screech. With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Zhou Xian's head, the withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded one's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing. At this moment, whether it was Wu Qianzi, Gong Wuxin and the other heaven's pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing. One was from the primordial era while the other was from the current era. Both of them were supremely ferocious blades. Gotcha! It was also at this moment that Zhou Xian took advantage of the unfettered one's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation. A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in mid-air, but it was impossible to see what was happening. On the ground below, Wu Qianzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Zhou Xian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Zhou Xian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening. Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head. And so it was. Almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in mid-air. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Xianxia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Zhou Xian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory. And now, this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the unfettered one's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void. His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked. Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet. In an instant, he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shenong Cauldron. Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here. But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Zhou Xian, and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the unfettered one appeared, "I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion, you are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward. Puff, a fool from the tortoise pavilion." Hearing this, the unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was really furious. First, it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now, it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes. In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment, his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. Anyone who saw him would think that there must be something wrong with his brain. Alas! Another peerless genius has been suppressed. Even his brain has been damaged by the lightning. How sad, how lamentable. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin and the other human heavenly legends looked at each other and sighed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Fairy Xianxia frowned slightly. Although she had vaguely guessed this result, when it really happened, she was still a little disappointed. This guy is really so freakish. Is no one strong enough to suppress him? Chapter 3369. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A wolf-like weapon. God, what did I just see? Another peerless genius of the human race has been suppressed. In just one day, more than half of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race have been killed by one person. Who can stop the rise of young Master Linghu? The reputation of the Carefree Pavilion has been ruined, even worse than that of Fairy Xianxia. The reputation of the idiot of the Spinning Top Pavilion and the idiot of the Tortoise Pavilion is destined to spread throughout the 3 universes. Nobody can stop him. Yes, yes, yes. He is going to be famous. I want to be struck by lightning. Sigh, I didn't lose unjustly. Young Master Linghu's shapeless thunderbolt divine ability is too abnormal. With the speed of lightning, it strikes down invisibly. Even heavenly gods can't avoid it. That's right. This technique is the best for sneaky people. It's perfect for someone as thick-skinned as young Master Linghu. It's tailor-made for him. Not to mention those at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, even those in the universe would be struck a few times. Although it wouldn't hurt them, their hair would be blown up and their image would be ruined. So, this young Master Linghu has to be careful of those in the 15th level of the universe, right? My brother is so powerful. As Unfettered Z was struck by several invisible spiritual thunderbolts, he used his heavenly feet magical ability and instantly dodged far away. Outside the space trap Great Array, the masters of Starry Sky from various top families and forces were in an uproar. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion, and the entire void was noisy. It was also at this moment that the devilish flame aura that had enveloped a small space where the 2 peerless blades had clashed finally dissipated slightly, and the situation inside could be vaguely seen. On the other side, the battle had already been decided. Apart from relying on the barrier breaker boots to move around, the unfettered one could only stretch out his neck and let the lightning strike him. There was no suspense. Even if he won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. There was nothing worth seeing. However, the result of the 2 peerless blades' collision was more exciting. The masters in the universe were nervous again, and they all looked over. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinnong Cauldron, where the battle was taking place in the sky, clang. Screech, the second sound of metal clashing rang out, followed closely by the howl of the withered demon blood blade. However, the unfettered one's scarlet blood beheader remained silent from beginning to end. In the next moment, the monstrous demonic flames that had already enveloped this small area of the void suddenly surged again. From within it, a blood-red light shot out and shot towards the direction where the unfettered one stood. It was the red blood slash. What was strange was that in just a few seconds, the originally fierce and boundless crimson blood beheader, at this moment, even the blood-red demonic flames that endlessly wrapped around the blade had dimmed by half. Although the blade was not damaged, its aura had declined too much. Clearly, in this battle of the unrivaled fierce blade crown, it had lost a lot of its power. Screech read translation. Subsequently, within the monstrous devil flames that enveloped a small area of space, the ferocious withered devil blood blade chased after him with a bang. Its aura surged, and it was even more powerful than before. The black and red devil flames that poured out from the ferocious blade were actually like a large river that hung in the sky, and its vast and majestic aura was dazzling. Buzz! The crimson blood slash instantly shot out violently and returned to the unfettered one, and it circled above the unfettered one while emitting a weak droning sound. It seemed to be telling something, and it was completely different from its boundlessly ferocious aura from before. It was like a naughty child had finally encountered an even more ferocious little demon king, and it was beaten into fear. What? A small half of his slaughter origin energy was sucked away. In the air 50 kilometers away, Carefree's roar sounded out. His entire body went berserk. He actually jumped in the air, raised his hand, and pointed towards Zhou Xian as he cursed, "Linghu Chong, what the hell is your battle weapon? What happened to the fair battle? What happened to the battle between weapons? Why did you play dirty? You are actually eating while fighting. You have absorbed almost half of the origin of slaughter that I have accumulated with great difficulty. This. You are really jackals of the same tribe. Both the master and the weapon are like this. Why did you play dirty? Ah." At the end of his speech, the unfettered one raised his head and roared madly again. On the ground below, Wuchen Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the other human heavenly talents looked at each other speechlessly. They shook their heads and sighed. "Sigh, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really be driven crazy." There was an uproar in the void around the void trap formation. They were more or less mentally prepared for Zhou Xian suppressing the unfettered one. After all, there was the precedent of Fairy Xianxia, and this was not the first time that Zhou Xian had used his spiritual thunder technique. Its effect was obvious to all. Therefore, the experts of the starry sky were not surprised that the unfettered one was almost suppressed. However, the fact that the scarlet blood slash was so thoroughly defeated and was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled left them dumbstruck. "I'm really speechless." The unfettered pavilion's master was completely defeated. He was beaten to the point of running away, and so was his weapon. How could he have the nerve to say that young Master Linghu and his weapon were the same? His side is clearly the same, okay? Ha ha ha. That's right. The only difference is that the idiot of the spinning top pavilion and his weapon are both idiots. They ran away after a fight. What a perfect match. The withered demon blood blade. It's so powerful. A divine weapon of the same level, and one that originated from the primordial era, was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled. Young Master Linghu is truly amazing, to be able to personally refine such a demonic blade in the present age. While fighting, it's able to absorb the origin of slaughter accumulated in the opponent's divine weapon. Who dares to use a magic weapon to fight against such an invincible weapon? Every collision will suck a small amount of the slaughter origin. If this happens a few more times, the magic weapon will be destroyed. Too shameless, too despicable. But, why do I like it so much? If only I could have such a vicious weapon. It would be invincible. Once it is used, the opponent will not dare to throw their magic weapons. They will immediately put them away, like guarding against a wolf. Just looking at it is addicting. That's right. Isn't this invincible vicious weapon the nature of a wolf? Greedy and vicious, too amazing. The outside world was in an uproar, but the battlefield in the Shannon Cauldron was quiet at this moment. The unfettered master was still standing in the void 100 miles away. His image was terrible. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Zhou Xian, but he did not continue to rush forward. There was no way to continue this battle. The opponent's method was too shameless. On the human side, there was an invisible lightning that struck him. On the other side, the divine weapon was even worse. It had only been 2 attacks, but it had absorbed half of the slaughter origin of the scarlet blood slash. Before a solution was found, it was clear that the more they fought, the more they would die. How about it? Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, immediately admit defeat. You know what I mean. Chapter 3370. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The bet no one knew what Zhou Xian meant by asking him to admit defeat, but Unfettered One understood. Even Fairy Xianxia, who was standing at the peak of the mountain in the distance, understood. Once one admitted defeat, it meant that one admitted defeat in this competitive mission and was willing to accept the consequences. At that time, what he would lose was not only the exchange item that he had paid for in the system exchange shop, but also some kind of opportunity and good fortune in the future. Whether it was Zhou Xian, Fairy Xianxia, or even Unfettered One, none of them knew what the final goal of the devouring system in their bodies was. But no one wanted to reach that step before the system in their body was branded with the source code of another system that represented a subordinate relationship. That would be too passive. No matter what kind of situation they would face in the future, this kind of subordinate brand would become a restriction, a hidden danger. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Unfettered One would never admit defeat so easily. If Fairy Xianxia could not bear the torture of being slapped by Zhou Xian in public, she would not have let go so easily. However, this trick was obviously useless against Unfettered One. He was a man. Not to mention being slapped, even if one took off his pants and used a knife to stab him, it might not be enough to make him yield. Moreover, he had a pair of primordial treasure-level barrier breaker boots on his feet. The mighty god was indeed extraordinary. It could actually perform teleportation in the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron and ignore the restrictions of the internal field of the cauldron. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to leave, Zhou Xian would not be able to stop him at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian suddenly had a big headache. If the other party did not admit defeat, not to mention temporarily not having any means, even if he did, would he be able to capture him alive? This guy was simply a loach. Even if he could not beat him, he could still escape. He was too difficult to deal with. Depressed, Zhou Xian frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Unfettered One, who was hundreds of miles away in the void, sneered, "Admit defeat. You actually have the nerve to say such words. Ling Huchong, you should raise your hand and touch it to see if your face is still there. In my opinion, the one who should admit defeat is clearly you." At this point, Ling Huchong sneered arrogantly and continued, "Although this battle ended in a hurry, did you really defeat me? My battle prowess is not damaged at all. It's just that your methods are too sinister, and even your divine weapon is the same. I haven't thought of a way to deal with you yet, so I'm temporarily calling a truce. Once I think of a countermeasure, I will definitely suppress you. My only worry is that you won't be able to wait until then. Once the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's old ancestor Zhan Tu returns, you will definitely be suppressed. Although your Xianxia cauldron is also a precious treasure from the primordial era, it is not a treasure that focuses on the power of formations but on the refining of medicines. Since Fairy Xianxia and I can enter, do you think that the so-called old friend that Zhan Tu personally invited can't enter? Even if we took advantage of the opportunity to escape in advance before they returned, we have no chance now. The space-trapping formation outside the cauldron has been completely sealed. Apart from me, no one can leave easily. Even Fairy Xianxia, although she can easily enter your Xianxia cauldron, it is absolutely not easy for her to rush out of the space-trapping formation. She will have to pay a great price. Don't forget that there are still a large number of Starry Sky Masters outside the Void Trap Grand Array eyeing you covetously like a tiger watching its prey. By the time you exhausted all your strength to rush out of the Void Trap Grand Array with great difficulty, before you could catch your breath, endless attacks had already enveloped you. So, this time, no matter what, you have no hope of surviving. In that case, it's better to just admit defeat. In the end, Xia Yozi finally said the core meaning of his words. His expression softened a little, and his tone softened a little. Anyway, you can't escape the fate of death or being suppressed in the end. Today, you and I can meet and fight, which is a kind of fate. Just admit defeat and end this good karma with me before you die. What do you think? Fate your sister. Who said I'm going to be suppressed and die? Yi Xian finally understood. After all this time, this brat was just trying to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to persuade Yi Xian to accept his fate and give him good luck for free. Yi Xian didn't like this kind of scheming, smiling tiger the most. He immediately became angry and pointed his finger at Xiaoyao, who was 50 kilometers away, and scolded, "You're so shameless, you actually want to take advantage of me for nothing. You even said such good words, and even said such bullsh*t words like meeting a battle is fate. This young master is extremely suspicious that you are a bald donkey that escaped from some broken temple. Otherwise, why would you swindle me under the banner of good karma?" Pooh! In the distance, Zai Yozi's face turned purple. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. However, before Yi Xian could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky. With a flash of light in his eyes, he looked at Gong Wuxin on the ground below and shouted, "Hey, Gong Wuxin, remove that damn light curtain. Those old bastards outside have been peeping for so long. It's time for them to take a break. I don't want to see needles in their eyes." As soon as he said that, the people outside the void trap formation were cursing like a tide. Everyone was called bastards by him. The big ones were bastards, the small ones were little bastards, and the old ones were old bastards. His mouth was too vicious. It was supposed to be a grand gathering of experts, but what had become of it now? A meeting of bastards. This was intolerable. In the midst of the cursing, all the experts in the starry sky were eager to enter the void trap formation. As soon as the people inside came out, they would immediately vent their anger. After all, young Master Linghu suddenly asked Gong Wuxin to remove the crystal ball mirage technique. He would definitely take action. If there was no accident, he would most likely escape. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after seeing Gong Wuxin remove the silver light curtain in the sky as he said, he continued, "Isn't it just a void trap formation outside? I don't care about it at all. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Do you really think that those lousy boots on your feet can ignore the sealing power of the formation? I have a similar method, and I don't need to rely on magical weapons. It's my own magical power, which is more magical and faster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? You want to take advantage of a ready-made opportunity. Why can't I? However, I am open and aboveboard, unlike you who play tricks. I will use an open scheme. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Speaking of this, Yi Xian grinned and glanced at Xiaoyao Zi from the corner of his eyes. Then he continued, "There will be a winner between you and me. Since this battle can't continue, why don't we make a bet? Aren't you confident that you can enter and exit the formation outside with ease with those lousy boots on your feet?" Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. A bunch of tigers blocking the door. Hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, the unfettered one frowned and began to think quickly. He now had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to deal with Yi Xian. However, this bet was indeed an open scheme. The unfettered one pondered for a while but did not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately nodded and agreed. Immediately, the notifications of their respective systems rang in their minds at the same time. Although this bet was between Yi Xian and the unfettered one, it was related to the outcome of the devouring systems in their bodies. Therefore, all of this was done under the witness of the two systems and even formed a system contract. There was no possibility of any tricks at all. Because of this, the unfettered one was completely relieved. When the system confirmed that the bet was established, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Xian and said proudly, "You're courting death, so don't blame me. The bet has been established. When shall we begin?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll walk out of this cauldron with you. This is only fair. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no chance of winning. Even if I let you leave first, you won't win. Keep bragging. Keep bragging, there's no hurry. Anyway, this young master has plenty of time. Since I'm going to leave, I have to deal with the affairs in this cauldron. Zhou Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unfettered one. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and landed on the ground. This young master still has to put away this cauldron after leaving this place. I also have to deal with the interference and attacks of the various forces and aristocratic families outside. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of things to do before breaking the formation and escaping. You have nothing to do and can leave as soon as you go out. You've taken advantage of this bet. The unfettered one frowned. Although he did not say anything, he vaguely felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything Zhou Xian said was true. This bet seemed to be fair, but in fact, it was not. Once the unfettered one and Zhou Xian walked out of the Xianxia cauldron and appeared in the void trap formation outside the cauldron, the two of them would face a different situation instantly. Zhou Xian was encumbered by many firms and his movements were restricted. He could not immediately use his means to escape from the void trap formation. In fact, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But since Zhou Xian had already realized all of this, why did he still take the initiative to propose this bet as if nothing had happened? Even though the carefree master was unable to come to a conclusion after pondering for a while, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger because of this. He had already been secretly paying attention to this matter and had increased his vigilance in order to guard against any trickery. Are you all ready? Zhou Xian did not pay attention to the unfettered one. After landing, he immediately looked at Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other prisoners of the alien race. He spread his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to use you as a protective talisman in my hand so that those old bastards outside would not dare to attack me. I could use this to buy time. After I get out of here, I can put away the cauldron and break through by force. But now, this young master suddenly changed his mind, so you are free. Later, everyone can leave. Remember, everyone, including this young master and that idiot in the distance, rush out of the nine-colored sky curtain at the same time. I will say it directly. The reason for this is that this young master just hopes that you can at least play a role in disrupting the situation, so that I can fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay in this cauldron. After this young master escapes, I will let you out. As for the 8 great Vidras, don't even think about leaving. The families behind you did not pay the ransom. For the next 100 years, you will be my men. As for you," at the end of his words, Zhou Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in a certain direction in the distance. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fierce girl, in a moment, you will also rush out with us. This young master does not keep idle people in this young master's territory. This young master does not have the luck to enjoy such a fierce style of yours. The previous title of servant girl is cancelled." Fairy Xianxia was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, but she did not reply with a cold snort. She had already decided in her heart that she would not be affected by Zhou Xian's words. She could see that this guy was a bastard. If she was easily angered, she would not survive more than 3 days by his side. She would definitely be angered to death. 100 miles away, Xiaoyaozi, who was standing in the void for a long time, showed a look of understanding on his face, but a trace of contempt slowly outlined at the corner of his mouth. After listening to Zhou Xian's words, he finally understood his plan. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. How naive and childish. At the same time, in the void around the Xianxia cauldron, The experts of the various top families, forces, and sects in the human clan camp were quickly rushing toward the space-trapping formation, including the alien allied forces from various clans in the second universe. More than a dozen elders of various clans in the second universe had all appeared. With ferocious expressions on their faces, they rushed toward a temporarily open passage of the formation. The silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique suddenly disappeared, which made all the forces in the outside world instantly pay attention to it. They felt that young Master Ling Hu had started to take action and was preparing to escape. After all, the Heaven and Earth ancestor, Zhou Xian, who was in the 15th realm of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, had left for some time and was most likely going to return. At that time, the two powerful figures of the Heaven and Earth ancestor would be together, and they would most likely be able to directly enter the giant star cauldron. Even if young Master Ling Hu had 10 conditions, it was not enough to play with. If he wanted to live, he had to escape before that. However, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out of the giant star cauldron at will. He would most likely break through the formation directly. Some people thought that he would take the captured heavens prides of the human clan and the 8 alien young masters, such as Medusa, as hostages and leave with them. Some people also thought that he might reach some kind of agreement with Fairy Xianxia or even Xiaozi, and let these two people take him to break out of the encirclement. After all, before the silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique disappeared, young Master Ling Hu was talking to Xiaozi across the void. Now that the silver light curtain was temporarily removed, what he was going to say next, which was not convenient for the outside world to know, would most likely be related to Xiaozi. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the starry sky who had entered the space-trapping formation at this moment had basically listed Xiaozi as the most important target in their hearts. As soon as he rushed out of the giant star cauldron, he would immediately become the focus of attention. The reason why Zhang Yi agreed to temporarily open a formation passage for all the experts of the starry sky who wanted to enter was because the elders from the Federation of the Second Universe strongly requested it. They were worried that young Master Ling Hu or Xiaozi would quickly escape after rushing out of the giant star cauldron. At that time, they would not be able to determine which direction the other party would choose to break through. It would be too passive, so it was better to enter the formation first and surround the mouth of the giant star cauldron. Then, there would be no need to worry. That was why there was such a request. They wanted to be the tiger in the door, and it was a group of them. Chapter 3372. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Time Limit. 3 breaths. With the opening of this temporary passage, a large number of strong men of the starry sky entered the space-trapping formation. Basically, all the big forces, powerful families, and sects present were included. Every force sent some strong men to enter, all of whom were above the Tao Insight realm. The total number of people was close to 1,000. Among them, there were even existences of the 12th realm, the Void realm, and the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. For example, the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation were basically all Void realm and Genesis realm cultivators. However, Zhang Yi of the Void clan of the Heavenly War Empire did not enter the array. After nearly 1,000 strong men of the starry sky entered, he immediately ordered the temporary passage that had just been opened to be closed again. The entire space trap array was completely sealed again. This was a double insurance. If the nearly 1,000 strong men who entered the array could not stop young Master Ling Hu, at least there was another space trap array that had been completely sealed. Even if he cooperated with Xiaozi, who had the barrier-breaking boots, this array and the strong men in the array could delay their escape to a certain extent. During this time, more strong men of the starry sky and a large number of battleships outside the array would be ready. Once someone broke through the array and rushed out, they would suppress him immediately. In the meantime, on a certain remote star path that was only 10 minutes away from the space where the space-trapping array was located, a small fortress 50,000 meters in diameter that had been activated with a stealth array was approaching quickly without a sound. This was the small fortress that came from the demon star area of the first universe. It was guarded by Imo Qigong, the uncle of the demon tribe. In addition, there was a high-level leader from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. Zhou Xian, the demon slave of Yi Xian and the former commander of the demon mosquito tribe, was also in the fortress. However, his identity had not been exposed yet. Although Zhang Wuji was Prince Xian of the human clan's Immortal dynasty, which was no longer a secret in the first universe, Zhou Xian's identity as a demon slave had never been exposed. In another direction, in an even more distant part of the galaxy, two figures were moving side by side, crossing the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not the slightest bit slower than the starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These two figures had powerful auras and were both universe realm experts of the 15th level. One of them was the Heaven Battle Emperor race's ancestor Zhan Tu. The other person was also a man, around 60 or so, with a white face and no facial hair, not even eyebrows. He had triangular eyes, and his pupils flickered with a ruthless and feminine light. This person was called Ancestor Eyebrowless. He was a super void loose cultivator, but because he was proficient in studying arrays, he was one of the few remaining array masters of the human race's science and technology faction, so he was highly valued. Although he was a rogue cultivator, even Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Heaven Battle Emperor tribe, had to pay him a visit personally to show his respect. At this moment, Zhan Tu and ancestor Wu Mei were also rushing toward the void where the void trap formation was located. However, because they were still too far away, it would take them at least half a day to get there, no matter how fast they were. Shenong Cauldron, the space within the cauldron. Yi Xian was ready to take action at any time. In fact, he had nothing to prepare at all. Basically, he was waiting for Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other heavenly talents of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other alien race young masters. Except for the 8 great Vidras, these guys all decided to leave, including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. As they were about to part ways again, Yi Xian secretly sent a sound transmission to the 3 girls and had a brief conversation. As for Fairy Xianxia, she had also made it clear that as long as Yi Xian and Zaiyozi left, she would also leave. Although she had been eliminated, the result of the bet between Yi Xian and Zaiyozi was closely related to her. Fairy Xianxia had to witness the whole process before she could rest assured and be satisfied. You all came here together and entered the space inside the cauldron, but the 8 of you are really extraordinarily lucky. Everyone jumped into the sky and waited for Yi Xian to open the field inside the Shenong cauldron. Then, they immediately rushed out of the cauldron. Yi Xian also jumped up. Before he left, he looked down at the 8 great Vidras on the ground and nodded. Remember what I said just now. Years later, you will feel lucky and proud because of this. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with these 8 guys. In the beginning, they were no different from Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the others. They only came to hunt. Even when they were captured by Yi Xian and were casually appointed as the captive camp supervisors and given the title of 8 great Vidras, these 8 guys were reluctant at that time. They had no choice but to accept this job. But after that, at some point in time, Yi Xian gradually couldn't see that unwillingness in their expressions and eyes. He had used his impressive battle achievements to shock all of the human clan's younger generation geniuses that had entered the cauldron. However, because of this, only the 8 great guardian deities respected him and thought highly of him. Yi Xian happened to feel that he indeed needed a few followers like them to deal with trivial matters behind the scenes, so he made the decision to serve them for 100 years. Of course, this was only a superficial statement. The 8 great Vidras were sincerely attached to him. Not to mention 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they might not necessarily leave. Because Yi Xian's words at this moment were equivalent to a tactful hint, be at ease and do your job diligently. Because in the future, you will be bestowed with good fortune, Are you all ready? After 10 breaths, the power field of this cauldron will be opened. However, it will only last for 3 breaths. Everyone must rush out within these 3 breaths. Retracting his gaze from the 8 great Vajras, Zhou Xian expressionlessly glanced at Xiaoyaozi, Xianxia Fairy, Gong Wuxin, Medusa, and the others who were standing in the sky like him. Finally, his gaze fell on Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators. He warned them, "You'd better not play any tricks. I just want to take advantage of the chaos when everyone rushes out at the same time to escape. It won't do you any harm. But if anyone wants to spoil this young master's good fortune and deliberately delay, after 3 breaths, not only will the power field of this cauldron be sealed again, but the 9-colored dense atmosphere above the cauldron will also turn into a sea of fire. At that time, whether it is staying in the 9-colored atmosphere or in the vicinity of the atmosphere, it will be instantly burned into ashes. Do as you see fit. Take care." After he finished speaking, the 10 breaths time was up. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Now! Go!" Chapter 3373. What a big hole! In the void of the space trap great array. In the central territory, the Shinong treasure cauldron, which was like a giant star, was quietly suspended in the void. Above the cauldron that was spewing out a large amount of 9-colored mist, there were nearly 1,000 figures of starry sky powerhouses standing in a circle, surrounding the cauldron. Among them were more than a dozen Void Realm Masters and even Genesis Realm Old Monsters from the Federation of the Second Universe. Everyone was focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. They stared closely at the huge cauldron where the 9-colored mist was rolling, ready to attack at any time. Xiao! Xiao Xiao! It was also at this moment, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a large number of figures rushed out from the rolling 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. In just 2 seconds, more than 200 figures appeared. Among them was young Master Ling Hu. All the starry sky powerhouses around the cauldron were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The dozen powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe all sneered coldly. However, before they could do anything, Zhou Xian, who had just appeared, waved his hand and took the Shinong treasure cauldron into his body. Then, his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light that shot toward Xiaoyaozi, who was not far away. He shouted loudly, "Old friend, it's all up to you now. As long as you can take this young master out of here, I'll fulfill all my promises." At this time, Xiaoyaozi had just rushed out of the cauldron and his figure just appeared. After seeing the situation outside, his shoulders shook slightly, and he was about to run in a direction and rush out of the range of this array as soon as possible. In this way, the bet was considered a win. Suddenly hearing Zhou Xian say such words, Xiaoyaozi's heart skipped a beat, and his whole person was not good in an instant. His figure suddenly stagnated like a conditioned reflex, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Zhou Xian, who had turned into a beam of light, just happened to be close to Xiaoyaozi. He was only a few dozen meters away. However, at this moment, the stream of brilliance that his body had transformed into unexpectedly disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed into a space magic treasure that could accommodate living things. All the aura related to it had completely disappeared in the void of this array domain. Xiaoyaozi's mind suddenly exploded, and his face changed instantly. Vaguely, he had roughly guessed the truth. Although he didn't know how Zhou Xian did it, he was sure that this guy was still nearby, but he dug a big hole to bury him. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because in this way, the 1,000 or so starry sky powerhouses that were eyeing him covetously would completely lock onto him, while young Master Ling Hu would be able to quietly and calmly leave. Not only would he be able to escape safely, but he would also win the bet. Although he had the barrier breaker boots, if he was besieged and trapped by nearly 1,000 powerful starry sky masters, he would be delayed for a while even if his means were heaven-defying. Since young Master Linghu had such a plan, how could he not have a plan to break out of the array after this period of time? Everything had been planned out long ago. He had followed the orders step by step. In the end, he still jumped into the huge sinkhole that he had dug. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Unfettered One's face instantly darkened, and then it instantly turned green, because nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who were eyeing him covetously in the void around him had already moved at the same time, swarming towards him like a swarm of bees. Among them, there were even more than a dozen elders from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, all of whom were Void and Genesis realm existences. At this moment, their eyes were red because of the monstrous resentment in their chests. They gritted their teeth and rushed over with a grin. Sure enough, as expected, I knew that the moth must have come from you, brat. Humph, humph, just because you have a pair of broken leather boots on your feet, you really ignored this old man and the others. Today, I will definitely blow your stupid hat off. That's right, you dare to join forces with that little bastard Linghu Chong and become enemies with us. Today, you have angered everyone. If you don't hand over the person immediately, you will definitely become a real fool of the Spinning Top Pavilion. Don't talk nonsense with him, suppress him immediately. This boy is a tortoise, and a tortoise at that. Everyone, watch him closely, don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. Xiao! Xiao Xiao, rumble. With a series of furious roars, the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters all rushed toward Xiaoyaozi, and at the same time, they summoned all kinds of magic weapons. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Xiaoyaozi, whose face was green. Ah, puff! F***ck your sister, what a big trap. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure, the Unfettered One's furious and miserable howl could be heard. It was accompanied by a puffing sound as if he was coughing up blood. It was unknown whether he was injured by the attack or spat it out in anger. These guys were too unscrupulous. The truth of the matter had not been figured out yet, but they directly attacked him without any reason. Not only that, but they even said such sensitive words as dumb head and top head in public. It should be known that in the surrounding void outside the space trap array, there were still more starry sky masters and battleships watching from the sidelines. This scene and these words must have spread through the starry sky network. Xiaoyaozi would never be able to get rid of the stigma of tortoise and fool of the Spinning Top Pavilion in this life. His name had already spread throughout the 3 main planes, and his name had become famous both inside and outside the universe. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. From the time they rushed out of the space inside the Shinong giant cauldron until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths. The change was too fast, and the reversal was too shocking. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other Heaven's Pride's prisoners of the human race, as well as the little princess of the colorful Python clan, Medusa, and the other alien race masters, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stood in the void with their mouths wide open, as if they had encountered a living ghost. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators looked at each other in horror. They did have a plan before. As soon as they rushed out of the Shinong giant cauldron, they immediately shouted that Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, they realized how ridiculous they were. Although this young Master Linghu's methods were shameless, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He played everyone in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyaozi was the best example. He was probably going to explode from anger. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was caught off guard, was shocked by this change. Xiaoyaozi didn't even have a chance to explain before his whole body was enveloped by the overwhelming brilliance of the magical treasures. He was completely trapped. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly sighed faintly. Then, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. His innate talent is amazing, and he has a fortuitous encounter that even I am envious of. Inside his body, not only did it evolve to the intermediate level, it even evolved to the intermediate level. In addition, he has unpredictable schemes and methods that are impossible to guard against. Is this young Master Linghu really going to defy the heavens? Chapter 33-74. This venerable's hatred, you bunch of old bastards, you're even stupider than pigs. This venerable hates, amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasures that covered the heavens and the earth, the unfettered one was on the verge of going mad with rage, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. Curses frequently sounded out, and there were even more meaningless howls and howls mixed in with them. It was obvious how bad his mood was at this moment. Carefree Z had the barrier breaker boots, which could even ignore the field of the space trap great array. He could come and go as he pleased as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, at this moment, there were too many starry sky masters around him. There were almost 1,000 of them. The lowest realm among them was the 10th great realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen existences in the 12th and 13th great realms. There were also countless magical treasures that were shining with all kinds of brilliance. The dazzling light was so bright that it almost blinded the unfettered one's eyes. Under such circumstances, even if unfettered Z stimulated the power of the barrier breaker boots on his feet to the extreme, or even overloaded it, he could no longer calmly leave. His entire body was firmly trapped, and he could only constantly wander around this small area of space formed by nearly 1,000 starry sky masters to avoid the attacks that shot towards him again and again. He'd even activated the crimson blood slash that he'd absorbed into his body, and it transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that spiraled endlessly around his body to form a layer of defense. Even so, he was still injured in a short time. He was severely wounded, spitting blood, and his head was smashed into a pig's head. In fact, not all of the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters had taken action. Most of the powerhouses just surrounded the area to prevent Unfettered One from escaping. Even if there were a few other powerhouses who took action, they basically used their own offensive magic treasures to bombard him from a certain distance. Only the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, due to the deep resentment in their hearts, did not care about their identities and personally rushed into this place, which was surrounded by more than 1,000 powerhouses of the starry sky, where not even a drop of water could pass through. In the eyes of these dozen or so old men of foreign races, young Master Linghu was already unable to escape. Since he couldn't leave, then young Master Linghu, who had been put into a storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, was naturally a turtle in a jar. After suppressing young Master Linghu, they would have plenty of time to slowly train him. It was precisely because of this that all the Xenorace elders relaxed. At this moment, instead of saying that they were suppressing the Unfettered One, it could be said that they were teasing him. It was completely like a game of cat and mouse, and they frequently emanated sounds of ridicule and ridicule. Little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Why did he stop scolding? Is your mouth swollen and you can't make a sound? Ha ha ha, aren't you the little idiot from Wangbaogu? Don't you know how to retreat? Don't say that this group of old men bullied you. If you have the ability, then pull back your idiot hat. Immediately hand over the storage magic treasure that little bastard Linghu Chong is hiding in, and we can consider letting you go. It's just a light punishment. Seeing that you're a peerless genius of the human race, we won't take your life. Don't make a mistake. This is not a joke. We are all elders of the various races, not clowns from the top pavilion. We have no interest in playing with you. Hand over the person immediately. The dozen or so old men were all old void monsters above the 12th level. At this moment, with a large number of magic treasures attacking young Master Linghu together, the result was obvious. Although young Master Linghu was known as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm, so he was destined to be crushed. In the face of all this, no matter how angry young Master Linghu was, it was useless. His heart was like a mirror. At this time, no one would believe him. Unless he stopped resisting and opened up his spiritual sea for others to search. But that was tantamount to destroying his reputation. In fact, even if he explained, it was unacceptable to young Master Ling Hu. This group of old men was not a good thing. Why should he show weakness to them and beg for mercy? It was also not beneficial to the reputation of young Master Ling Hu. He would be laughed at afterwards, and would never be able to walk in the galaxy again. Because of this, although young Master Ling Hu was furious, he did not say a word of surrender. He either roared at the sky or scolded loudly without any explanation. At the same time, he also divided his attention to secretly observe the development of the situation, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, this reaction fell into the eyes of all the starry sky powerhouses inside and outside the space trap array, which was no different from tacit consent. It further confirmed the guess that he and young Master Ling Hu had joined forces. Therefore, even if the starry sky powerhouses had some other guesses in their hearts at this moment, they all put aside the doubts in their hearts and no longer paid attention to other areas. All their attention was locked on young Master Ling Hu, who was shrouded in the brilliance of a large number of magic treasures. In this way, it was even more advantageous for Zhou Xian to escape. At this moment, Zhou Xian had already retreated to a distance, but because the array had been completely sealed, there was no way in or out. So, he was still within the array, but he was at the edge, far away from the right and wrong. All of this was part of Zhou Xian's plan. Now that his spirit source core had reached level 7, with the support of his level 7 mind power, his perfect oscillation spirit skill was far superior to before. Previously, when Zhou Xian had used the perfect oscillation spirit skill to hide his body and hide all of his aura, it was very likely that he would be seen through by someone with a cultivation level above the heavenly passage realm. But now, unless a universe realm expert from the 15th Great Passage realm came, Zhou Xian was 100% confident that he could hide from anyone. Because of this, as soon as he had put the Shenong cauldron into his body, he had immediately rushed over to Unfettered Z and shouted those suggestive words. His goal had been to mislead and draw the attention of everyone inside and outside the array to Unfettered Z. This way, on the one hand, it would reduce the chances of Unfettered Z coming out of the array and winning the bet. On the other hand, it would also increase the chances of Zhou Xian calmly waiting on one side and waiting for an opportunity to calmly walk out of the array. Right now, he was waiting at the edge of the void inside the array. Once the passage opened, he would be able to leave immediately. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, Zhou Xian had a faster and more direct method. He could activate his universal bit jump ability and escape in an instant. However, Zhou Xian didn't want to make this choice. On one hand, he wanted to avoid exposing this method. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave immediately. After his bet with Unfettered Z was over, Zhou Xian would still have a free exchange item in the system exchange store for him to choose from. This was a rare opportunity, so how could Zhou Xian miss it? At the same time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru shouted at the top of their lungs. Zhang Yi, who was outside the space trapping array, finally opened a temporary passage to the array at a location far away from the void where Unfettered Z was trapped. Chapter 3375. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was heartbreaking how stupid they were. The purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha were secretly helping Zhou Xian. They shouted and asked Zhang Yi, who was in charge of the operation of the formation, to open a temporary passage and let them out. As for Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other 200 or so human heavenly legends, although they all looked like they were constipated, none of them uttered a single word. The 8 young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe immediately rolled their eyes. Medusa, the little princess of the Colored Python clan, was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and muttered in a low voice, "Sure enough, they are all in this together. What happened today was a trap from beginning to end." Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling they were, the 8 of them did not dare to make a sound. Young Master Ling Hu was lying in ambush nearby, so they did not dare to provoke him. Soon, a space tunnel opened on a formation screen far away from the place where unfettered Z was trapped. More than 200 young geniuses from the 2 universes, including Fairy Xianxia, dashed into the tunnel. However, in reality, the first person to enter this temporary passageway was Zhou Xian. He immediately approached at an extremely fast speed, and with a flash of his body, he charged in. After that, he left the void trapping formation and appeared in the void of the galaxy outside. Almost at the same time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Zhou Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the other party's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the other party's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. At this point, Zhou Xian's tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. Just as the system notification rang in his mind, Xiaozi, who was inside the formation, was being brutally tortured by the dozen or so clan elders of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe and a large number of magic treasures that almost blotted out the sky and covered the earth. His face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. He didn't even have the mood to scream or angrily rebuke. He could only fiercely gnash his teeth, and his face was filled with unwillingness. The system's notification sounded, which meant that young Master Ling Hu had walked out of the Great Void Trap formation and lost the bet. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain anymore. Carefree Z's heart was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that with young Master Ling Hu's character, since he had successfully escaped, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. He would definitely show up and ridicule this group of idiots and old bastards who were madly beating him. At that time, he would be free. Unknowingly, he was actually looking forward to that moment. This kind of feeling made the unfettered one's heart feel bitter. He didn't know what to feel, but he was truly enraged enough by this group of old bastards. It almost suppressed the hatred he felt for the main character, young Master Ling Hu. At the same time, outside the void trap array. As soon as the purplish warbler and the others rushed out of the space trap array, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and Chou Doufu immediately shouted. Close the array channel immediately, quickly. Yes, 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 Ling Hu Chong didn't cooperate with Carefree Z at all. That guy has mastered a powerful concealment secret technique. He is now dormant in the array and can slip out at any time. He hit the wrong person, he hit the wrong person. Xiao Yaozi is innocent. He dug a hole and buried him. Hearing this, the faces of all the Starry Sky Masters in the surrounding void instantly changed wildly. Zhang Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance and presiding over the operation of the array, was even more livid. He gritted his teeth and roared endlessly. Ah, this is so infuriating. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why didn't you say such important information in the array just now? What's the use of mentioning it now? Maybe that boy has already come out. A bunch of trash. While roaring, Zhang Yi didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately activated the array and sealed the temporary channel that had just been opened again. Unfortunately, before he could finish all this, Zhou Xian's mocking laughter sounded, ha ha ha. Old bastard, you are so right, this young master deeply agrees, these guys are basically all good-for-nothings. As the word sounded, Zhou Xian also quickly withdrew from the perfect state of spiritual power, and his figure appeared. He was only a few hundred meters away from Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the others. He had already expected that these guys would not be honest, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap so that he could show up and teach them a lesson. Ah! Ghost! Oh my god, it's so scary. Run! As soon as they walked out of the portal, the faces of the few guys who complained to Ji Hao immediately turned pale. Trembling, they each let out a shrill howl and turned around to run. How could they still look like the heavens chosen of the human race? They had already been scared to death by Zhou Xian, and had a psychological shadow. As soon as they saw him, they immediately reacted and only wanted to run away. How dare you call this young master a ghost? You guys really need to be taught a lesson. Zhou Xian sneered, and immediately summoned the indestructible glass armor, and directly activated the second form of the mech. As he spoke, he had already stepped into it, and with a flash of his body, he had already punched the few guys who were screaming and running away. In that case, this young master will beat all of you until you are even worse than ghosts. Boom! Boom! Kachacha! Explosions of energy rang out one after another as the 10 zhang tall glazed battle armor transformed into a streak of dark purple light and chased after Gong Wuxia, Wuqianzi and the others at an extreme speed. In just a little more than a breath of time, it had already circled behind Gong Wuxia, Wuqianzi and the others. He did not hesitate to reward each of them with a heavy punch, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard incessantly. This time, Zhou Xian's attack was even more ruthless, and at this moment, he was even more different from when he was fighting these guys before. His cultivation had already entered the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and Gong Wuxia and the others could not fight back at all. They could not even resist. They screamed and fainted on the spot, and their bodies fell down to the void below. This scene frightened the others, including the 8 young masters from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. The 200 or so prisoners of war who had just walked out of the space trap array immediately turned around and scattered as if they were avoiding a ghost. They immediately distanced themselves from Gong Wuxia, Wuqianzi, and the others who had been miserably suppressed again. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also mixed in. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone far away, running toward the void where the fleets of their respective clans were located. It was also at this time that the nearly 1,000 Starry Sky Masters who had stayed in the space trap array finally realized that the situation was not right. When they turned their heads and saw Zhou Xian, who was showing off his invincible power outside the array, the expressions on the faces of these old bastards were extremely interesting. The various magical weapons in the sky were also stagnant because of their sudden panic. Their brilliance dimmed, and Xiao Zi, who was originally shrouded in the brilliance of the magical weapons, was revealed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3376. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you. With the sudden appearance of Zhou Xian, the entire void was in an uproar, both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 Starry Sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed, and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 Starry Sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned Unfettered Z, turned around, and rushed toward the void where Zhou Xian was. At the same time, they were shouting and roaring endlessly. Ah, old guys from the War Clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages and let us out. That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage, quick, quick. Ah, this old man is so angry. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Xianxia, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time, Xianxia's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding, dripping non-stop. It was too painful. This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end, it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing. Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared? They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away. Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards. They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end, it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Zhou Xian, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up. No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable. He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxia and Wuchenzi on the spot. Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Zhou Xian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Xianxia. Now, as Zhou Xian took the initiative to appear, and after Xianxia of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire who were guarding all the nodes of the array to withdraw the array and attack. The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance. The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world. But now, all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Zhou Xian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void where Zhou Xian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array, at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Zhou Xian. For a time, the entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Zhou Xian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Master Linghu was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Zhou Xian, completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiaozi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive. That's good. Come to my bowl, this young master will protect you." "Bah! Do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yi Xian's infuriating look, Xiaozi suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this venerable is a man of his word. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yi Xian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yi Xian's body and was directly thrown into his undying world. Then, the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard, you actually dare to bet with others. What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today, we must kill you. All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity. This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing. We can't let him take out his warship and escape." Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped. Chapter 3377. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The first battle in the Fortress of Life, Wang. Soon, as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped. Yi Xian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire. Yi Xian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time. This was definitely a big deal. Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the Starry Sky Masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yi Xian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yi Xian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the Starry Sky Masters of various forces and sects, who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. "Do you think you could trap this young master like this? Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses, how effective do you think they can be?" Coldly glancing at the large number of Starry Sky Masters roaring towards him, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared, otherwise, won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha Kacha, as Kacha Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio Kacha Studio Studio Studio. In such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators, even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment's secret techniques of starry sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, but there was no need to worry about Yi Xian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of this secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Yi Xian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now, Yi Xian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Yi Xian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of starry sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Yi Xian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound, but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest. Because they had moved first, they were the closest to Yi Xian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. Awoo! Awoo, little bastard, where is he? This old man will skin him alive. Ouch, my head. Come out. Come out immediately. Aw. Come out and die. Aw. Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you, awoo. The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment, he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Yi Xian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now, they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. Wah, damn it! Little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out. Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? If you have the skills, come out and fight fair and square. The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Zhou Xian's voice suddenly sounded from the distance, who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail. Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 Starry Sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away.